He didn't write any questions this year, so we're good.
Okay.
Wow. I'm fixing a hole where the plug goes in to stop my buzz from lighting up where it should do.
Are inconsistent, but basically every single round they do. And so
They call me Weird Crow.
Of course, granted, some of these were probably desperation because they're trying to get the job.
No, they call you Weird
That's
Crow.
pretty, that's
Just
pretty
they
sloppy.
call me Creeper
So
Crow.
that tells me the start of the Dave.
Creeper Dave. I mess with the fish.
So we see numbers like
There
this
you
on
go.
the first round. You guys might just don't do this. Yeah, let's go.
Fine.
You want me to go ahead and close the door? Yes, please. Okay.
All right.
Hey, it's okay. Dude.
Northmont getting shawarma, BTW. BTW getting shawarma.
T. Hate. Oh, thanks.
We're not finished here.
No, no. It's Alex Horn. There's like a Christmas episode of Castle's Countdown, and they did like A, B, C, D, E, F, and then he got to the, we skipped out and got to the end and went, no, no. Alex Horn's humor is perfect.
You know how it's probably like a year butter.
Tomorrow.
BTW had shawarma day last time.
I didn't say it too, but I mean, might materialize. Fine, dude. Is Tommy here? No.
All right. Are you good with the live stream?
He's only a naked
Yeah,
boy.
we should be good here. There.
All right. Good luck to both teams. Yes, there is a sponsor. Round one is sponsored by the Partnership for Academic Competition Excellence, aka PACE. Best of luck to all teams this weekend. A reminder, PACE is 20-point powers and no negs and no bounce backs. All right. Good luck to both teams, and we'll get started with Tossup 1. 2 answers required. A military unit from one of these two countries has preserved the wooden hand of a captain killed fighting the other at the Battle of Cimarron. An artist from one of these two countries painted the shooting of the other's ruler at the Hill of the Bells. One of these two countries invaded the other after its president placed the 2-year moratorium on foreign...
France and Mexico?
Yes, for power.
Let's go. Good stuff.
And that is not...
Hey, good work, Mitch.
All right, here here is your bonus. This event causes the bookstore employee Pollux to be hospitalized in Louise Erdrich's novel The Sentence for 10 points each. Name this real-world event that began in early 2020. Zadie Smith wrote the collection Intimations to support a fund for people affected by
COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic.
Yep. Gasperi Jacques reveals information about the upcoming COVID pandemic while investigating a time anomaly in this author's 2022 novel, Sea of Tranquility.
Sea of Tranquility, bro. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know.
Answer?
No answer.
This is Emily St. John Mandel. This author's mother, who died shortly before the pandemic, inspired the title character of Violetta. Eva Luna's mother chokes on a chicken bone in the first part of one novel by this author.
Allende.
Yes, for 20 on the bonus. Tossup 2. This operation yields a value proportional to the negative first coefficient of a Laurent series and a theorem named for that coefficient. Edouard Goursat showed that a form of this operation vanishes for a holomorphic function over a simply connected domain while improving on a proof by Cauchy. The residue theorem is used to perform this operation, which is applied in both 2 and 3 dimensions in Stokes's theorem. A fundamental theorem reduces, and that is...
Integration.
Yes, 410.
Let's go.
That is
Sammy?
Yeah.
and your bonus. The oak tree symbolizes a Slavic deity who fights using these objects as weapons. For 10 points each, name these non-axe objects made of stone when wielded by Perun. In his Theogony, Hesiod relates Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, forging many of these objects for a Greek god.
Oh, light. No.
Oh, is it the Achilles?
No, I think.
Answer?
Hammers.
This is a lightning bolt.
Bro, it was.
This Slavic god of earth and the underworld steals cattle from Perun until he is killed, causing everything he steals to rain from the sky. This god, symbolized by the willow, also protects musicians and livestock.
Andre. Baba Yaga.
This is Veles. Perun may be called upon to protect against these figures known as Vedema in Slavic folklore. These figures may use bat's blood and nightshade to make an ointment for flying on broomsticks.
Witches.
Yes, for 10.
Good.
Toss up 3. 7 articles in The Atlantic, together titled For Old Times in This Place, were adapted into a memoir, including a book excerpt where Dick Albright fears a haunted barrel here. That memoir begins by calling this place well worth reading about. In that memoir titled For This Place, X falls asleep here, and Horace Bixby teaches the author to memorize its shape. A term used in this place for a distance of 2 fathoms allegedly inspired the pen name of an author who wrote a memoir about life on it. A novel's protagonists...
The Mississippi River?
Yes, for 10. And your bonus. The plans for the American Freedom Satellite and Soviet Mir 2 satellite were combined to create this mission in the wake of the Cold War. For 10 points each, name this manned satellite in low Earth orbit where astronauts conduct experiments in microgravity.
I guess the ISS.
Sure. The ISS.
Yep. Most of the International Space Station's U.S. orbital segment was built at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in this metropolitan area. About 200 Nazi scientists were brought to this metropolitan area in Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, Houston. Yeah. Houston.
That is Huntsville, Alabama.
Sure.
Construction of the ISS was paused from 2003 to 2005 after damage to the left wing of this space shuttle caused it to disintegrate on re-entry, killing all 7 crew members.
Columbia.
Yep, and that is 20 on the bonus. Toss up 4. Miles Davis's album Bag's Groove features 3 early compositions by a player of this non-vibraphone instrument, including Doxy and Olio. An album titled This Instrument Madness features 2 players of it, one of whom practiced on the Williamsburg Bridge for 15 hours a day. A Bahamian folk song inspired a player of this instrument to write St. Thomas, which begins his album This Instrument Colossus. A chord progression developed by a player of this instrument cycles through keys a major third apart. Sonny Rollins played this instrument.
Sax.
Yes, for 10.
Yeah, I think so. Saxophone Colossus. I think that was like
And your bonus. This subfield of classical mechanics studies the motion of bodies, but not its causes, for 10 points each. Give this field the namesake of a set of 4 equations that is contrasted with dynamics and statics.
Kinematics.
Yep. Description acceptable. The kinematic equations rely on this assumption that allows the time integral of velocity to be simplified to the expression v naught t plus 1/2 at squared.
I think so.
That's good.
Constant acceleration.
Yep.
Good.
Kinematic coupling provides 6 of these mathematical statements, each of which decrements the number of degrees of freedom in a system. Change in acceleration equals 0 is not a holonomic one of these statements because it is not just a function of coordinates and time.
Symmetry statement.
This is a constraint. That is 20 on the bonus. Tossup 5. The patient known as SM has a lesion on this structure resulting from Urbach-Vita disease. James McGaw's research suggests that this structure's basolateral region plays a large role in memory consolidation.
Hippocampus.
No penalty. Sorry, I'm going to say -5 a lot and correct myself. This structure coordinates more strongly with the nuclear accumbens after classical conditioning. The olfactory bulb directly connects to this structure, which sits atop the hippocampus. This part of the temporal lobe is a key component of the limbic system. The structure signals the hypothalamus to trigger the fight-or-flight response, and stimulation of this structure may increase aggression. For 10 points, name this almond-shaped brain structure known for regulating emotions like fear.
The amygdala?
Yes, for 10. Here is your bonus. X-ray analysis of the layers under a cracked painting of one of these objects revealed the title of a racist artwork by Alphonse Allais for 10 points each. Name these objects, one of which is hidden in the lower right corner of a self-portrait as a doge. A painting of one of these objects was staged like a traditional Orthodox icon at the 010 exhibition. Answer?
A pipe.
This is a square. The 010 exhibition called itself the last exhibition of paintings from this movement, heralding the rise of suprematism. Filippo Marinetti wrote a manifesto for this art movement that exalted modern technology.
Futurism.
Yep. Another Kazimir Malevich painting depicts an angled square of this color against the same color background. A circle of this color overlaps with a red wedge in a poster by L. Lisitsky.
Beat the whites with the red wedge, so white.
White.
Yep. And that is 20 on the bonus. Toss up 6. This artist depicted a lord's party leaving a castle at sunrise and then hanging their heads in defeat at sunset in the paired paintings The Departure and The Return. A volcano erupts behind a glimmering mountain in this artist's expulsion from the Garden of Eden. A fierce tempest provides the background of a painting by this artist that shows a bridge collapsing under the weight of a crowd and a headless statue posed with its arm raised like the board.
Coal?
Yes. For power.
Good job.
And here's your bonus. As the sole survivor of a Danish expedition to Arabia, adventurer Carsten Niebuhr published the first modern copies of this script in 1778 for 10 points each. Name this Mesopotamian writing system deciphered in 1802 by George Friedrich Grotefend using Niebuhr's copy of several wedged inscriptions.
Cuneiform.
Yep. Niebuhr's son Barthold was the leading German scholar of this civilization, subject of a 6-volume history first published in 1776 by Edward Gibbon.
The Roman Empire. No. Like Roman Empire?
Yep.
Yeah.
Gibbon himself was inspired by this author's considerations on the causes of the greatness of the Romans and their decline. Viscount Bolingbroke inspired this Frenchman to write about the English Constitution.
Frenchman.
Montesquieu.
Answer?
Montesquieu.
Yep. We're all 30.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Toss up 7. The freelance journalist Jeff Atman travels to this city to conduct an interview at a festival in a novel by Jeff Dyer. Another book's protagonist ultimately travels to this city after standing outside another city's Byzantine mortuary chapel, where he notices a mysterious man wearing a straw hat.
Venice?
Yes, power.
Stuff.
That was, of course, a common link on Death in Venice and the book Jeff in Venice. Here's your bonus. This technique prepares cultures by using an inoculation loop to dilute an inoculum over successive sections of a Petri dish for 10 points each. Name this technique contrasted with spreading that yields a namesake pattern on an agar-containing dish.
Spreading dabblings. Drawing.
Answer?
Drawing.
This is streaking. Prior to streaking, agar is often treated with cyclohexamide in order to eliminate eukaryotic microbes from this kingdom that includes yeasts and molds.
Fungi.
Yep. This unit is the number of distinct microbial masses in a dish. This unit is typically given as a ratio with the dilution factor in milliliters because it is calculated in a dish that is sufficiently diluted to count microbial masses manually.
Biomass. I got nothing.
Yeah. Great. Biomass.
This is the number of colony-forming units, or CFUs, so that is 10 on the bonus. Tossup 8. A Harriet Hosmer monument commemorating this document failed to be funded by the Western Sanitary Commission. A more radical version of this document by Robert Dale Owen was published in the New York Evening Post. News about this document was spread by a man who read it from a balcony, Gordon Granger. Accepting this document's provisions was a requirement for the author's later statement on amnesty.
The Emancipation Proclamation?
Yes, for 10. And here's your bonus. For 10 points each, answer the following about New Testament passages not appearing in the earliest available manuscripts. The longer ending of this book is the origin for the practice of snake handling. This book is likely the earliest gospel account.
Okay, think about it. Luke, wait, Matthew, no. Luke, John.
Answer?
John.
This is Mark. In John 5's account of Jesus healing a paralyzed man at the pool of Bethesda, a 2-verse interjection describes these supernatural beings stirring up the pool. Uriel and Michael are arc examples of these beings. Yep. Description acceptable. In the later added first half of John 8, Jesus does this action before saying, "Let him who is without sin among you be the first to throw a stone at an adulterous woman."
Healing.
This is writing on the ground. I will remind both teams to keep it down during the other team's bonus. Toss up 9. One type of this technique uses dyes like fast sulfon black or murexide. This technique is paired with calorimetry to measure the binding of small
Titration.
power. In a short story by this author, a priest's wife in Pago Pago brags that no one has danced in our district for 8 years. For 10 points each, name this author of The Moon and Sixpence who wrote about Philip Carey's affair with Mildred in Of Human Bondage.
Mogum.
Yep. In this short story by Mom, the missionary Davidson kills himself after hypocritically praying over the sex worker Sadie Thompson.
No answer.
This is Rain. Mom's Ashendon stories, including R and The Hairless Mexican, deal with a man with this profession. The vacuum cleaner salesman James Wormold is recruited to this job in Cuba in a Graham Greene novel based on his actual job.
I think it's spy or soldier.
Yep, it is a spy, and that is 20 on the bonus. Toss of 10, after which we will have a score check. Variants of this system were likened to overlapping 3-letter strings in a 1995 essay that described a self-styled super holder of it, Julius Evola. This system names a personality test measuring receptiveness to it developed by Theodore Adorno. The section Fundamental Ideas of the Doctrine of this Ideology was ghostwritten by Giovanni Gentile. 14 principles characterizing this ideology, such as action for action's sake, were formulated in an Umberto Eco essay titled for its form. This ideology was named for a Roman symbol of a bundle of sticks by a leader who was...
Fascism?
Yes, for 10. And your bonus. American beavers introduced into this archipelago in the 1940s now number over 100,000 and are devastating local forests for 10 points each. Name this archipelago, whose Navarino Island is home to many Yagan people. The End of the World train services this archipelago.
Peloponnese? Sardinia? No. Peloponnese.
This is Tierra del Fuego. A 2019 study found that these islands had 10 times more alien marine species than initially thought. The vegetarian finch is one of the birds native to these islands, observed on a voyage of the HMS Beagle.
Galapagos.
Yep. In 1957, some of these animals escaped a Brazilian quarantine and 3 decades later made their way to North America. These animals often live in gums and skeps.
So it sounds like a marsh. What lives in a marsh, bro?
Answer?
A possum.
This is a bee. Killer bee. So that's 10 on the bonus. At the half, I have Chattahoochee Bee 140, Northmont 170.
Bro, we need some good tosses. Hippocampus PMO so much.
It's like this, bro.
They kind of have much to add.
Oh, reverse alphabetical.
I thought it was John Luke. No, I thought it was Matthew. Was it Matthew? It was Mark.
Ready to kind of bring it back in?
Yep.
Yep.
Let me know how's my reading. Too fast, too
No, that's
slow?
good. It's good.
Great. We'll get started again then with Tossup 11. Good luck to both teams. In one model system, this phenomenon's probability equals the reciprocal of 1 plus a term proportional to sinh squared of k sub 1a. The log probability of this phenomenon equals -2 times the integral of the square root of 2m over h bar squared times v minus e over the interval between 2 turning points in the WKB approximation.
Oh, shit.
Stellar nucleosynthesis is possible because this phenomenon overcomes the Coulomb barrier, which also determines the rate.
Nuclear fusion.
No.
That's what it is, bro.
Which also determines the rate of this process in George Gamoff's model of alpha decay. This phenomenon allows low energy particles to escape a finite square well. For 10 points, a particle passes through a potential barrier in what quantum mechanical phenomenon?
Tunneling?
Yes. For 10. And your bonus. While playing this character in Germany, Hedwig Niemann-Rabe requested an alternative ending in which this character declares, "Oh, this is a sin against myself," for 10 points each. Name this character who, in an original ending, imagines that you and I would have to be so changed and insists I can receive nothing from a stranger.
Shakespeare something.
Answer?
King Lear.
This is Nora. In the original ending of A Doll's House, Nora leaves her husband, which is signified by this action. James Gibbons Huneker claimed that this action reverberated across the roof of the world.
The door slamming.
Yep. Both endings of A Doll's House were written by this Norwegian playwright, Hedda Gabler.
Ibsen.
Yes, or 20.
My favorite
Toss
Shakespeare
up
character.
12. Description acceptable. To prevent spreading news of deaths among these people, the bard Phemius plays wedding music. For providing these people weapons, Melanthius is dismembered and executed. Zeus and Athena intervene in a skirmish at a Cephallenian king's farm led by Eupathes, the father of one of these people. The maid Melantho falls in love with one of these people, Eurymachus, who disrespects the practice of Xenia alongside Antinous.
Cyclops?
No. After consulting Nestor in Sparta, Telemachus manages to invade an ambush by these people. A hero in disguise who shoots an arrow through 12 axe handles kills these people after reuniting with his wife. For 10 points, identify these men who try to take the hand of Odysseus' wife in the Odyssey.
Penelope's suitors.
Yep, for 10. is your bonus. These mathematical objects express kinetic energy and the exchange correlation energy in terms of the squared modulus of the wave function. For 10 points each, identify these objects that name a quantum mechanical paradigm governed by the Hohenberg-Kohn theorem.
Tensors is the best I've got.
Sure.
Answer?
Tensors.
These are density functionals. The Hohenberg-Kohn theorem says that a system's electron density is uniquely determined by the energy of this state. A system in this state has its lowest possible energy.
Ground.
Yes. Density functional theory provides approximate solutions to the Schrödinger equation for atoms other than this element. The Bohr model only describes atoms that are this element like.
Hydrogen.
Yep, that's 20 on the bonus.
I got the 2 real points in that.
Tossup 13. Uthun represents the soft soul of America in a book by this author who represented America's rebellious spirit with the fallen angel Orc in another book. This non-Polish author wrote Drive Your Plow Over the Bones of the Dead in his Proverbs of Hell. The frontispiece to a book by this author shows a compass being pointed downward by the bearded Urizen, who is one of the 4 Zoas created by the fall of Albion. The preface to this author's prophetic book Milton includes the poem And Did Those Feet in Ancient Time. This author illustrated his own works based on an imagined mythology prefigured by the marriage of heaven and hell. For 10 points.
Blake?
Yes, for 10.
Thank you.
It's a drawing.
Here is your bonus. Milton Friedman argued for increasing this variable by a fixed amount every year to curb inflation. For 10 points each, name this variable that, along with liquidity preference, names a curve in the ISLM model. This variable is measured by M1, M2, and M3.
Yeah, money supply.
Yep. The economic costs of inflation include these ones incurred by firms when they raise their prices. These costs partly explain price stickiness.
Is it like menu costs? Like the cost of changing the thing?
Okay, go with that.
Menu costs?
Yes. Inflation also imposes shoe leather costs, which arise when agents visit these institutions. Runs at these institutions may lead to financial crises when too many people visit them at the same time.
Bank. Good
Yep,
job.
430 on
Thank
the
you for
bonus.
paying attention to that class. And not just
Toss up
keeping reading.
14. Peter Williams claimed that this piece was originally written for violin since it imitates variolage with repeated 16th note A's displaced by a 32nd note. This piece shares a title with one nicknamed Dorian for its lack of key signature. In this piece's second bar, a C-sharp diminished 7th chord is slowly built up over a held low D. Evidence that this piece is misattributed includes its opening parallel octaves that outline a lower mordant on A than the fast notes G, F, E, D, C-sharp, D. Disney's Fantasia opens with a silhouetted...
Bach toccata in D minor.
No.
Why is that
Disney's Fantasia opens with a silhouetted orchestra playing a transcription of this D minor piece, popularizing its association with horror. For 10 points, name this organ piece by J.S. Bach, titled for 2 musical forms.
Toccata and fugue.
Yes.
From the beginning, I'm like this is
And
so
here's
obviously
your
Bach, and I don't know
bonus.
anything about it. It's annoying.
An early endonym for Syriac calls it this city's language since it developed from its dialect of Aramaic. For 10 points each, name this former capital of the kingdom of Osirene, where St. Ephraim founded a theology school. Jesus' face was imprinted on the Mandalion, a cloth called this city's image.
I don't think it's true.
Answer?
Jerusalem.
This is Edessa.
Okay.
The 6th century Chronicle of Edessa claims the city's church was founded after the ratification of an edict named for this city, which ended the Diocletianic persecution.
Oh, Jesus. Babylon.
Milan.
Okay.
Answer?
Milan.
Yep.
Okay.
After 4 centuries of Muslim rule, the Christian county of Edessa was established during this conflict. Pope Urban II initiated this conflict at the 1095 Council of Clermont.
Yeah.
First Crusade.
Yep, and that is 20 on the bonus.
Do we have timeouts in base or?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll take them.
Good job.
Okay.
They seem disgusted.
The 30-second timeout.
Why?
Tossup
movement.
15. An 1896 campaign pledge to abolish this group lost steam following a high-profile struggle against Almighty Voice. In 1960, this organization warned Davy Fulton about the former German prostitute at the center of the Munsinger affair. This organization formed the Special Emergency Response Team in response to the bombing of Air India Flight 182. The MacDonald Commission investigated illegal intelligence activities this organization pursued before the 1976 Summer Olympics in response to criticism of their handling of the October crisis. This law enforcement organization's traditional red serge uniform includes a wide-brimmed felt hat and riding boots. For 10 points, name this.
The Mounties?
Yes.
Canadian.
Royal Canadian Mounted is your bonus. In a film by this director, a photographer's wife meets an actor promoting a whiskey brand in Tokyo. For 10 points each, name this director of Lost in Translation and The Virgin Suicides, who interspersed pop music such as I Want Candy in a 2006 biopic of Marie Antoinette.
Oh God, I have no idea who did that. Wow.
Answer?
Del Toro.
This is Sofia Coppola. Sofia Coppola
Listen,
appeared
I'm
as a
just
baptized baby in this film by her father, in which Marlon Brando plays the title Mafia Don.
Godfather.
Yep. The two protagonists of Lost in Translation whisper a conversation unheard by the viewer in a style inspired by the use of rain to mask dialogue in this director's trilogy of Alien Nation. A view of Mount Etna ends this Italian director's film, L'Avventura.
Fellini.
Nope, this is Antonioni. That is 10 on the bonus. Tossup 16. A giant one of these buildings with a dome of harmony recently opened in Abu Dhabi with funding by BAPS. In 2012,
Hindu temple?
yes, for power. And your bonus. Minimizers serve as seeds in this task for 10 points each. Name this task of comparing sequence data that is performed by the Needleman-Wunsch algorithm. NCBI's BLAST server performs this task in order to find matches between genetic databases and a user's query reads.
Bro, some DNA sequencing. I don't know what it's called, bro.
Like haplogroup sequencing? I don't know.
But
Answer?
DNA haplo.
This is sequence alignment. Sequence alignment is central to a field name for bio this word. This word is the I in IT and names a theory pioneered by Claude Shannon.
Informatics.
It's the same thing. Information.
IT,
Information.
Yes. I could have taken information or informatics. Reads are summarized with examples of these constructs called minimizers. The namesake quantity of these overlapping uniform length substrings of sequences, which are the bioinformatic analog of n-grams, is set to 31 for humans.
Wait, no, that's stupid. 31 what?
Answer?
SNRPs.
These are K-MERS, so that is 10 on the bonus. Tossup 17. Jane Taylor based a play set after the end of this time period on Alfred Jarry's Ubu Roy. In a two-man play set during this time period, Jesus comes to Earth as Lord Morena before the government nukes him. Two of the Serpent players co-wrote a work set in this period where the title character tells his wife he is dead while at Styles Photography Studio. Two characters debate whether Darwin and Tolstoy are men of magnitude in a play set during this time period.
Apartheid?
Yes, core 10. And here's your bonus. A lullaby with variations portrays the title character's childhood in the second movement of Kullervo, sometimes called this composer's Zeroth Symphony, for 10 points each. Identify this namesake of a popular notation software who wrote the nationalist tone poem Finlandia.
Sibelius.
It sure is. Sibelius represented his wife Ino with a theme introduced by solo trombone in this C major symphony. This one-movement symphony is the last by Sibelius.
Seventh.
Yep. Sibelius' seventh inspired a one-movement symphony by this composer. Ivo Briselli refused to premiere this composer's 1939 violin concerto due to the difficulty of its finale, which is marked Presto in moto perpetuo.
Barber.
Yes, we're all 30. Tossup
Freaking
18. It's not the skin or kidneys, but a condition of this organ characterizes Reed syndrome. The mnemonic palm coin lists causes of issues in this organ, like ones with intramural and subserosal types. This organ, whose appendages are called adnexa, is anchored by its namesake broad ligament. Biomectomies operate on this organ, which is the largest structure that develops from the paramesonephric duct. Leiomyoma is characterized by growths of smooth muscle and connective tissue in this organ, which are its namesake fibroids. Implantation into this organ follows travel through the fallopian tubes. For 10 points, hysterectomies remove...
Uterus.
Yes. Or 10. And here is your bonus. The Sacker Committee report found that Muslims lived in poorer conditions than these people. For 10 points each, identify this broad group of people who benefit from the reservation system, which sets aside special seats for them in government.
Native Americans.
No, this is the scheduled castes. Many members of the scheduled castes come from this subgroup, whose champions included B.R. Ambedkar. These traditionally low-status people are sometimes considered a fifth Varna.
Dalits.
Yep. In 1927, Ambedkar led a protest known by this word in Mahad, where his followers drank from a public water tank. This term, translated as truth force, refers to a form of nonviolent resistance.
Satyagraha, yeah. Satyagraha.
Yep, and that is 20 on the bonus. Tossup 19. A noble family whose surname derives from the name of this region included Karl Marx's wife, Jenny. A short-lived kingdom named for this region, which in 1807 adopted its country's first written constitution, was led by Napoleon's spendthrift brother Jerome. This region names the modern form of nation-state sovereignty in reference to an agreement that was deemed reprobate, inane, and devoid of meaning by Pope Innocent X. 2 treaties named for its cities of Osnabrück and Munster made up an agreement named for this region, which in 1648 confirmed the division of the Holy Roman Empire into Protestant and Catholic areas. For 10 points, what region names the peace that ended the...
Westphalia.
Yes.
Bohemia the entire time.
For 10. Here is your bonus. This person included a diagram of a sunlight-activated bomb in a letter that implied his name was Alfred E. Newman, the mascot of Mad Magazine. For 10 points each, name this person who sent the Z340 cipher to the San Francisco Chronicle in 1969.
Okay. Zodiac Killer.
Yep. In 2020, a team of mathematicians used part of this company's Mathematica program to crack Zodiac's Z340 cryptogram. This computing company runs an answer engine that appends alpha to its name.
Wolfram?
Yep. In 1969, a pair of married teachers cracked the Z408 cipher by identifying killing as one of these commonly used words. This 4-letter term refers to a word that is guessed correctly in known plaintext attacks.
Core.
Answer?
Core.
This is a crib, so that is 20 on the bonus.
Gotta sing an R.
And going into toss up the last.
And a vowel.
D. Michael Quinn compared this person's magic worldview and descriptions of 3 degrees of glory to Emanuel Swedenborg's cosmology. Masonic oaths resemble penalties that this man outlined for a ceremony that reenacts the fall of Adam and Eve. This author of the Word of Wisdom denied the inheritance of original sin in the second of 13 articles of faith he listed. This person's translation of the Gospel of Matthew is included in the Pearl of Great Price. This person created the endowment ceremony and the quorum of...
Joseph Smith?
Yes. 410. And here's your bonus. Answer the following about the sonnet writer Jones Very for 10 points each. Very was a member of this literary movement until he left to declare himself the second coming of Christ. Another poet in this movement described being a transparent eyeball and part or particle of God.
Wait, like, what is the, I don't know, Puritan? Is that a literary movement?
Answer?
Puritan.
This is transcendentalism. Jones Very was born in this town, which is also home to the House of the Seven Gables. Tituba and John Proctor are tried in this town in Arthur Miller's The Crucible.
Salem.
Yep. This transcendentalist editor of The Dial wrote the first review of Berry's book, Essays and Poems. This author expanded the essay The Great Lawsuit into her Women in the 19th Century. This is Margaret Fuller, so that is 10 on the bonus. I have the final score of Chattahoochee V 220, Northmont 390. Great game to both teams.
Good game.
Good game.
220.
Literally, I QB reader in literature, and they say this country.
All right.
Like I know this.
Welcome everyone to round 2 of the 2025 PACE NSC. I am your moderator, Mike Bentley. This round is sponsored by Mike Laudermith. This round is dedicated to late David L. Riley, former Loyola Academy coach, IHSS BCA chair, and PACE member on the 10th anniversary of his passing. His love of learning and passion for Quiz Bowl still guides us today. Thanks for Mike for sponsoring. So we have in this round, Carmel B and Thomas Jefferson B. Is everyone ready to get started? Okay. Here we go with toss-up number 1. One of these events in 1973, dubbed the Battle of Versailles, pitted Frenchmen against Americans like Bill Blass. Linda Evangelista and Christy Turlington unusually locked arms to George Michael's Freedom 90 at one of these events in 1991 that preceded the Waif era. At these events, which may be organized by people like Oscar de la Renta, people...
Fashion show?
That's right, for power.
The fashion toss-up, they come up. That's crazy.
Bonus, a poet with his first name wrote about a woman afraid of love and me and all things human in a poem ending the brown of her eyes, her hair, for 10 points each. The poet of The Farmer's Bride had what first name and last name Mew? Mew wrote an introduction to the poems of Emily Bronte, whose literary sisters had first names Anne and this name.
Emily.
Charlotte.
Wait, hold on.
Charlotte Mew wrote a poem about the nunhead one of these places, declaring there's something terrible about a child. Another poem about this type of place references mute and glorious Miltons and begins the curfew tolls the knell of parting day. Answer?
No answer.
It's a cemetery. This imagist poet of Helen in Egypt and Sea Garden praised Charlotte Mew's monologues. This poet wrote, "Whirl up, sea, cover us with your pools of fur and Oread, or Oread."
Pound.
It's HD, no points there.
It's okay. Next.
I'm not even supposed to do that.
Toss-up 2. One character tests people with this occupation with 3 questions about signatures, time, and blindness, and is answered with 3 narratives for each. A character with this occupation uses the point of view of a dog and a tree to criticize Nusret Hoxha for his opposition to coffee in this occupation. An apprentice in this occupation uses it for an expression of affection based on Nizami's story of Hirsev and Shirin that is returned 12 years later by Esther. One novel opens with a member of this profession who's just been murdered and thrown down a well and is named Elegant Effendi. For 10 points, name is occupation of the central characters of My Name is Red, who primarily work with colors.
Painters.
Yes, I can take that. Bonus. Note to players, description required. Shem Window seals the title character of the Window epic in a drum and performs this action to him, leading him to be raised by his aunt Ayan Gura. For 10 points each, describe this action that Yohebed performs to her son to save his life in another story.
Like puts him in a river?
Yes. While saving his father from the underworld, Window almost gambles away all of his stuff with Sherburungu, the god of this domain. A deity of this domain is given hornets, a fairy, and a leopard by a hero.
Like trickery? Trickery?
No, this is the sky. Oh. The lightning god Nakuba is enraged when Window kills his brother Karimu, a 7-headed one of these animals. Another many-headed example of these creatures is the Loranian Hydra.
Dragon.
Say that again?
Dragon?
Yes, or serpent.
Excuse me, could you speak a little louder?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Use your words. You're so weird.
What I do?
Not you, him.
Okay, toss-up 3. The day this agreement was enacted, the first declaration and revolutionary laws were also announced by a far-left group. The assassination of Donaldo Colosio after this agreement was passed hurt the presidency of Carlos Salinas de Gortari. A crisis after this agreement's enactment led to the Debt Disclosure Act during Ernesto Zedillo's presidency. This agreement triggered the Zapatista uprising in Chiapas. The peso...
Like the
That's fine.
trade deal between...
The peso crisis occurred shortly after this agreement, despite the economic opportunities it was promised to create. Following this agreement, maquiladoras popped up en masse in various border cities. For 10 points, name this 1994 agreement that allows Mexico to trade freely with the USA. That's right.
It's fine.
Bonus. As Louis XIV's court composer, Jean-Baptiste Lully wrote for a 5-part string orchestra that included the haute contre, tie, and bass forms of this instrument. For 10 points each, name this string instrument pitched between the violin and cello.
Viola.
Tie also refers to a tenor form of this instrument, first used in Lully's ballet Alcidane. The shawm developed into this wind instrument whose demore form is pitched in A.
Okay.
Yes. In his ballets, Lully developed this musical form consisting of a slow section with dotted rhythms followed by a fast fugal section. Bach's Clavier Oblong 2 pairs the Italian concerto with one of these pieces.
I shouldn't know.
Answer?
Cantata.
It's a French overture, 20 points. Tossup 4. An 1898 short by George Albert Smith titled For This Person was the first use of the double exposure special effect in film. Peter the Nook joins this person at the end of A Life and Adventures by L. Frank Baum. This person's modern iconography comes from...
Dorothy?
No, sorry. Comes from commercial illustrator Haddon Sundblom, who drew on the best-known work by General Theological Seminary professor Clement Clark Moore. An 1897 letter about this person addressed to the New York Sun earned lifelong fame for 8-year-old Virginia O'Hanlon. Allegedly, a misprint of a department store hotline led NORAD to begin tracking this person's location. For 10 points, name this person who gives presents to nice...
Santa.
Yes, Santa is right. Bonus. Successors to Pecky-Quinn theory seek to explain why this theory, but not electroweak theory, preserves CP symmetry. For 10 points each, name this predominant theory of the gluon-mediated strong interaction among quarks.
Standard model.
QCD. These particles are the Goldstone bosons of Pecky-Quinn theory. Modern theories include invisible instances of these dark matter candidates that were independently theorized by Steven Weinberg and Frank Vilcek.
Baryons.
Axions. Theories of axions are motivated by the anomalously small value for a QCD parameter denoted with this letter. Alongside phi, this is the most common Greek letter used to denote angles.
Theta.
10. Toss up number 5. Description acceptable. These regions are constrained by maladaptive gene flow in the genetic swamping hypothesis. Rappaport's rule constrains these regions if they appear in extreme locations. These regions are subdivided by vicariance. In one model, a series of these regions form a ring with incompatible ends. If one of these regions spans much of the Earth, then it is cosmopolitan. The latitudes of these regions cause allometric variation according to Allen's and Bergman's rules. These regions are respectively extended, split, and maintained in parapatric, allopatric, and sympatric speciation.
Like populations of organisms. What?
Nope. These regions are expanded by dispersal and migration. For 10 points, name these ecological regions in which a given species lives.
Habitats.
Yes, I can take that. Bonus. John Milton refuted a book attributed to this author point by point in Iconoclastes. For 10 points each, name this author who allegedly wrote the pious diary Icon Basilica. This ruler's death was preceded by Pride's Purge, in which some members of Parliament were blocked from entering the House of Commons.
Wait, Charles the First.
Yes.
Nice.
Some attribute the icon Basilica to John Galdon, who claims to have written it shortly after this 1660 event in which the Stuart monarch was reinstated under Charles II. Answer? It's the Restoration. Like Charles I, this man was posthumously executed after the 1403 Battle of Shrewsbury. This rebel against Henry Bolingbroke was nicknamed for his quickness in battle. Answer?
Richard III.
It's Henry Percy or Harry Hotspur. 10 points.
We should have gotten 12.
Toss-up 6. Description acceptable. Ceremonial procedures of these events are described in a 15th century Johannes Burchard text published 400 years later. Special coins featuring a parasol and 2 crossed keys were issued during these events. The secretary of these events traditionally receives a red zucchetto at their end. A 3-year one of these events that ended in 1271 resulted in the proclamation of Ube Periculum. These events coincide with a period known as sede vacante. The fumata bianca indicates a 2/3 majority has been reached.
Like electing a new pope.
Yes. 10 points. Bonus. At this novel's end, a character turns pale upon seeing Marcello Solaro wearing a pair of shoes she has made, which had been bought by her fiancé Stefano. For 10 points each, name this 2011 novel. The first in a series about Lila and Linu.
Oh, my beautiful friend.
Sure.
My beautiful friend.
Say it again?
My beautiful friend.
No, it's My Brilliant Friend.
Oh
My
God.
Brilliant Friend is the first of this author's Neapolitan novels. This anonymous author's chosen pseudonym is a reference to the novelist Elsa Morante.
Elena Ferrante.
Yes. Ferrante wrote the text for a 2021 lecture series named after this other author, which was delivered by an actor. This Italian author wrote The Name of the Rose.
Erco.
Yes, 10. Or 20 on the books, rather. Toss up 7. A campaign whose name starts with this word was targeted in the Anniston bombing attacks. Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner were murdered by the KKK while participating in a campaign whose name starts with this word. To protest the lack of enforcement of the Boynton v. Virginia ruling, Corps founder James...
Summer?
No, sorry. James Farmer led a campaign whose name starts with this word. Volunteers flooded into Mississippi to help register black voters in a summer named for this word. This word identifies protesters against bus segregation who rode buses through southern states. In I Have a Dream, Martin Luther King Jr. quoted the patriotic lyric, "Let this word ring." For 10 points, a group of riders were named for what synonym of liberty?
Freedom.
Freedom is correct.
That's scoffed.
Bonus, Anaconda is a distribution of this programming language that comes with Conda, which was written to replace Pip. For 10 points each, name this language that, despite featuring utilities like spider, pandas, and polars, shares its name with a snake.
Python.
Pip and Conda are examples of this type of software that respectively uses a PyPI and a network of independent channels. NPM is this type of software for JavaScript.
I was gonna say like installation software.
Oh, Pip was okay. Yeah. that makes
Answer?
sense.
Installation software.
Prompt.
Module installation software direct.
Yeah.
No, we want a package manager. Code in Python packages should contain the condition if name is equal to this word in order to prevent extraneous code execution upon import. Any C++ program must contain an integer value global function named for this word.
That was present. Like if package present.
Answer?
Present.
This is main.
Oh. We should have gotten
We
it.
should have done this. TJ's
As you can tell, we are not CS mains. We haven't sold out.
Toss up 8.
We have made.
Pirates steal the key to a city on this body of water in a festival run by Ye Mystic Crew of Gasparilla. A city on this body of water is the more northern claimant to a sandwich made of mojo pork and cheese invented by immigrants. The American Salvador Dali Museum is in a city on this body of water connected...
Tampa Bay.
Yes.
Nice.
Power. Bonus. Answer the following about some of the artists referenced in the Great American Muse series by Roger Shimomura for 10 points each. One of this pop artist's fighter jet paintings hangs in the background of the series' first entry. This artist painted I Know Brad.
Big Ben sign.
Yes. The 16th entry references Andy Warhol with a painting of one of these fruits in the foreground. Maurizio Catalan's 2019 piece Comedian consists of a real example of this fruit duct taped to a
Banana.
wall. Yes. A painting by this artist hangs above a toilet in the 29th entry in Shimomura's series. This artist moved away from Expressionism after a series of studies like 1908's Evening, Red Tree.
Magritte.
Mondrian, 20. Toss up 9. Use of cyanobiphenyls as discotics in these materials was popularized by George Gray. Stephanie Kwolek's work with polymer solutions of these materials led to her discovery of Kevlar. In-plane switching improves the performance of devices that use these materials, which typically have an order parameter between 0.3 and 0.9. The cholesteric type of these materials form unaligned layers, unlike their smectic type. An electric field polarizes these materials to make them transparent or opaque in the twisted pneumatic effect. These materials display properties of both fluids and ordered solids, and organic LEDs are replacing them in namesake displays. For 10 points.
Neon.
Say it again?
Neon.
No, sorry. Name these materials the LC and LCD.
Liquid crystals?
Yes. Bonus. This function occurs twice in the middle stage of Jesperson's cycle, as in the French ne pas that is currently evolving into just pas. For 10 points each, name this function, whose repetition is often considered ungrammatical, but is common in spoken English sentences like I didn't do nothing.
Double negatives? Double negatives?
Yeah.
Double negatives.
Yeah. Alan Gardner described what we now call Jesperson's cycle when studying double negation in this language.
AAVE.
Scripts for this Afro-Asiatic language include hieratic and demotic.
AAVE.
No, sorry, this is Egyptian. Speakers of this broad dialect often repeat the word for no before and after a verb for emphasis. This large Romance dialect palatizes D and T sounds.
D and T.
Romantic?
Like Italian.
Sure.
Answer?
Italian.
This is Brazilian Portuguese, 10 points.
Romantic.
Toss up 10. This author wrote, I'm going out to fetch the little calf in 2 quatrains ending, I shan't be gone long, you come too. This poet wrote about an animal not to blame for his key in a minor bird, and describes a dimpled spider, fat and white, holding up a moth in design.
Frost.
Power. Bonus. The city's chief crop was a legendary contraceptive, medicine, and seasoning called silphium. For 10 points each, in the city in modern-day Libya, that was the birthplace of the skeptic philosopher Carneades and the polymath Erasthenes. Colonists from Thera founded this city's Batia dynasty.
Eratosthenes, like Elia? I don't know.
Okay.
Answer?
Elia.
Cyrene. The myth that the heart symbol is shaped like a silphium seed can be traced to this Muslim author's 11th century canon of medicine.
Oh, Avicenna. Okay, Avicenna.
Alexander the Great's army mistook a relative of silphium called Asufatida for a new source of the plant while returning from a campaign near this river. Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were cities on this river.
Indus.
That's right for 20.
Nice.
That is the half. At the half, I have 100 for Carmel, 170 for Thomas Jefferson B.
Okay, still kind of close, guys.
Where's the sign? Okay, liquid crystal.
Wait,
Okay.
would you have accepted biomes for habitats?
I don't remember those in the answer line. It had a number of things. Ranges was the main answer.
What?
Like species ranges.
We're just talking about allopatry, so St. Patrick was
Species, ranges, distributions, or habitats.
Would distributions of species not be a popular? Okay, whatever.
Forget
Alright, everyone ready? Here's Tossup 11.
Fahrenheit 451.
The Orchestra Revolutionaire et Romantique performed this symphony in a 2003 BBC film dramatizing its first rehearsal. Its composer's Opus 35 and this symphony's finale are sets of variations on a contradance beginning pick up E flat, long G, short E flat, long D. The symphony was written a year after its composer resolved not to kill himself in the Heiligenstadt Testament. The symphony uses the relative C minor for its second movement, Funeral March. The start of the Romantic era is often traced to the 2 forte E flat major chords that open this symphony. The subtitle, composed to celebrate the memory of a great man.
Eroica Symphony?
Yes.
Nice.
10 points. Bonus. This word names a layer of the epidermis that is present in the thick skin of palms and soles. For 10 points each, give this word that names a thin layer of the epidermis that can appear below the stratum corneum.
Lucid.
This is the second word in the name of an iridescent layer of the eye that improves night vision in nocturnal animals.
Hang on.
Is it basal?
Yeah, stratum lucidum, direct.
Yes. The epidermis is primarily composed of cells named for this protein, which can differentiate into corneocytes. The intermediate filaments formed by this protein are rich in disulfide bridges.
Keratin.
Yes. Keratinocytes of the epidermis receive this polymer from the stratum bacilli. This pigment drives the coloration of human skin.
Melanin? Yeah. Melanin.
30.
Nice.
Bio. Oh, you're Anna.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tossup. This deity must wade through a boiling river to reach the well Brunner instead of crossing Bifrost. Shaking mountains alert the servant Bela to this deity's arrival during a flating. This deity kills a Jotun who is enraged by the horse Svathilfari.
Thor?
His power.
Nice.
Bonus, a poem by this author addressed to my Lord Fairfax asks, why should, of all things, man unruled, such unproportioned dwellings build? For 10 points each, name this author of the country house poem upon Appleton House. This author's most famous poem ends, though we cannot make our son stand still, yet we will make him run.
Oh my god.
Is it too athlete?
I don't know.
Answer?
I forgot this.
Blake.
Andrew Marvell. A character in this novella takes his nickname Starry from Upon Appleton House. This novella ends with a poem named for its title character in the Darbies, ending the oozy weeds about me twist.
Oh my god.
Is it like the Ishiguro?
Answer?
Snow Country?
It's Billy Budd. Billy Budd was written by this author who created a hymn describing the ribs and terrors in the whale in his novel Moby Dick.
Oh, Melville.
Melville.
10. Tossup 13. This period's rock formations include Old Red Sandstone and the Rhynie Shirt, which names this period's vascular plant genus Rhynia. Phasopid trilobites went extinct.
Cambrian?
No, sorry. At the end of this period, in the Hagenberg event, which was smaller than the Kellwasser event that separates its Frasnian and Flaminian ages. While it's mostly in the following period, Romer's Gap is in the fossil record began in this period. The crocodile-like transitional fossil Tiktaalik is from this period that contained the earliest appearance of ammonites, four-legged amphibians, and forests. The Silurian and Carboniferous periods bookended this age of fishes. For 10 points, a southwest England county names what period abbreviated D?
Devonian.
For 10.
Can't believe they're Tossup.
Bonus. This man's ranch was foreclosed upon by Edward Doheny in the aftermath of a criminal case, in which Doheny himself was acquitted. For 10 points each, name this man who became the first cabinet minister to go to prison following a case in which Harry Sinclair was convicted of contempt of court after a mistrial. Answer? Albert Fall. Fall was imprisoned for his role in this event, in which he, the Teapot Dome scandal retrospectively tarnished the presidency of this Republican, whose sudden death in 1923 led to his replacement by Calvin Coolidge. That's right. For 20, Tossup 14. The first UN award named for this variable was co-won by Xian Xinzong, chair of China's NFPC. This variable declines after the year 2030 according to the 1972 World 3 computer simulation funded by the Club of Rome. A 1970 Tonight Show appearance sparked panic about this variable when Paul Ehrlich discussed his book... population. That's power. Bonus. In Race Matters, Cornell West called the adoption of this philosophical view the major enemy of black survival in America. For 10 points each, name this philosophical view, often summarized as nothing matters.
Nihilism?
Nihilism.
According to Keiji Nishitani, nihilism is a Western notion derived from a form of negativity that he contrasted with this Sanskrit term. This term, central to Buddhist philosophy, is often translated as emptiness.
Like anatta.
Yes.
Anatta?
This is sunyata.
Oh my god.
Or shunyata. Nishitani defined Western nihility in a book titled For This Practice and Nothingness. William James contrasted healthy-minded and sick-souled approaches to this practice in a book on the varieties of its experience.
No, religious experience.
Okay.
Religion.
Yes.
Religion.
Oh. I want a book by William James. It's next to my bed, and I still have to read it. No, it's different, but not as like the song.
Toss 15. In a play by this writer, a man declares that he does not like the months of the year after he is asked to imitate February. A character created by this writer tells the story of a calf who eats too much glass and has to give birth. In a play by this writer, capital letters are used to write angel food by the orator after the old man and the old woman shout, "Long live the emperor," and jump out the window. Surreal dialogue is exchanged by English couples called the Smiths and the Martins with the fire chief in a play by this writer of The Chairs.
Ionesco?
Yes. Bonus. Although these apps are banned in China, many of the most popular ones come from that country. For 10 points each, identify these programs, which include Tunnel Bear. YouTube ads often tout how these programs trick Netflix into thinking you're logging in from another country.
VPN.
This security company purchased Tunnel Bear in 2018. This company's founder and namesake hanged himself in a Barcelona prison in 2021 after learning that he would be extradited to the U.S. to face tax evasion charges.
I got that guy.
McAfee.
Yes. This senator has called for an investigation into the use of VPNs as spying tools. This Oregon Democrat and privacy advocate introduced the 2019 Mind Your Own Business Act.
Oregon Democrat. Oh my god.
It's running through etymologies.
Joe Biden.
Answer?
Joe Biden.
It's Ron Wyden.
Joe Biden's
Ron
20.
Wyden. You're so
Toss
gross.
16. A pamphlet co-authored by this thinker includes cartoons with captions such as "People are gentle or warlike depending on their training." In one introduction, this colleague of Gene Weltfish stated that the goal is a world made safe for differences. This thinker introduced Coyote and Badger in a compilation of Zuni folktales. This thinker introduced a dichotomy to which fear has since been added. This thinker defined culture as personality writ large in an influential textbook. This student of Franz Boas performed anthropology.
Zori Neale Hurston.
No, sorry. From a distance upon Japan, contrasting its shame culture to Western guilt cultures. For 10 points, famous anthropologist who wrote The Chrysanthemum and the Sword.
Mead.
No, sorry, it's Ruth Benedict.
Let's go.
It's philosophy, it's social science.
Okay, so that goes dead. We move on to Tossup 17. Accusations that the son of this city's king was poisoned by Joseph ibn Nagrela led to a 1066 pogrom. Zawi ibn Ziri sailed north to establish the Zirids in this city. A ruler of the city was told, "Weep like a woman for a kingdom you could not defend like a man." The rebellion of the Alparajas responded to forced conversions of people who had lived in a kingdom centered on the city, which was last ruled by Bo Abdil and was the longest-lasting Taifa kingdom. The Court of the Lions was built by this city's Nasrid.
Madrid?
No, sorry. Dynasty in a building that named the decree expelling Jews from Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella's conquest of this city ended the Reconquista. For 10 points, name a Spanish city, home to the Alhambra.
Seville.
No, sorry, it's Granada.
Something about I was gonna say Alhambra, and I was like, wait, no, they said that. So I was like, wait, is
That one also goes dead. So we move on to Tossup 18. Tossup 18. The floor function around a coefficient of 1/2 distinguishes an expression describing a 1D system named for this scientist from the energy of a particle in a box. This scientist names a gas that exhibits degeneracy pressure at absolute zero and is used to derive the Chandrasekhar limit. This scientist names a quantity often conflated with the chemical potential that lies within the band gap for insulators. The scientist names the highest occupied energy level in metals. Particles named for this scientist do not condense at low temperatures because they obey statistics named for him in Dirac. For 10 points.
Polly.
No, sorry. Identify this physicist who, in contrast to Bose, names particles with half-integer spin.
Fermi.
That's right. Bonus. This city's namesake investigated an incident in which two drunk men celebrated Bastille Day by blowing up an African man. For 10 points each, identify this African city named for an Italian who died on return to France before he could deliver his anti-imperial report.
Italian.
Answer.
Victor Emmanuel.
It's Brazzaville. Although de Brazza is still honored, all cities named for this racist Welsh author of In Darkest Africa have been renamed. This man discovered a doctor on the shores of Lake Tanganyika.
Henry Morton Sahi.
Say it again?
Henry Morton Sahi.
Yes. The Republic of Congo's city of Nikayi was once named Jacob after a French engineer who surveyed the route for one of these projects. Cecil Rhodes proposed one of these projects from Cape Town to Cairo.
Railroad.
Yeah. Yes.
May I have a score check, please?
Yes. It is 160, 310 going into Tossup 19.
It's fine.
All right, Tossup.
You're fine.
A version of this painting, commissioned by the Prince Regent of Waldeck and held at Michigan's Clements Library, exemplifies its artist's concept of epic representation. William Pitt the Elder complained about too much dejection in the expression of this painting's title figure. Beads were used to model the contemporary dress of a man in this painting who also wears moccasins. Henry Brown holds a flag and looks down at this painting's central figure, whose right hand is wrapped in a white tourniquet. In the bottom left of this painting, a tattooed First Nations man crouches in front of the St. Lawrence River near the...
Washington Crossing the Delaware?
No, sorry. Near the title commander, for 10 points, same as Benjamin West's painting titled For a Man Who Died at the Battle of Quebec.
The death of General Nelson.
No, it's the death of General Wolfe. And last toss-up. In this novel, a man seated under a television remembers a box of snakes and ladders and cries 2 gin-scented tears. The claim anyone under 45 is perfectly capable of touching his toes is made by a TV fitness instructor in this novel. A man in this novel writes about a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, up, up in war films in his diary, and hears a TV play, I told you and you sold me. Sorry, I sold you and you sold me. Under the spreading chestnut tree. A dark-haired girl with a red junior anti-sex league sash.
1984.
Yes. 10 points. Your bonus. Pyotr Tchaikovsky was apocryphally challenged to write a melody using just a major scale when composing the pas de deux for this character and Prince Coqueluche. For 10 points each, name this queen of the land of sweets from the Nutcracker, whose namesake dance is scored by a Celesta.
Just the Sugar Plum Fairy direct? Sure.
The Nutcracker was rarely performed outside Russia until 1954, when this Georgian-American choreographer's staging for the New York City Ballet turned it into a Christmas classic.
Ivanov, Petipa, Balanchine.
Answer.
Ivanov.
Balanchine. This dancer played the Sugar Plum Fairy in Balanchine's hit production of The Nutcracker. The New York City Ballet's first major success under Balanchine featured this Native American dancer as the Firebird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I only know Misty Copeland.
Petipa.
As a tall chief, so that is 10 points on the bonus. And that is the end of the game. So final score, 160 for Carmel B, 330 for Thomas Jefferson B.
Okay, we need to officially meet up after this. Are you going to?
Figure it out.
Well, negative plus or negative plus.
All right. Good luck to both teams.
Let's go.
We're gonna get started with toss-up number 1. It's very fun today. Toss-up 1. The sprezzatura in this artist's works is often compared to another artist's Carabolita and was first described by Baldassare Castiglione, who wears a fur-lined robe in this artist's portrait of him. This artist planned 4 paintings depicting the life of Constantine that his student Giulio Romano helped create. This artist's Marriage of the Virgin was based on that of his teacher Perugino.
Raphael?
Yes, George.
Good speed.
Well done, son.
Sorry.
And your bonus. The oldest temple to this goddess at Cytherea depicts her armed for 10 points each. Name this Greek goddess whose main domain stands in stark contrast to her warlike Arrhea aspect, which may come from her Sumerian origins in the goddess Inanna.
Athena.
This is Aphrodite. Pausanias claimed that Aphrodite Arrhea was actually a female version of this Greek war god with whom Aphrodite committed adultery.
Ares.
Yep. In a possible attempt to de-emphasize her war aspect, Zeus tells Aphrodite war is not your department, after she approaches him in response to a long one of these passages, in which Pandarus is killed and Aeneas' hip is crushed by a rock-wielding hero.
Passages? Epic.
Answer?
Verse.
This is an Aristea.
Like, oh.
That is 10
Let's go,
on
let's go.
Toss-up 2. An average of 100 religious burials per day take place in this country's Valley of Peace. A religious group mostly found in this country uses Phragmites reeds to construct a building called a mudif by one religious group in this country. A modern tradition in this country involves men wearing chains and whip handles around their necks as drums beat and celebrants symbolically hurt themselves. The majority of Awaris, or marsh Arabs, live in this country, where 25 million people traveled in 2023 for Abrain. One city in this country is the burial site of Ali ibn Ali Talib. This country is home to the Shia pilgrimage cities of Najaf and Karbala. For 10 points, name this country whose religious minority of Sunni Kurds were persecuted.
Iraq.
Yep.
Good work. Nice job. Just
Yeah, just get it there. Good work. Useless information.
And here's your bonus.
Please.
Wnt and Notch are pathways for the paracrine and justicrine types of this process, respectively, for 10 points each. Name this general process by which cells communicate with each other and their environments. Hormones are involved in this process in which second messengers perform transduction.
Signaling.
Oh yeah, that's right. Signaling.
Yep. Wnt signaling involves a family of these receptors called frizzled. These GTP hydrolyzing receptors with an acronymic name pass through the cell membrane 7 times.
GFP. GFP.
This is GPCRs.
Oh yeah.
Frizzled
Yes.
forms a co-receptor with receptors of these particles, LRP5 and 6. APOB blood tests measure concentrations of these particles alongside similar intermediate ones.
Salts.
Answer?
Particulates.
This is low-density lipoproteins,
Okay.
or LDLs.
Oh.
So that is 10
Okay, that's
on
kind of.
bonus.
That's okay. You're good. Let's go.
That's a cholesterol. Okay. That makes sense.
Just 3. Workers producing this resource forced corporate executives to hide in the wilderness during a revolt partly incited by a forced American food diet. Frank Sieberling established a company for this resource that produced the F4U Corsair. Because it headquartered 4 different producers of this resource, including one created by B.F. Goodrich, this resource is...
Rubber.
Yes, power.
I should have just called it. It was. The entire toss-up was
And
4
your
left.
bonus. This play originally ended with a family taking up arms in defense against their new neighbors, inspired by the author's father, Carl's, involvement in a Supreme Court case against restrictive covenants. For 10 points each, name this play, which ends with Mama grabbing a houseplant as the younger family moves out.
Raisin in the Sun.
Yep, this playwright of The Sign in Sidney Brewstein's window wrote A Raisin in the Sun.
Hansberry.
Yep. Robert O'Hara's staging of A Raisin in the Sun for this group drew controversy for adding an ending scene in which the youngers see the N-word graffitied onto their new home. This organization's eponymous off-Broadway venue in Lower Manhattan premiered For Colored Girls, Top Dog Underdog, and Hamilton.
The Harlem Troupe.
This is the Public Theater that 420 on the bonus.
Maybe you could possibly imagine.
Toss up 4. This character was defended with the line that it is an equal error to blame the praiseworthy and to praise the blameworthy in an encomium by Gorgias. In a namesake play, this character swears an oath to the river Eurotas before asking about the fate of her husband. This character escapes with her presumed dead husband after promising to marry Theoclymenus, an Egyptian king, in a play by Euripides. Euripides also wrote about this character as part of the title Group of Women in a play where it is revealed at the end that she avoided her death sentence from her husband Menelaus. For 10 points, what Greek woman is known as the face that launched?
Helen.
Yes.
Sorry.
I think Helen's
I didn't have
so I was
those.
sitting on that. I was waiting for the
your
woman that
bonus.
did something.
Philip Ewell's article Music Theory in the White Racial Frames quotes this theorist's belief that notes in the octave don't have equal rights. For 10 points each, name this virulently racist Austrian music theorist. This theorist's namesake analysis reduces music to a fundamental progression called the ersatz.
Orff.
This is Heinrich Schenker. Because the minimal ersatz outlines the scale degrees 3, 2, 1, a common parody of Schenkerian analysis holds that all music reduces to this nursery rhyme, whose title animals get their tails cut off.
3 blind mice.
3 blind mice.
Yep. Harmonically, the minimal ersatz outlines a progression from tonic to this function and back to tonic. The 5 chord has this function.
Dominant.
Yep, 420 on the bonus.
I hate that.
And toss up 5. Tom B. Brown et al. 2020 describes power law-based empirical scaling laws that restrict analysis of this type of data. This is the canonical type of data whose analysis is tailored via indexing and retrieval steps in RAG. A mechanism for processing this type of data is parallelized in a multi-head approach. Seek to Seek inspired the paper Attention is All You Need, which improved encoder-decoder architecture for handling this type of data. This autoregressive type of data is the focus of tools like Palm, Chinchilla, and Meta's Llama. Transformers typically handle this non-visual type of data.
Language?
Yes, for
Llama is a large language.
Nice, good job.
That's indeed L in Llama.
What's
And your bonus. During World War II, the U.S. 1st Marine Division adapted this ballad by Banjo Peterson as their official march. For 10 points each, name this song which the band played in an Eric Bogle song memorializing the Gallipoli campaign. It is considered Australia's unofficial national anthem.
Waltzing Matilda.
Sure is. Bogle's song laments how Australian troops were butchered at Suvla Bay during Gallipoli, though they mostly fought at a cove with this name. William Birdwood commanded a corps of this name.
Anzac.
Yep. Bogle's song was written to protest participation in this war. Harold Holt pledged he was all the way with LBJ during this war, which included the Tet Offensive.
Vietnam.
Yep, 430.
Let's go. Come on. We got it.
Toss up 6. An economist from this country argued degrowth was necessary to save the planet in his book Capital in the Anthropocene. A decline of 22% of this country's GDP, resulting from a severe drop in corporate investment, caused what economist Richard Koo labeled a balance sheet recession. This country's central bank drastically increased bond purchases in an early use of quantitative easing. The collapse of this country's real estate and stock markets...
The U.S.
No.
Sorry.
The collapse of this country's real estate and stock markets in 1991 preceded its low-growth lost decades. This rapidly aging country has the highest elderly dependency ratio in the world. For 10 points, name this country whose economic miracle included conglomerates such as Mitsubishi.
Japan.
Yep. For 10. And your bonus. The nth term in this series includes a rank n tensor with 2 n+1 components for 10 points each. Name this mathematical series that is used to approximate the electrostatic potential at large distances from a charge distribution.
A series. Yeah.
Answer?
Lyman.
This is multipole expansion. The monopole term in the multipole expansion is given by this law. A Frenchman names this inverse square law that is central to electrostatics.
Coulombs?
Yep. Higher order terms of the multipole expansion feature Legendre polynomials evaluated at this function of the quantity alpha, which relates the vectors r and r prime. Via Taylor expansion, this function is often approximated as 1 minus x squared over 2.
Cosine.
Yep.
Let's go.
That
Alright, let's
is 20 on bonus.
I don't know.
All right, toss up 7.
Sign's not hot.
As a student, this politician unsuccessfully lobbied to rename a football stadium for Ernie Davis and later married a lawyer who represented Delaware North in a controversial NFL stadium deal. In January 2025, this governor stated, "The cost of living is just too damn high," in support of a law to ban hedge funds buying single-family homes. This politician, who in 2022 narrowly defeated Republican Lee Zeldin, decided not to use their power to fire a mayor implicated in a scandal involving Turkish Airlines. This governor vetoed the later...
Hochul.
Yes.
Good job, bro. Like, it's fucking New York.
Yeah. Who is this?
And your bonus.
Good job.
One of the first works of big history was this author's The Outline of History, which sold 10 times more than any of his novels in his lifetime, for 10 points each. Name this author who also advocated for a world state of unified nations, which inspired the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
They say he.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Mel.
This is H.G. Wells.
Okay.
Later big history writer Jared Diamond argued that these weapons, along with germs and steel, were key to Eurasian hegemony.
Guns.
Yep. Yuval Noah Harari's big history book, Homo Deus, has also been called an end of history book, a reference to this political scientist's influential 1992 book, The End of History and the Last Man.
Krugman.
This is Francis Fukuyama, so that is 10 on the bonus.
He's my favorite Fukuyama.
Toss up 8.
Let's go, come on.
A technique developed to study these molecules can also be used to study F centers in crystals. These molecules both begin and are products of hydrogen atom abstractions. These molecules rapidly undergo disproportionation or dimerization when they are reaction intermediates. These molecules...
Like radicals?
Yes, power.
Good, great buzz. Come on.
Good buzz. And here is your bonus. This one-time comics writer often stuffed some of her 300 pet snails in her pockets while traveling. For 10 points each, name this author whose time working in Bloomingdale's toy department inspired the character Carol in her lesbian novel, The Price of Salt.
Highsmith, right? That's just Highsmith?
Yes.
Good work.
Guy and Bruno trade murders in a Patricia Highsmith novel titled For Strangers on These Vehicles. Anna Karenina kills herself by being hit by one of these vehicles.
Train.
A clock ticking during this event titles a story in Highsmith's Mermaids on the Golf Course. In the third stave of a novella titled for this event, the protagonist is asked, "Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses?"
This is the medium, bro. I don't know it though.
What are they asking?
Makes sense.
Answer?
Holocaust.
This is Christmas.
Oh.
That is
good 40,
20 on the bonus.
Let's go, come on. That's just
And
Christmas Carol.
Toss up 9.
Let's go.
In this city, Rabbi Israel Lipkin founded the Counter-Enlightenment Musar movement. This city was the center of a movement of opponents, or mitnagdim, who later adopted a demonym with the suffix vak. Napoleon called this city the Jerusalem of the North. An 18th century rabbi...
Oh, shit. Moscow. No.
No. The Jerusalem of the North, an 18th century rabbi who opposed the rise of Hasidism, is commonly known as the genius from this city, or this city Gaon. A ruler of a state centered on this city secured his cousin Jogaila's rule in another state. Vytautas the Great ruled a Grand Duchy centered on this city. This Baltic city, founded by Gediminas, was the capital of half of a large commonwealth, along with Jagiellonian Poland. For 10 points, name this capital of Lithuania. Yep, 42.
Good job. That's hard.
And your bonus. This animal received little attention in classical Chinese culture, making it a safe symbol during the Maoist era. For 10 points each, name this animal, 2 of which were gifted to the U.S. during Nixon's visit to China. Its diet is mostly bamboo.
Pandas.
Yep. 2 brothers from this family described hunting a giant panda in the book Trailing the Giant Panda. At his estate of Sagamore Hill, the patriarch of this family wrote the book Through the Brazilian Wilderness.
Wait, Roosevelt. Sagamore Hill is Theodore Roosevelt.
Okay.
Roosevelt?
Yep.
Good.
A panda named Chi-Chi brought to this city's zoo in 1958 inspired the logo of the World Wildlife Fund. The now abandoned Penguin Pool in Regent's Park in this city is a celebrated modernist structure.
Is that Regent's?
Okay.
This city?
I thought it was Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, San Diego. Those are the
Answer?
Brooklyn.
This is London.
Okay.
20 on the bonus.
Okay. Yeah, say it. Always
Toss
say
up
it, bro.
10, after which we will have a score check. A poem in this language describes 3 half men, of whom one whistles, another meows, a third snivels. A cycle in this language begins with the lines, "No foreign sky protected me, no stranger's wing shielded my face," before describing waiting in a line for 17 months. Yes, power.
Let's go.
Great buzz.
Something
Yeah.
back.
And your
Let's go. Come on,
bonus.
guys.
The 9th Aga Khan Award for Architecture recognized 2 buildings named for this company that use an 8-pointed star floor plan inspired by the Rub El Hazib for 10 points each. Name this state-owned company that names a pair of Caesar Pelli designed towers connected by an iconic sky bridge.
Patronus.
Yep. The Patronus Towers star-shaped floor plan has drawn comparisons to Delhi's Qutb complex, the site of one of these tall, slender towers found at mosques.
Minaret.
Yep. This architect's star-shaped complex for the Patronus University of Technology won in the 10th Aga Khan Award cycle. This architect's firm designed Hong Kong International Airport and the HSBC building.
It might just be
I think it's
but I
bad.
think it's that every time.
Sure.
Answer.
Hey.
This is Norman Foster. That is 20 on the bonus. At the half, I have Fremd 130, Northmont
It is.
180.
All right. That's fine.
We
Yeah, we were actually done so bad.
Fine. That
towards- yeah,
last
yeah,
two
yeah.
was still bad.
I neglected to say it at the beginning, but round 3 is sponsored by the alumni of Fisher Catholic Quiz Bowl.
Hey,
So, good luck
let's
to
go,
the teams on the
Sedlak.
second half. And we're going to get started again with Tossup 11. The inability to perform this behavior distinguishes reproductive adults called ergotoids. 2 orders that are indirectly named for this behavior, alongside the prefixes strepsy and die, facilitate this behavior with teardrops-shaped stalks called halters. Alates can perform this behavior, which is performed concurrently with mating in the nuptial form of this behavior that creates new colonies. Structures for this behavior are patterned with dark lateral veins and cross veins in dipterans. The orientation and magnitude of this form of taxis is directed by the circle and waggle dances that communicate pollination routes among...
Mating.
No.
Listen, or don't buzz. Listen.
That communicate pollination routes among bees. For 10 points, name this behavior enabled by wings.
Flight.
Yes.
Goodness.
And your bonus, the TV show Zum Blauen Bach was largely set at one of these locations for 10 points each. Identify these locations, one of which is next to a 1,000-year-old business in Munich called Weihenstephan. Patrons historically bring their own food to eat at tables in these outdoor locations.
Park. Outdoor. Pavilion, maybe.
Answer?
Pavilion.
This is a beer garden.
Oh, sure.
Beer gardens first developed in Munich, the capital of this state in southern Germany, the largest state by area in Germany.
Bavaria.
Yep. At the Zurson Beer Garden in this city, you can still buy pretzels from roaming Breselbuben. West Germany's busiest airport was in this city, which is the most populous city in the state of Hesse.
I think there's an airport in Frankfurt.
Stuttgart.
This is Frankfurt. 10 on the bonus. I'll remind people to keep it down during the other team's bonus. Tossup 12. The rising motif E-flat F C permeates a piece for this ensemble consisting of a chaconne, an intermezzo, and a march. Robert W. Smith wrote most of his works for this ensemble, one of which was founded by Frederick Fennell at the Eastman School of Music. Pieces for this ensemble that can be played as up-tempo screamers.
Like band?
Yes, for power.
I was thinking that's what it's gotta be. Because you don't find something, a string quartet for a school.
And your bonus. Using larger electrodes in this technique requires safety equipment with a higher shade number for 10 points each. Name this technique that, when performed with a namesake electric arc, uses either an inert shielding gas or the byproduct slag to prevent contamination.
Welding.
Yep. Arc welding can produce slag by melting this type of material that composes the core of a consumed wire. This type of material, which shares its name with a physical quantity, removes oxides in soldering.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. Flux.
That it is.
Good.
Shielding gas is needed when welding with a non-consumable electrode made of this metal. Incandescent light bulb filaments are made of this metal with atomic symbol W.
Tungsten.
Yep, for all 30. Tossup 13.
Yeah.
This book's second edition argues against people who view outer experiences as doubtful and indemonstrable in a section titled Refutation of Idealism. This book uses a diamond shape to arrange 4 headers that categorize 12 categories of understanding. This book criticizes both Newton and Leibniz.
Ethics.
No. In a section arguing that space and time cannot be understood as concepts. This book distinguishes between objects of inquiry called noumena and observable properties called phenomena that are understood through the transcendental analytic. This book uses mathematical statements like 7 plus 5 equals 12 to demonstrate that synthetic a priori judgments exist. For 10 points, name this first critique by Immanuel Kant.
Critique of pure reason?
Yep, for 10.
I was going to put that second line, but it's not.
And your bonus. Dan Dan Yoching was an adaptation of many poems from the Tang and Song dynasties into works in this medium, for 10 points each. Name this medium. The Tsi style of poetry was typically paired with a work in this medium, such as Shu Diao Getu, whose most notable pairing was written by Su Shi.
Song?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Poem and a song. Su Shi wrote a Si lyrical work and 2 Fu style odes about this location, inspired by a 3 Kingdoms battle in which Zhuge Liang legendarily summoned the Eastern Wind.
Red Cliff?
Yep. The last line of Su Shi's Si Riverside City depicts this celestial object, which Li Bai legendarily died trying to embrace the reflection of.
Yeah, moon.
Yep. And that is all 30 on the bonus.
We gotta go.
Tossup 14. In a play by this author, a poet's darkness is recited before a flashback of 200 years to when a girl asked if that poet would marry her. In a play by this man, a real-life poet refuses unrequited love for Moses.
Stopper.
Power.
Let's go. Good shit.
Speed.
Good stuff.
Well, because I knew it was Arcadia was the
And your bonus. This philosopher wrote the Misopogon, or beard hater, to satirize philosophers after he was mocked for his beard in Antioch, for 10 points each. Name this philosopher and nephew of Constantine I, who, according to Libanus, was assassinated by a Christian soldier at Samarra for espousing Neoplatonic Hellenism.
I don't mind that. Marcus Aurelius.
This is Julian the Apostate.
Okay, sure.
Julian wrote the satirical The Caesars, in which he praised the Stoic Roman emperor who wrote Meditations.
Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, it is. While Julian was Caesar in this province, he wrote a consolation after Seleucus was reassigned. Galba put down the Vindex revolt in this region, some of whose inhabitants performed a Wicker Man sacrifice.
Just like Britannia. Like Britannia.
This is Gaul. That is 10 on the bonus.
We need like all of the rest. We need the rest.
Tossup 15. A mass use of this tactic in 1923 was inspired by the example of Lord Mayor of Cork, Terence McSwiney. 5,000 people took to the streets of West Berlin in 1974 after this tactic was used by RAF member Holger Means. Marion Wallace Dunlop engaged in this tactic in Holloway after stenciling the Bill of Rights on the House of Commons. People who engaged in this tactic were awarded medals by the WSPU and were allowed to recover under the 1913 Cat and Mouse Act.
Like suffragists?
No. 1913 Cat and Mouse Act. This tactic was employed for 36 days in 1988, the last of several uses of it by Cesar Chavez. In 1981, Bobby Sands died while employing this tactic in a Northern Ireland prison. For 10 points, name this type of non-violent protest that may lead to force feeding.
Like starving yourself?
Yes.
Hunger strike.
Hunger strike. That's what it's called.
What?
And your bonus.
Yeah, no.
This thinker's model of impression management analogizes social interaction as a theatrical performance, for 10 points each. Name this sociologist who analyzed total institutions in asylums. His contributions to the symbolic interactionist tradition include the presentation of self in everyday life.
I don't think so.
No. I don't get anybody else.
Answer?
Foucault.
This is Irving Goffman.
Okay.
This social marker reduces the bearer from a whole and usual person to a tainted, discounted one, according to Goffman's book titled For It. This perception is related to labeling.
Stereotyping.
Yeah, I like that.
Answer?
Stereotyping.
This is stigma. In one work, Goffman analyzed ads containing stereotypes of this concept. Judith Butler discussed performativity in a book titled For This
Gender.
Concept's Trouble.
Gender.
Yep, 410. Plus 16. Extremal examples of these objects, for which A equals 1, violate a third law due to another quantity vanishing. The denominator of a formula for these objects' power contains the coefficient 15,360 times pi. These objects motivated development of the holographic principle. Jacob Bekenstein helped to describe the proportionality between the surface area of these objects and entropy.
Black hole. Black hole.
Yes, for 10.
That's like a state lead.
And your bonus. Shen Xiu anonymously wrote a verse comparing the body to this object, for 10 points each. Name this object Hui Nung compares to the mind and a mirror with no stand in the Platform Sutra. The Demon King Mara tempted a man who placed his hand on the ground near this object for the Earth Witness Mudra.
The Bodhi tree. Bodhi tree.
Yes.
Yeah.
In a scene from the Platform Sutra, Hui Nung hears a man recite the Diamond Sutra, which is grouped with sutras on the perfection of this concept, referred to by the Sanskrit word prajna.
Concept like progeny, like family, progeny, family. Ooh, yeah. Family.
This is wisdom.
Oh, I thought I was gonna
The
say
Platform
it.
Sutra claims wisdom is of one essence with this action, which the Buddha did to attain enlightenment under the Bodhi tree.
Meditation.
Yep, and that is 20 on the bonus. Toss 17. The step dances of this city's Jenkins Orphanage Band were adapted into the musical Runnin' Wild. A competition named for this city ends as dancers fall into a pool in a scene from It's a Wonderful Life. A song named for this city featuring a dotted quarter-eighth rhythm by James P. Johnson involves rock steps. In one opera, dancers perform to Jazzbo Brown in this city before a craps game. Performers swing their arms as they kick with their toes in and heels out in a dance named for this city and performed by flappers in a 1920s craze. An opera...
Oh. New York.
No. An opera character in this city's Catfish Row sings that fish are jumping and the cotton is high in the lullaby Summertime. For 10 points, Porgy and Bess is set in what city in South Carolina?
Charleston.
Yes.
I actually did not know it was set in Charleston.
Yeah.
Charleston the dance.
Oh.
And your bonus. This character states that there's no question of heroism in what he does, and that it is only a matter of common decency, for 10 points each. Name this character who hears of his wife's death in a sanatorium right after his close friend Taru succumbs to illness. Soon after, he finally reveals himself to be the narrator of events such as Panalu's death.
Oh, Panalu. So this is like the plague. What's that guy?
Yeah.
Bernard.
Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, good job.
Good word.
Bernard Rue narrates The Plague, a novel by this French author of The Stranger.
Come on.
Yep. In The Plague, Taru frequently visits these locations in Iran before they're closed due to the epidemic. In The Stranger, Meursault shoots an Arab man at one of these locations.
Beaches.
Yes. 30, great bonus. And Tossup 18. In this novel, a man declares there ain't no sin and there ain't no virtue. There's just stuff people do when describing how he always slept with women after church. Passages describing how the smell of rot fills the country and the men sat still, thinking, figuring, are among this novel's 16 inner chapters. A woman threatens her son with a jackhandle for suggesting to split their family up in this novel. At this novel's end, a woman gives birth in a flooding boxcar.
Gracious breath.
Yes, 410. Answer the following about grass in the military history of the American frontier for 10 points each. Thinking it was laden with silver, this man raided a Mexican mule train carrying grass. Davy Crockett died alongside this man at the Alamo, where illness forced him to cede command to William Travis.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Good job.
After Andrew Merrick allegedly told members of this tribe to eat grass, his corpse's mouth was found stuffed with it. 38 members of this tribe were hanged in America's largest one-day mass execution.
Lovely.
Sure.
Do you have like a reason? Sure, Sue. Say Sue.
Prompt.
Lakota.
No, this is the Dakota. Many Plains Indians refer to Little Bighorn as the Battle of the Greasy Grass, while many other Americans know it as this cavalry commander's last stand.
Yeah. Say it.
Yep, and that is 20 on
Good
the
20, good
bonus.
20.
Toss up 19. Sexually explicit graffiti may depict an affair between this non-Jewish ruler and the architect of the Holy of Holies in which it was found. An artwork commissioned by this ruler depicts another kingdom's overweight queen Ati. The architect Senenmut designed a room called the Jesser Jesseru and 2 obelisks flanking the entrance to the Temple of Karnak for this ruler. Reliefs in this ruler's mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri depict shipments of frankincense and myrrh from an expedition to Punt. This ruler's likeness was systematically defaced by Thutmose III.
Hatshepsut?
Yes, 410.
I couldn't decide where.
And your bonus. Kelly Grovier argues that the choice of using an exotic cockatoo in this device makes it an updated version of the Annunciation. For 10 points each, name this title device of a 1768 painting which is managed by a philosopher while a young man holds a stopwatch.
It's the Paul Klee thing, or maybe not. It's like the bird thing. What's it called?
Answer?
Orrery. That's wrong.
This is an air pump.
Yeah,
An
that's
experiment on a bird in the air pump.
Yeah.
Joseph Wright of Darby's candlelit paintings like An Experiment on a Bird in the Air Pump exhibit tenebrism, an example of this technique championed by Caravaggio that uses highly contrasting colors.
Chiaroscuro.
Its name, yep. This other British artist's own experiments included developing wax-infused paint and verdigris pigment. This founder of the Royal Academy painted Sarah Siddons as the Tragic Muse.
Reynolds.
Yes, for 20 on the bonus. And toss up the last. These people refer to a type of shape-shifting witch by how they go on all fours. Insect and bat humans existed in the Black World, the first of 4 worlds formed in these people's creation story. A child-eating giant in these people's myths is tricked into breaking his own leg by a figure who also helps his wife, Changing Bear, murder her brothers. These people are largely reluctant to discuss their legends of skinwalkers with outsiders.
Iroquois?
No. They're not the Hopi, but these people believe a rock formation in the Canyon de Chelly houses the grandmother spider who leads the creatures in their creation story, Dine Bahane. For 10 points, name this largest federally recognized Native American nation located in the Southwest.
Navajo.
Yep.
Great pull.
4, 10. And here's your bonus. A Julia package known as this type of substance, .jl, is used to model chemical reaction networks. For 10 points each, name these substances that lower the activation energy of a reaction, causing it to speed up.
Catalyst.
Yep. Chemical reaction networks can be simplified by applying this assumption to zero out certain ODEs. This assumption is applied to the concentration of the enzyme substrate complex in Michaelis-Menten kinetics.
Okay. It's like
Induced fit.
What?
Answer?
Isobaric.
This is the quasi-steady state approximation. Fitting a CRN model involves estimating examples of this quantity that have subscripts +1, -1, and cat in Michaelis-Menten kinetics. This quantity fully determines the kinetics of a 0th order reaction.
Oxidation number.
Sure.
Oxidation number.
This is the reaction rate constant.
Okay,
That's
I should have just
So
said it.
that's 10 on the bonus. I have a final score of Frem 250, Northmont 370. Great game to both teams.
Game.
Can you come up and sign for
Yes, we are ready.
Great.
That one picture.
We're on round 4.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone ready? All right, here's Tossup 1. A crank appeared on an accessible model of these devices with a Rex fader called the Bolex H16. One of these objects appears to walk in a 1929 work titled for it that focused on machine workers in Kiev and Odessa. An early standard for gauge for these devices, which has been eclipsed by types named for 35 or 70, names a type of them called the Super 8. People who handle these objects may be assisted by a focus puller or clapper loader. A Kino Eye film by Dzaga Vertov is titled for a man with one of these objects. The Lumiere brothers developed pins on celluloid within these objects, which may be tilted for a Dutch angle or moved back.
Camera?
Yes.
Yeah, I was
Bonus. This character is given a lobster watch charm after her basket is overturned, spilling out a lobster intended for a dinner of her art school classmates. For 10 points each, name this character based on the author's artist's sister. This girl complains about people who label your father if he isn't rich and is made to throw out pickled limes.
Nothing. Might be the person from Vanity Fair.
Answer?
Coretta.
This is Amy March. Amy is the youngest March sister in this Louisa May Alcott novel.
Little Women.
Amy draws contrasting sketches of this character lying on the grass and taming a horse to scold him for laziness. Amy marries this man who proposes to her on a boat in the Alps after proposing to Joe.
The only one who has a shot on that one.
Henry.
This is Lori, 10 points.
Yeah, good work, good work.
Tossup 2. Graveyards formed by this process are a putative source of LLSVPs. Folds occurring at this process's hinges can cause rollback or serve as anchors. Flux melting occurs within regions into which this process introduces volatiles like water. Accretion is often paired with this process, which is the driving force behind ultra-high pressure metamorphism. Deep focus earthquakes can be driven by this process at the Wadati-Benioff zones that create.
Subduction.
It is subduction, yes.
Yeah, I mean, like.
Good work.
10, yes. Bonus. As part of a 2023 Super Bowl wager, Kansas City's Nelson Atkins Museum exhibited this artist's painting Sailing on loan from the Philadelphia Art Museum. For 10 points each, name this artist, who in an 1875 painting depicted a clerk taking notes above a mother recoiling from her son receiving a surgery.
Wait, stop. What's his name? G something.
Answer?
Thomas
Akins. For 2025, the Nelson Atkins loaned out a painting of a croquet match by this artist. This French artist depicted Victorine Laurent in Luncheon on the Grass in Olympia.
Yes, Manet.
Yes. After a Bengals loss in 2022, the Cincinnati Art Museum gave up Patience Sirius by Robert Henry, a leading member of this art movement whose gritty paintings included Cliff Dwellers and the Wrestlers.
What are they called? Is it the 8 or Ashcan? Ashcan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Either. Or
Sorry, I can't believe I didn't.
20 points. Tossup 3. Inflatables shaped like these objects were hoisted as tear gas shields during 2020 Thai democracy protests. A Chinese meme from the 2010s placed giant Florentine Hoffman sculptures on these objects in front of Tank Man. A picture book titled for 10 of these items by Eric Carl and a Curtis Ebensmeyer study that modeled ocean currents were based on a 1992 spilling of thousands of these objects from a cargo ship.
Rubber ducks?
That's right.
That's kind of fun.
I knew that.
Bonus. Titus Salt made Bradford, England a center of processing fiber imported from this country's alpacas. For 10 points each, name this coastal Andean country that, with Bolivia, fought the War of the Pacific against its southern neighbor Chile.
Argentina. Wait, southern.
Answer?
Peru?
Yes.
Yeah.
Charles Ledger's scheme to steal a bunch of Peruvian alpacas violated a Peruvian export law to sentence offenders to hard labor mining this resource, which was harvested on the Chincha Islands.
Something copper. What?
Oh, that's a good answer,
Guano?
actually.
Yes. Ledger avoided capture on his alpaca heist by placing this substance in his captor's drink. In the Victorian era, this opium-infused drink was often given to infants and to women suffering from menstrual cramps.
Oh, what's that? Yeah, what's that one?
Anything?
Yeah. No,
Answer?
Strychnine.
Laudanum. 20.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Toss up for 25,000ers migrated to help these places. A term meaning fist was used to characterize people who operated large examples of these places as enemies of the state. Theft from these places was punishable by death under the law of spigolets. A sovkhoz was one of these places run by the state, in contrast to a kolkhoz. Successful owners of these places were prosecuted during the first 5-year plan. These places were forced to cooperate with each other under the policy of collectivization, and they were often owned by kulaks. Policies that lowered the output of these places caused the Holodomor in Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's right for 10.
So
Bonus, this property names a method for hard-boiling eggs published by De Lorenzo et al. 2025 for 10 points each. Give this property possessed by both functions that can be represented as Fourier series and the trigonometric functions summed in Fourier series. Bloch's theorem describes wave functions and potentials with this property.
What? Linear? Because no, that's wrong.
Answer.
Normalizable?
Periodic.
Okay.
Fourier series were pioneered to study this thermodynamic quantity's namesake PDE. This form of energy denoted Q equals mc delta T.
Heat.
Yes. De Lorenzo et al. Model this quantity via distinct affine functions of temperature for egg white versus yolk. Fourier names the statement that heat flux equals this quantity times the negative gradient of temperature.
I don't know.
Wait. So, is it Helmholtz?
Answer.
Helmholtz for energy?
Conductivity. 10 points. Toss of 5. This play's premiere was derailed when an actor lost her voice while playing a character who asks of an elm, "What is that tree?" This play inspired the logo of the MAT Theater, whose breakout production of it featured the author's wife Olga Nipper as a character who complains about decadent rubbish. In this play, the appearance of a pair of red eyes is accompanied by sulfur as part of a...
seagull.
That's right for 10.
Good.
Bonus. These figures are the Satya Yuga manifestations of Jaya and Vijaya, 2 gatekeepers who are cursed by the 4 Kumaras to be reincarnated and killed. For 10 points each, name either of these 2 Asuras who, like their sister Holika, torment the child Prahlada. One of these 2 similarly named brothers is killed by Varaha for attacking Bhumi, while the other is killed by Narasimha.
Yeah.
Say it again?
Hiranyakashipu.
Can you speak up one more time?
Hiranyakashipu.
All of them.
Yeah. Hiranyakashipu torments Prahlada for his bhakti to this god, leading him to be killed by Narasimha, an avatar of this preserver deity.
Yeah.
That's right. The deaths of Hiranyasha and Hiranyakashipu are recounted in the Bhagavata, one of these texts, of which there are 18 major and 18 minor ones.
Gitas.
These are Puranas.
Puranas. I should have said what. Yeah, my
20
bad.
points.
I'm actually.
Yeah, there are.
Toss 6. A Gustave Le Bon book titled For These Things claimed that they were feminine and caused de-individuation. Information cascades are described in a book by James Surowiecki titled For These Things. These things can soothe or threaten to break out in storms, according to a book on them and power by Elias Canetti. An account of an ox-weighing contest spawned a thesis name for the wisdom of these things. A visit to Brussels by the photographer Nadar prompted the first use of French barriers, which are often used to control these things. Crushes named for these things have...
Crowds.
That's right, for 10.
Oh, I had that for so long, bro.
Bonus. David Harrington founded one of these ensembles named Kronos after hearing George Crumb's piece Black... critic Robert Greenberg argued that the title Electric Insects of Black Angel's first movement represent these objects. The third scene of the opera Mitvok Oslish consists of a string quartet titled For These Objects.
I have a guess.
Then just guess it.
Helicopters.
Yes. Night of the Electric Insects is a movement in this genre written to lament the Vietnam War. Krzysztof Penderecki wrote a piece in this genre to the victims of Hiroshima.
Threnody.
Yes. 30 points. Tossup. This essay complains that novelists rarely describe meals before recalling a lunch of soles and partridges, where its narrator laughs at the thought of people humming poems. A beetle...
Room of one's own.
Power.
Okay.
Oh, is that? Oh.
Bonus. Answer the following about Saddam Hussein's relationship with ancient Mesopotamia for 10 points each. Hussein restored the staircases to the terraces of the Great Ziggurat of Ur and placed planes created by this company next to it. Soviet fighter planes created by this company included the 25 variant.
Sure.
Yes.
Great.
An elite division of Hussein's Republican Guard was named for this Babylonian king, whose namesake code outlines an eye for an eye.
Hammurabi.
Eric Klein compared Hussein's invasion of Kuwait to this ruler's war against King Hezekiah. This son of Sargon II reveled in the torture of Elamites from Nineveh.
Son of Sargon.
Answer?
Darius.
Sennacherib, 20 points.
Oh. Oh.
Tossup 8. This industry was the main focus of Lawrence C. Roth, who highlighted the work of Dina Nuthead and Sarah Updike Goddard. A Nipmuc man called James, who was named for working in this industry, collaborated with the missionary John Eliot. The oldest surviving product of this industry from what is now the U.S. is a 1640 Psalter. Quick to produce objects in this industry, produced by people like John Dunlap, were termed broadsides. William Cosby was the target of a leader of this industry.
Like journalism?
Prompt. By asking, what's the broader industry they are part of?
Press.
Prompt again.
Newspaper.
Prompt.
Like writing?
No.
I don't know. Not this is fine.
Part of a leader of this industry named John Peter Zenger. Many products of this industry had to bear a revenue mark per a 1765 Act. For 10 points, the Stamp Act affected what industry whose practitioners used presses with movable type?
Printers?
Yeah, that's what.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, like, if any of the lines are about books, then it's over already, is the issue. Because everything you said was specific to newspapers.
I'm just getting worse.
That's the issue. But I mean, like...
That's the stupidest stuff.
Well, writing is wrong, right? Because it's not about the authors, it's about the people that publish what the authors do. I agree, it's not the greatest concept of all time. Yeah.
Press.
What did I say? What was my first answer? You said journalism, and then you said press, and then you said...
Journalism, newspaper, press, writing. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Make that joke.
Didn't they say it? They will never do that.
That's what playing PACE is.
Yeah,
It's just...
All right, so we'll get that noted. Yeah. All right. Yes, we can come back to it at the half. All right. In the meantime,
good knowledge.
bonus for white pigeon. Small archaeal modifier proteins, or SAMPs, may serve the same purpose as this protein. For 10 points each, name this protein that can be conjugated in chains to either lysine residues or N-termini of other proteins by the E3 ligase activity of a SCIF complex.
Amino acids. Amino acids.
This is ubiquitin. The SCF DIA2 complex. Polyubiquitinates CDC6 to prevent ectopic licensing of this process. This process begins at origins or ORIs that are recognized by proteins like ORC1.
Translation.
Yeah,
Something
translation.
Like
DNA replication. CDC6 and ORC1 are the same protein in archaea, indicating that they have this evolutionary relationship contrasted with analogous, in which two proteins share an ancestral origin.
Analogous is what?
Answer?
Symbiotic.
Symbiotic.
This is homologous. No points.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Pro what? Oops, that bonus. The freak was that bonus?
Tossup. This is the geometry with the smallest coordination number that has the point group D sub 3H. This molecular geometry is found at the transition state of a nitrogen atom that undergoes umbrella inversion. The most common Lewis acid catalyst for Friedel-Crafts reaction has this geometry. In an SN1 reaction, the loss of a leaving group forms a carbocation with this geometry. An empty p orbital explains why molecules such as phosgene and formaldehyde have this geometry. This geometry is found in molecules with sp2 hybridization, such as boron trifluoride, whose bonds form 120-degree angles with each other.
Tetrahedral.
What?
Tetrahedral.
No. For 10 points, name this flat molecular geometry that consists of 3 substituents around a central atom.
Cubic.
No, sorry, this is trigonal planar.
Trigonal plane. Oh, I should have just gone with that one.
Like instead, we go into Tossup 10. Tossup. Interesting insects from this country include Rhytidoperna magri, a gold-collecting ant, and the cathedral termite, which build 26 feet tall towers and feast on spiky spinifex grass. The name Benjamin was wrongly given to the last known member of a species in this country, noted for its stiff tail. Another mammal from this country with electroperception delivers venom through spurs onto their hind.
Australia.
That's right for 10.
I believe.
Bonus. In a semi-autobiographical novel, Giselle Pinou describes Man Ya's exile from this archipelago by her patriotic son, Marichal. For 10 points each. Name this archipelago that's also home to the Belle Fuil estate in Marcy Candy's Wuthering Heights adaptation, Windward Heights.
Archipelago.
Philippines.
Canary Islands.
It's Guadeloupe. In Exile, according to Julia, Pinot describes the racism she faced while growing up in this capital city that forms the setting of The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Paris.
Paris. Pinot's writings are associated with a Caribbean offshoot of this literary movement, whose founder described his return to the Antilles in a notebook of a return to the native land.
Pastoralist.
I was thinking patriotism. I don't know. Patriotism.
This is Negritude, 10 points. That's the half. So at the half, I have 160 to 90 with some points.
Australia.
Yeah.
50
Bro, it's like
Australia.
Australia. I was thinking totally set. When he buzzed and got it wrong, I was thinking.
Yeah. Ready? Let's go, guys. Let's get some energy.
All right, let's go.
That wasn't very energetic. That was more energy.
Alright, here's Tossup 11. After this figure banishes the moon to practice witchcraft, Selene laughs at this figure for being distressed at preventing the deity coupling with Endymion. A shell worn by this figure holds the sap of a crocus-like flower that sprung from Prometheus's ichor and grants invulnerability to bronze and fire. This figure throws chopped up remains into a boiling pot to de-age a ram. This figure summons the Kyries to bewitch the bronze guardian of Crete. King Aegeus offers refuge to this figure in exchange for an infertility cure. Burning poison is slathered onto robes this figure gifts to her ex-husband's new bride, Glauca. For 10 points, name this princess of Colchis who uses...
what's her name? Is it Medea?
It is Medea.
Yeah, I was sitting... I don't know why I didn't buzz.
Bonus. Possessed individuals rub themselves with clarin rum mixed with hot peppers during a voodoo festival held in these places named Fete Gay Day for 10 points each. Name these non-ofrenda places that people often visit during Dia de los Muertos to be with their ancestors.
Graveyards.
Yep. During Fête Gede, offerings are made to the first man buried in a cemetery, as well as the first woman in honor of this Loa. Like Urzule Dantor, this mother of the Gide has a heart veve and is a protector of women.
Huh. I have no idea. That's not right. That's
Answer?
horribly wrong. I don't know.
This is Mama Brisate. Similar to Dia de los Muertos, Fête Gede begins on a day named for these people. Matanza sacrifices honor Orishas in a Yoruba-derived religion named for these people.
It's called Santeria, isn't it?
So saints.
Oh yeah, saints. Oh, good work. I didn't get there at
20
all.
points.
No, all saints.
Yeah, good work, good work. Oh, that's, yeah.
Tossup 12. One of this author's characters tries to start a relationship with his friend's sister, whose piano playing mesmerized him when she was 17. At the start of a novel by this author, adults fear a child is trying to trick them by claiming to remember the time of his birth. The title concept of a novel by this author collapses due to a man with a peony tattoo on his chest. Guido Reni's painting Saint Sebastian exemplifies one of this author's narrator's obsession with dying young men. At the end of a novel by this author, Mizuguchi decides to live after...
Mishima.
Yes.
I was kind of just sitting there again. This is so
Bonus, a use case for this method is to fit a mixture of Gaussians to data when the Gaussians to which observations belong are unobservable. For 10 points each, name this class of iterative optimization algorithms that alternate between two namesake steps by first probabilistically defining a latent variable and then performing MLE to update parameter values.
I have no idea. Yeah, it's not happening.
Answer?
Creation annihilation.
These are EM algorithms. The E step uses this statement to get posterior probabilities for the latent variable from prior probabilities. This statement names a statistical approach contrasted with frequentism.
So Bayes' theorem.
What does it
what's that for?
An event.
Answer?
Bayes' theorem.
What?
Bayes' theorem.
Yes.
Oh,
The E stands for expectation, which is a name for this quantity that equals the sum of n values divided by n.
The mean. The average mean.
Yes.
Wow.
20 points.
Lock in, bro. What was the Bayes' theorem?
Who's the
Toss 13.
Bayes' theorem.
An ear made from this material by the Bolognese sculptor Anna Morandi wowed Catherine the Great. Dr. Philippe Curtius moved from making anatomical models from this material to exhibiting sculptures made from it in Paris. John Flaxman created models and designs with this material, which were then turned into pottery by Josiah Wedgwood. A sculptor in this material opened a gallery known for its Chamber of Horrors, which featured masks of people guillotined during the French Revolution.
Wax.
That's right for 10.
That's, oh my god. Yeah. What is it?
That's Madame Tussauds. Bonus. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who wrote that this little island would astonish Europe, was later invited to contribute to this island's law code. For 10 points each, name this Mediterranean island. In 1755, Pascal Paoli founded an early Enlightenment republic on this island.
Malta?
It's Corsica. Paoli was popularized internationally by this author's An Account of Corsica. The Whig historian Thomas Macaulay claimed this man, who chronicled the author of Rasselas, lived without delicacy, without shame.
Yeah, anything on that one?
Peeps.
James Boswell. Leo Damrosch wrote that Corsica did end up astonishing Europe, but only because it produced this future French emperor who invaded Russia in 1812.
Napoleon?
Yeah, Napoleon.
That's right for 10. Toss 14. Base emitter and collector base forms of this quantity appear in ratios of this quantity that are exponentiated and then decremented in the Ebers mole model. A form of this quantity that equals 4RKT delta F is caused by thermal agitation and Johnson-Nyquist noise. This quantity is the left-hand
Resistance.
No, sorry. Side of an elementary equation whose microscopic form states E equals J over sigma. A spike in current through a diode arises upon surpassing the threshold value for this quantity. Values for this quantity around a closed loop sum to 0 and one of Kirchhoff's laws. Electric field can be expressed as this quantity over a given distance. For 10 points, name this quantity that Ohm's law gives as current times resistance.
Voltage?
Yes.
V equals IR.
Bonus, for 10 points each, answer the following about ethics dumping, a practice where scientists go abroad to conduct unethical research. A 2015 trial for a vaccine for this virus in Africa violated the Declaration of Helsinki. This virus has an innocuous Restin strain and a deadlier one that killed 10,000 West Africans in the 2010s.
Marburg? Marburg?
Answer?
Marburg?
It's Ebola. An Indian control group was offered no screening for this type of cancer. Gardasil protects against the virus that causes most instances of this fourth most common cancer in women.
Ovarian?
Yeah. Ovarian?
Cervical. Lillian Bettencourt once controlled this French company, which has outsourced its animal testing to Africa. This company bought Aesop in 2023.
Anything?
Johnson Johnson?
Johnson & Johnson.
Is L'Oreal, no points there.
We
Just
just
confused
confused
with
like with soaps and stuff.
Tossup 15. Griselda Blanco used affectionate names to refer to this man in letters suggesting a secret romance. This man instructed Alberto Prieto, nicknamed the Swiss, to activate a voice recorder that turned out to be a bomb. Virginia Vallejo claimed that an organization led by this man funded M19's siege of the Palace of Justice. This man used a phrase meaning lead or...
Escobar.
It is Escobar.
Let's go.
Great buzz.
Power.
That's my good.
Bonus. A stranger named for the city appears in Plato's dialogue The Statesman for 10 points each in the city. In a namesake Platonic dialogue, the founder of a philosophical school named for the city attacks the theory of forms with the third man infinite regress.
Cidium.
Okay.
Oh, is it named for this city?
It's a city.
Answer.
Miletus.
What?
Miletus.
Elia.
Okay. Oh, did you say
rhet-
infinite regress? I'm stupid.
What?
Nothing.
Okay. These rhetoricians, whom Socrates often criticizes for fallacious arguments, titled the first Platonic dialogue to feature the Eleatic stranger. Their name comes from the Greek for wisdom.
Sophists. Sophists.
Yeah, most dialogue in the Sophists occurs between the Eleatic stranger and Theaetetus, the namesake of a Platonic dialogue that argues that this three-word phrase is equivalent to knowledge.
Justified true belief.
Oh.
Directive.
Yes. 20 points.
Alright, good buzz.
Tossup 16. A folk song from this ethnic group uses a compound triple meter called Samachi and inspired a set of variations for band by John Barnes Chance. A conductor of this ethnicity will succeed Ricardo Chailly as La Scala's music director. A composer of this ethnicity wrote the opera Alice in Wonderland and a cello concerto whose first movement, Neri, imitates pansori music. The lyrics to a folk song from this ethnicity begin with the title nonsense word and the word arario. Nationalists of this ethnicity often use its folk song Aryang to promote unity between two countries. For 10 points, Un Suk Chin and Myung Woon Chung are members of what ethnicity whose music notation was standardized under Sejong the Great?
Korean.
That's right.
Yeah.
They just drop both. Like, no
Bonus. Answer the following about 20th century French novels with musical motifs for 10 points each. Charles Swann comes to associate a sonata by Vinteuil with Odette in the first volume of this author's very long novel In Search of Lost Time.
Proust.
In this novel by Jean-Paul Sartre, Some of These Days is a favorite song of the existentially obsessed writer Antoine Roquentin.
It's nausea.
Yes. A musical direction from a Diabelli sonatina, which the protagonist's son is learning, titles this author's novel Moderato Cantabile. This author's other works adapted to film include The Lover and the screenplay Hiroshima Mon Amour.
Sand. It's not Hersey. That's like yeah, but
Answer?
Sand.
This is Marguerite Duras, 20.
Okay. I look. You should have gotten that. Sorry.
Tossup 17. Maurice Strong was the first CEO of a crown company primarily in this industry, which PM Joe Clark attempted to dismantle. For the 1970s, half of this industry in Canada was controlled by the multinational Seven Sisters. Price swings in this industry caused...
Whale.
That's right. For
Great buzz. Incredible work.
Bonus. Richard Fenno names a paradox questioning why these people are so popular given the unpopularity of the body they belong to. For 10 points each, name these people whom Fenno theorizes having a hill style and a home style. These people possess the franking privilege.
Okay, so politicians in some country, maybe?
Yeah.
Answer?
Politicians.
Prompt.
Like
By asking what office do they hold?
Senator? Is it the president? Frank? What is Frank?
Presidents.
No, these are members of Congress.
Yeah, okay.
Description acceptable. The home style hypothesis seeks to explain the advantage named for candidates of this type. Candidates of this type win roughly 90% of House elections.
Incumbents.
Yeah. Edmund Burke argued that good representatives act as these people, often contrasted with delegates. These people use their wisdom and judgment to legislate in the best interest of the whole.
We did this on this. The
delegates,
delegates
populists.
and
Answer?
I'm so sad, man.
The trustees, 10 points.
Trustees, yeah.
Tossup, 18. In this book, God praises the son of Eleazar, a priest named Phinehas, for turning people away from idolatry. The king tries to get a prophet to curse Israel from a mountain peak named Peor in this book. A group in this book describes themselves as grasshoppers in comparison to the Nephilim. In this book, Balak is instructed 3 times to build 7 altars to idol gods by Balaam, whose donkey refuses to move.
Revelation.
What?
Revelation.
No.
Okay, sorry, my fault.
Yeah.
Upon seeing the angel of the Lord blocking the road, after 12 spies are dispatched in this book, only Joshua and Caleb return with a good report of milk and honey flowing from the land in the land of Canaan. 2 censuses taken of the Israelites inspire the name of, for 10 points, what 4th book of the Hebrew Bible?
Numbers.
Yes.
Numbers.
Bonus. You are the loader in an M1 Abrams tank. Answer the following about the science of your ammunition for 10 points each. The depleted form of this element comprises the dense, dart-like penetrator in your armor-piercing shell. As it contains only a small amount of this element's 235 isotope, you shouldn't worry about radioactivity.
Uranium.
You are also equipped with a shell that creates a smoke screen by exposing this allotrope of phosphorus to air. This flammable allotrope owes its volatility to its strained tetrahedral structure.
White phosphorus? White phosphorus?
Yes. Both depleted uranium and white phosphorus spontaneously ignite upon contact with air, a property known by this term. Answer?
Instant oxidation.
Instant oxidation.
This is pyrophoricity. 20.
Never heard of that word. I would be on the first.
Tossup 19.
White phosphorus, though.
This poet asks who dares to buy him a Coca-Cola or a beer in a poem using I think it must be lonely to be God. This poet wrote a mock epic about a girl whom the higher gods forgot, whom the lower gods berate. This poet of my dreams, my works must wait till after hell wrote the loveliest Lynchy was our Lord. This poet of the Aeneid wrote
Brooks.
That's right for power.
I actually sat there for 5 lines.
Bonus. For over 30 years until her death, Marianne Stokes recorded American TV channels 24/7, amassing over 70,000 tapes. For 10 points each, Stokes began her 24/7 recording of TV with news footage of what 444-day event, which was nearly stopped by Operation Eagle Claw.
Yeah.
4 shipping containers sent Stokes' collection to this nonprofit organization. In 2001, this organization publicly released a search tool named for a fictional device used by Mr. Peabody and Sherman.
Is it New York
So the
Times?
Wayback Machine?
Oh, okay.
So what is it called?
Answer?
Internet Archive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great
Upon her
word.
death on December 14th, 2012, Stokes' last tape included news footage of this mass shooting at a Connecticut elementary school.
So great. Really good pull.
And last toss-up. This adjective names cells whose size is subject to Henneman's size principle. This adjective names 2 structures that provide much of the input to the CST and lie adjacent to the this adjective supplementary area. This adjective in upper names cells of the CST whose malfunction can cause Babinski's sign. This adjective in lower names cells of the anterior horn that are targeted by poliovirus. 2 cortices in the frontal lobe are named for this adjective, preceded by pre and primary. Efficient neurons, which are also known by this adjective, release acetylcholine and carry signals out from the
motor.
Yes.
Oh, great word.
Fantastic.
word.
Bonus. 2 answers required. Melody maker critic Richard Williams praised the subliminal, uneven beat of the blank C and D sides to Wedding album were released by these 2 artists. For 10 points each, name these 2 artists who collaborated on the 2 albums titled Unfinished Music. These artists also staged performance pieces such as The Bed In.
Oh, maybe Armstrong.
Lennon and Ono.
Yes. 2 of these sounds are prominent on one side of the Wedding album. One of these sounds features on the intro and outro of Pink Floyd's album, The Dark Side of the Moon.
Nice sounds.
Man, I've listened to that album like twice.
Like screams, maybe?
Answer?
Screams.
Heartbeats. Side 2 of Wedding album features John Lennon singing part of the Beatles' Good Night in this musical style that imitates instruments using only the human voice.
This is a fun bonus. Acapella, right?
Acapella, yeah.
Yeah, acapella.
Yes. And that is
That's a
20
good
points.
bonus.
And
That's
that
fun.
is the end of the game. Final score 400 to 150.
Good game.
That was great.
Good game. think we
Everything
So
is
this is
time we
round
started getting going, I
5,
feel like that's really good.
Chattahoochee Bee versus White Pigeon. And we're gonna get started as soon as everyone's ready with toss-up number 1. Good luck to both teams. Toss-up 1. A widely distributed example of these objects is decorated with gold leaf on indigo and right-angled designs. A new style for these objects includes ovals against vegetal backgrounds, like in one commissioned by a Ziri nursemaid. Carpet-like designs on the front of these objects were replaced by sun medallions called shamsa. These objects traditionally have triangles of 5 gold circles to separate sections marked by red and blue signs. The size of the word alif in these objects decides the size of Naqsh creations. The technique of Moksh stretched letters in these objects to take up white space produced by Kufic script. For 10 points, name this book decorated with calligraphy.
Quran?
Yes.
What?
For 10.
Around that area.
And your bonus. Kappa are typically seen as reptilian kami who'd killed disrespectful humans in this manner. For 10 points each, name this fate that befell all humans except Deucalion and Pyrrha in a Greek myth analogous to the biblical story of Noah.
Drowning.
Yep. In this country, a mythical swamp monster called the Berberoka sucks water out of ponds to drown humans who come to grab dead fish. This country's myths include shapeshifters like the Siligon and Monterugo among its Aswang. Answer?
Malta.
This is the Philippines. The tale of this ghost is widespread in Latin America, where it is said she can be heard mourning her drowned children near bodies of water, bringing death and misfortune to those who hear her.
La Llorona.
Yes. For 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 2. A 1960s change to a law of this type led to a rash of Kennedy husbands and Kennedy fathers. The acronym OHIO was used to protest a 1940 law of this type, also called the Burke-Wadsworth.
Like a draft act?
Yes, for power. Bugs. And your bonus. Susanna Clark has ascribed the statues in Piranesi to various sources, including one based on Mr. Tumnus, a faun from this location. For 10 points each, name this world depicted in a set of chronicles, including The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Narnia.
Yep. Piranesi was also influenced by the ideas of Owen Barfield, a member of the informal literary group called the Inklings, which were founded by C.S. Lewis and this other author.
Tolkien.
Tolkien.
Yes.
Nice.
The real-life 18th century artist Piranesi was referenced in this first novel by Susanna Clark, whose 2 title characters are magicians in Napoleonic-era England.
Magicians? No answer. No answer.
This is Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 3. A variant of these proteins with 2 additional transmembrane alpha helices complexes with a dimer of 79A and 79B proteins. In cut and run, these proteins are captured by Staphylococcus aureus's protein A and protein G. Components of these proteins consist of 110 peptide...
Antibodies.
Yes. For power.
I thought it was like vague.
And your bonus. This woman stopped making shirts for her husband when her replacement, Anne Boleyn, ordered that deliveries of linen to her castle be stopped. For 10 points each, name this Spanish first wife of Henry VIII.
Catherine of Aragon.
Yep. A Venetian ambassador wrote about Henry's fair skin glowing through a shirt of the finest texture after watching this activity. Anne Boleyn was summoned from watching this activity and placed in the Tower of London.
Yeah.
I think so.
Dancing.
Answer?
Dancing.
This is tennis. Henry executed Anne Boleyn a year after he suffered a head injury in this activity that left him unconscious for 2 hours. Henry II of France was killed after an injury during this. Yes, for 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 4. Parts of this concept are famously analogized to an arrow shot by an archer and the arrows left in the quiver to be shot. In Shaivism, people are bound by Maya, Anava, and this concept, which gave rishis their power, along with tapasya. Depending on the quality of this concept, it can either yield papa or punya, analogized by fruits. This
Karma?
Power.
Yeah, that's where I heard that.
And your bonus. These small features that cover the surface of the sun are named for their resemblance to these materials. For 10 points each, name these materials that form mounds that collapse when above the angle of repose, which equals the arctangent of the coefficient of friction.
What is that asking for?
these features.
The hell is a feature?
I don't know.
Answer?
Bricks.
These are granules or granular material. A granular analog of this process causes large particles to rise in the Brazil nut effect. The main
Convection.
Yes. With convection, this word describes moving bodies of fluids such as solar granules. Circulation in the Earth's atmosphere occurs within structures named for this word and Hadley, feral, or polar.
Cells. It has to be cells. Cells. Cellular.
Yes, 420 on the bonus.
Okay.
Toss up 5. This man asks a woman, "Shall I live in hope?" and is told, "All men, I hope, live so." This man crows, "All the world to nothing, ha!" in a speech in which he muses, "I'll have her, but I will not keep her long." In contrast to a concept which capers nimbly to the lascivious pleasing of a lute, this man says he is rudely stamped and not shaped for sportive tricks. This man asks, "Was ever woman in this humor won?" after seducing a woman whose husband he killed. This man resolves, "Since I cannot prove a lover, I am determined to prove a villain," and yells, "My kingdom for a horse." For 10 points, name this hunchback king who declares, "Now is the winter of our discontent."
Richard III.
Yeah,
Nice.
410.
Yeah.
And your bonus. A rumba craze surrounding Cuban music in 1930s America began with a son pregón by Moises Simón, named for a seller of this good, for 10 points each. Name this good, whose name is sung on alternating low and high Fs in a 1941 song, later used as its artist's presidential campaign slogan.
Artist presidential campaigns.
Kanye.
Answer?
Maracas.
This is Peanuts, as in Salt Peanuts. This jazz musician composed Salt Peanuts and pioneered Latin jazz in the United States with songs like Manteca. This pioneer of bebop played a bent trumpet.
Charlie Parker.
Charlie Parker.
This is Dizzy Gillespie. This Italian-American pianist wrote songs based on Peanuts characters, like Christmas Time Is Here and Linus and Lucy for a jazz album, which after Kind of Blue is the second best-selling ever.
Kind of
Davis.
No, that's
Italian, bro.
Italian.
Yeah, you know, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Davis.
This is Vince Guaraldi,
Trio.
and that is 0 on the bonus.
Alright, come on.
Toss up 6. Shimshon Vigodar organized an Israeli group of this name that staged a 1971 demonstration for better treatment of the Mizrahim. A protest outside the American embassy by a British group of this name resulted in the arrest of the Mangrove Nine. Seattleites rioted for 3 days in 1968 after Aaron Dixon, a leader of a group of this name, was arrested for stealing a typewriter. Another group with this name tortured one-time member Alex Rackley and staged a protest of the Mulford Act by open carrying.
Black Panthers.
Yes, 410.
Nice.
Good stuff.
Makes sense.
And your bonus. This wavelength names the telescope array in Chile that originally reported phosphine in Venus's atmosphere. For 10 points each, name this wavelength that when multiplied by 2.9 Kelvin gives the constant in Wien's displacement law.
What? I don't know what
This way, visible light.
Answer?
ultraviolet.
This is 1 millimeter. Millimeter astronomy with ALMA detects this compound in interstellar gas via its 2.6 millimeter line. This diatomic compound consists of the third and fourth most abundant elements in the Milky Way.
Brother.
No, it's an element.
Answer?
Carbon dioxide.
This is carbon monoxide.
Oh.
ALMA 66 dishes are combined by being treated as one of these devices by the ALMA correlator. The Michelson-Morley experiment was performed with one of these devices, which are the I in LIGO.
Interferometer.
Yep, 410 on the bonus. Toss of 7. This quantity is obtained by performing a Legendre transform in two variables on internal energy. The derivative of this quantity with respect to the extent of reaction equals 0 at equilibrium. This quantity equals the sum over all components of the chemical potential times
Has to be. Gives you energy.
power.
Yes.
And your bonus. This author wrote about students at a seminary in Kiev in a tale from the collection Mirgorod, for 10 points each. Name this author born in modern-day Ukraine who wrote The Nose and the Overcoat, as well as the novel Dead Souls.
Gogol.
Yep. In this aforementioned story from Mirgorod, a student is forced to pray over the body of the witch he has killed. The witch then summons this story's title creature, who is the king of the gnomes.
The title creature who is the king of the gnomes. That is the werewolf.
This is the V.
Oh, okay.
In Mirgorod, the V is followed by a tale of a quarrel between two people with this first name. A 19th century author with this first name wrote Diary of a Superfluous Man and the collection A Sportsman's Sketches.
Something Lewis, bro.
Answer?
Alexander.
Gilbert.
This is Yvonne.
Yvonne.
That is 10 on the bonus. Tossup 8. This country's Pentecostal prime minister is served by spiritual advisor Daniel Cabret and is building a $10 billion Chaka palace based on a 7th king prophecy. In 2024, this country announced it was leasing another country's land to build a naval base in Berbera. 200 people were killed in this country following the 2020 assassination of Hachalu Hundessa, who, like its prime minister, was a member of its plurality Oromo ethnic group.
Ethiopia.
Yes, for 10.
I was thinking.
The
I guess
Jackbox
pretty close.
minigame Decisions features a variant of this game in which everyone survives if no one takes the money for 10 points each. Name this game whose Nash equilibrium is reached when both captives defect.
Prisoner's Dilemma.
Yep. I didn't know there was a Jackbox Prisoner's Dilemma, but here we are. The Prisoner's Dilemma arises because defection is a strategy described by this adjective. This adjective denotes strategies that improve a player's payoff regardless of other players' moves.
Zero sum.
Zero sum.
Optimal,
Answer?
suboptimal.
This is dominant. In another game, participants secretly choose how many tokens to donate to a shared pot. It models the market for these namesake products, which are non-excludable and non-rival.
Non-excludable and non-what?
Answer?
Giffen goods.
This is a public good, so that is 10 on the bonus. Tossup 9, a deviant form of this discipline developed by Jan Łukasiewicz, was inspired by Aristotle's sea battle scenario. As a teenager, Saul Kripke introduced models for a form of this discipline concerning applicability in some versus all possible worlds. A many-valued form of this discipline is used to analyze vagueness. In this philosophical discipline, the symbols of a backwards E and an upside-down A are used to represent quantifiers.
Existentialism?
No.
Existence. That's not this.
In classical forms of this field, bivalence implies the law of the excluded middle. This discipline's zeroth order form concerns propositions and connectives like not and or. For 10 points, Whitfield of philosophy concerns the use of inductive and deductive reasoning.
Logic?
Yep, for 10.
Because logic gates are door and stuff.
And here is your bonus. The execution of Antonio de Arriaga instigated a rebellion led by a man with this regnal name. For 10 points each, give this two-word name of an indigenous Peruvian rebel leader who claimed descent from the final Sapa Inca. That Neo-Incan ruler with this regnal name was executed by the Spanish in 1572.
This just come up.
I read it too long ago.
Answer?
Hip hop it.
This is Tupac Amaru. The first Tupac Amaru claimed descent from Atahualpa, who was executed by this Spanish conquistador, despite offering to pay his ransom with a room of gold.
Cortez?
No, that's not it. I don't
Can't
remember his
think
name.
of it.
Domingo.
This is Francisco Pizarro.
Oh, yeah.
Tupac Amaru II held this title given to the heads of Aylus, which was the Andean equivalent of a title whose name is the Taíno word for chieftain. Name either title.
Pichu.
No answer.
This is Caraca. And that is 0 on the bonus. Toss-up 10. A character of this ethnicity notes that a girl likes looking at the walls and linoleum roses on the floor. That character of this ethnicity claims, "I'll shake the sky like 100 violins," in a poem that leads her aunt to say, "You must keep writing." An angry dentist leads an author of this ethnicity to wonder how to tame a wild tongue in an essay from Borderlands. A character of this ethnicity lives in the title Sad Red building that says goodbye sometimes. In a series of vignettes, a girl of this ethnicity walks in heels with Lucy and Rachel and is assaulted at a carnival after Sally leaves her. For 10 points, the narrator of The House on Mango Street is of what ethnicity of Chicana authors Gloria Anzal...
Mexican.
Yep. For 10.
You meant Chicano means Mexican American.
And here's your bonus. In major key pieces in this form, a first theme in the tonic key is contrasted with a second theme in the dominant key. For 10 points each, name this form used for the first movements of classical symphonies and concertos.
Binary or ternary? Why it should be neither.
Answer?
Binary.
This is sonata form. Many of this composer's sonata form movements are monothematic, since the second theme is a transposed version of the first theme, like in his Symphony Number 104. This composer is considered the father of the symphony.
Yeah, hide it.
Yep. This concerto's introduction immediately subverts the conventions of sonata form by modulating from G major to the distant key of B major. This concerto premiered in 1808 alongside its composer's Choral Fantasy.
It's Schumann. What is Schumann?
Answer?
Tyson.
This is Beethoven's Piano Concerto Number 4. That is 10 on the bonus. And then after Tossup 10, I have Chattahoochee Bee 250, White Pigeon 10. I guess are people ready to go with the second half?
Why not?
All right, we'll keep going. Toss-up 11. Angela Giorgiou interrupted a tenor encore in a 2024 performance of this opera to say, "It's a performance, it's not a recital, respect me." A spinto tenor remembers sweet kisses, languorous caresses, and an aria from Act 3 of this opera that begins with a wistful clarinet solo. In Act 1 of this opera, that tenor describes the contrasting beauties of his lover and of a blonde woman he painted as Mary Magdalene. This opera's title soprano gives a safe conduct pass to the singer of a Recondita Armonia and a...
Tosca.
Yes, for A hypothesis assigns this namesake role to microbes that shoot the moon by becoming leaky helpers. For 10 points each, give the namesake role of a hypothesis that characterizes evolution as perpetual and cyclic in order to explain sexual reproduction as a response to parasitism.
It's the Miller Urey, but I don't know what the
Answer?
Oprah and Haldane.
This is a queen, as in the red queen or black queen hypothesis. Non-black queens involve this trait that is contrasted with prototrophy. The one gene, one enzyme hypothesis arose from the study of strains of mold with this trait, which survive on supplemented minimal medium.
Bro, yeast has what trait, bro? What the hell?
Answer?
Yeast.
This is oxotrophy. Evolution of oxotrophy decreases the length of this construct, the C value. This construct is the collection of all genetic information in an organism.
It has to be genome.
Yeah.
Big fan of genome.
Yes, 410. Toss-up 12. This word mixing is a process in which trajectories in nonlinear dynamical systems separate linearly rather than exponentially. This first word in the name of a two n-dimensional object central to Hamiltonian mechanics is synonymous with complex argument. In classical mechanics, graphs of momentum versus position that are spanned by the coordinates p, q depict this word, space. This word names the value that is multiplied by I in an exponential in solutions to physical systems. This word names a quantity that determines whether interference is destructive. For 10 points, give this word for an angle-like quantity denoted phi that describes an offset in the frequency of a wave.
Phase?
Yes, 410.
What?
And your bonus. Korean Hojakdo paintings depict magpies alongside goofy drawings of these other animals, meant to satirize the ruling elite, for 10 points each. Name these animals, one of which cowers in a bush from a lightning strike in an Henri Rousseau painting, sometimes titled Surprise.
Wait, where is it? Lion.
This is a tiger. In the 1800s, a Korean still life craze centered on trompe-l'oeil still lifes of teapots and clocks along with these objects. Thousands of meaningless glyphs appear in a Shu Bing installation titled for one of these things.
Oh, is it like the sunflower seeds? Is that that one?
Answer?
Plants.
These are books. A 17th century Koreanization of this genre of painting away from Chinese subjects was led by Zhang Sun. Ink shan sui paintings in this genre in China depicted natural sites like rivers and mountains.
It's not landscape, but you know, like those that like a fresco, right? You know,
Like naturalist frescoes?
Answer?
Naturalist frescoes.
This is landscapes.
Oh, it was landscape.
Brother.
That is 0 on the bonus. Toss up 13. One of these events is commemorated in a luminary each December with lights designed by Valerio Festi. That event of this type contributed to a stock market panic that bankrupted Barings Bank. These events were historically visualized in a genre of art named for a catfish deity. Bonds issued in response to one of these events caused the 1927 financial panic that bankrupted many zaibatsu. The Fukuda village incident was part of a massacre that followed one of these events. U.S. Ambassador Cyrus Woods relocated to the Imperial Hotel following one of...
Oh. Earthquake.
Yes, for 10.
That makes sense now.
This phrase titles an anonymous 1693 novel about an Irish princess that interpolates the tales of the Celtic princess Cluanisha and of the Inca woman Faniaca, for 10 points each. Give this two-word subtitle of a novel in which the title teenage maid, Pamela, spurns her employer, Mr. B's, advances until he makes a proposal of marriage.
Alright, Modern Prometheus.
This is Virtue Rewarded. This author's Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, is one of the first English novels. This author also wrote the epistolary novel Clarissa.
Who wrote Beowulf?
Bruh. No one knows who wrote Beowulf.
Answer?
No answer.
This is Samuel Richardson. This contemporary of Richardson reimagined Pamela as a prostitute who schemes to entrap Squire Booby into marriage in the parody Shamala. This author wrote Joseph Andrews and Tom Jones.
Stop. Fielding?
Yes, for 10.
Squire Booby wrote that. Stop.
Tossup 14. It's not anthropology, but the imaginary language bongo bongo is most often used to conceptualize this subfield that titles the magnum opus of Isidore of Seville. This subfield studies re-bracketing, in which sets of morphemes are misdivided to yield erroneous results. Scholars within this subfield put asterisks at the beginning of certain words to indicate that they are reconstructions.
Historical linguistics.
Prompt.
Linguistics?
No. This subfield partially names a phenomenon in which foreign or unfamiliar words are altered to fit more common linguistic rules. It's folk type. The comparative method of this subfield can deduce roots from groups of cognates. For 10 points, what subfield of linguistics studies the origin?
Etymology?
Yes.
That's a good one. Nice one.
And your bonus. Answer the following about the feminist and labor activist Luisa Capetillo for 10 points each. In 1915, Capetillo became notorious across the Caribbean after being arrested for performing this action in Havana. William J. Sharkey, a convicted murderer, earned notoriety for performing this action and escaping prison.
I have no idea.
Answer?
Voting.
This is cross-dressing to escape prison. Capetillo organized strikes among workers producing this good in Puerto Rico and Cuba. Hawaii allowed the U.S. military to build a base at Pearl Harbor in exchange for lowering tariffs on this good.
Pineapple.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know, yeah. Pineapple.
This is sugar.
Okay.
At the 1908 ASL convention, Capetillo presented a motion advocating for this cause in Puerto Rico. In 1917, the Silent Sentinels picketed the White House to support this cause.
Statehood? Yeah, statehood?
This is women's suffrage.
Okay.
That's 0 on the bonus. Tossup 15. In a novel by this author, two art specialists fall in love while planning a cemetery of reconciliation. A scuttling structure inspired the title of a novel by this author in which a torpedo hits an ocean liner just before the birth of Paul Prokrivka. This author's late novels include The Call of the Toad and Crab Walk. In a novel by this author, a man...
Grass.
Yes, power. And your bonus. Some art described by this adjective escaped a bonfire in the hope to at least make some money from this crap. For 10 points each. Identify this adjective which names a mocking 1937 exhibition of works by George Gross and others staged by the Nazis.
Nah. Infinity. Yeah, degenerate.
Yes. A catalog of degenerate art was used to prove that Cornelius Gurlitt had a huge trove of stolen art. Gurlitt lived in this neutral European country whose secretive banking industry was used to launder Jewish gold.
Switzerland.
Yep. Some degenerate art is now on view at the city's Art of the Lost Generation Museum. An annual music festival in this city always performs Hugo von Hofmanthal's play Everyman.
Sydney.
This is Salzburg.
You're
So that
talking the
is
whole
20 on
bonus.
the bonus.
How am I finna hear the question?
Tossup 16. A religious league in this region was tied together by a festival held together at the Panionium Sanctuary. A naval fleet composed of manpower from Lesbos and this region was defeated at the Battle of Lade by opposing forces, possibly led by Datis. This region, which names the first school of pre-Socratic philosophy, houses a city home to Anaximander and Thales. An architectural practice name for this region is topped with a design containing two spiral elements above the shaft. Revolts in this region were the first major conflict of the Greco-Persian Wars.
Ionia.
Yes, 410. And your bonus. The Marmor-Doty formula enables back-of-the-envelope estimation of this quantity as 4GC plus 2AT for 10 points each. Name this temperature greater than the annealing temperature at which a dsDNA molecule denatures.
Tac polymerization temperature.
This is the melting temperature. A thermocycler decreases the temperature to below the melting temperature for the elongation stage of this technique for amplifying nucleic acids, which is used in many COVID tests.
PCR.
Yep. The melting temperature of qPCR's TACMan probe is increased by the fusion of a minor groove binder to a peptide with this role at the probe's 3' end. Molecules with this role decrease fluorescence, like fluoride ions for quinine.
What?
Answer?
Enzymatic proteins.
This is a chemical quencher, so that is 10 on the bonus.
That's a quencher.
Toss up 17. This adjective describes spaces in which any closed subset C and any point not in C can be separated by neighborhoods. Kolmogorov spaces described by this adjective are Hausdorff because they obey the separation axiom T3. N-dimensional objects described by this adjective are determined by length n-1 Schafli symbols. Symmetries of objects described by this adjective compose dihedral groups. Uniform tilings consist of shapes described by this adjective.
Planar.
No. The golden ratio gives the diagonal to side length ratio of pentagons described by this adjective. For 10 points, give this adjective that describes the faces of platonic solids, which are polygons whose angles and side lengths.
Oh, regular?
Yep. 410. And your bonus. In Eastern Orthodoxy, the kairos is said prior to this sacrament as part of the divine liturgy for 10 points each. Name this sacrament that Catholics hold as having real presence. Many high altars were destroyed when the Council of Trent ordered priests to perform this sacrament facing the entrance to the church.
Communion, I don't know. Communion.
Yes. The Eucharist, or Holy Communion, draws from this event in which Christ told his apostles that the bread and wine he was giving them were his body and blood and announced that he would be betrayed.
Last Supper.
Yep. This numerically named text from the Book of Common Prayer affirms the doctrine of real presence in the Eucharist and denies transubstantiation.
What? The Book of Seven.
This is the 39 articles. That is 20 on the bonus.
What?
And your toss-up 18. A flute solo near the start of this composer's 8th symphony imitates birdsong with the repeated motif D, short B, E, short B. A fanfare for 2 trumpets opens the last movement of this composer's G major 8th symphony. A symphony by this composer influenced the first symphonies of Florence Price and Amy Beach. The motif F, short A flat, long A flat, from a slow symphonic movement by this composer was inspired by Harry Burleigh singing. That symphony's scherzo was inspired by the Song of Hiawatha.
Dvorak.
Yes, 410.
That makes sense, yeah.
And your bonus. A poem titled For These People describes how autumn is desolation in the plot of 1,000 acres. For 10 points each, name these people whose headstones yield their names to the element row by row in an Alan Tate ode.
What does that mean? These people.
Children.
Little kids, children.
This is The Confederate Dead.
Confederate Dead.
This poet responded to Ode to the Confederate Dead in a poem about a monument to Colonel Shaw and his black soldiers for the Union dead. This Boston confessional poet of Skunk Hour was mentored by Tate and lived on his lawn in a tent.
Lived on his lawn in a tent. This is Smith. Smith.
This is Robert Lowell. Ode to the Confederate Dead describes how these objects plunge and expire. An Oliver Wendell Holmes poem titled for one of these objects describes the old three-cornered hat worn by Thomas Melville.
It's like Nautilus.
These objects, so what do you do?
A Nautilus. Nautilus.
This is a leaf, as in the last leaf.
That's
0 on this bonus. Tossup 19. A folktale about a mouse who performs this activity after eating rice cakes inspired a Ghibli Museum exclusive film. The Nihon Shoki credits Nomi no Sukune with the first instance of this activity while acting under Emperor Sunin, though the Kojiki instead partially credits the kami Take Mikazuchi. The Tate Gyoji wield a large fan to judge this activity and are responsible for the Shinto rites performed for it, including pouring sake at 4 inner corners. Purification rituals taken before this activity include rinsing the mouth with chikara mizu, or power water. The Dohyo Iri tradition before performing this activity involves walking around a ring-shaped area. For
A wedding?
No. For 10 points, name this national sport of...
Sumo wrestling.
Yes. And here's your bonus. In the 1850s, the chemist Henri Etienne St. Clair Deville made an extremely expensive breastplate from this material for Napoleon III, for 10 points each. Name this essential war material, the major profit center of Charles Martin Hall's Pittsburgh Reduction Company.
Steel.
Yeah. Steel?
This is aluminum. Alcoa lends its name to a city in this state's Blount County that's home to an aluminum smelting plant. The Clinton Engineer Works at a secret city in this state enriched uranium for the Manhattan Project.
Oh, frick. Alabama.
Answer?
Alabama.
This is Tennessee. Alcoa left a toxic legacy in Suriname, a country that was a longtime colony of this European country. This modern-day country's East India Company also colonized Indonesia.
The Netherlands?
Yes. For 10. I will remind teams to please keep it down during the other team's bonus. Toss-up 20. A poem in this language states the sons of Adam are limbs of each other and is inscribed in the United Nations building. 7 principal voices are used in a 50,000-line poem in this language, whose prologue describes an object that makes a crying sound after being separated from its bed. In a poem in this language, a character realizes he killed his son after seeing a jewel on his arm. That man rides the stallion Raksh and was saved at birth by the Simurgh. A poem in this language of the Masnavi begins with a command to awake.
Persian?
Yes, or 10. And your bonus. Reporter Jill Burkham chronicled a roof collapse at the Bug One Jishig School in this state's Leech Lake Indian Reservation, for 10 points each. Name this state whose curling mad city of Bemidji is near the Red Lake and White Earth reservations. The Vermilion and St. Croix rivers meet in the state city of Hastings.
Hastings.
Illinois.
This is Minnesota. Bemidji is home to the oldest statue of this legendary lumberjack and his companion, Babe the Blue Ox. Yep. Bemidji hosts one of these events named for Babe the Blue Ox. One of these events, traditionally held on Patriots Day, typically starts in Hopkinton and includes the Heartbreak Hill.
Marathon.
Yep, and that is 20 on the bonus. I have a final score of Chattahoochee Bee 400, White Pigeon 70.
Oh, yeah.
That's the end of the prelims.
Coming up, bro.
Come up and sign for their scores.
Wait, Mr. Math, pass me your math. was 50.
Yeah.
The campus is tough. The campus is the most awful place on earth.
Till the day that one of us dies.
Just double check that before.
Can we put up a wall between our beds tonight?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, wait, you can't disarm this room.
Okay, but Harvard is hard. That's why it's still good. I'm saying campus is hard.
I got received the first half. And
I gotta say, I like mine better than now.
Okay, so yeah, so just to confirm, so we are the tiebreaker 1. We have Fremd and Northmont in this room. So this is going to be a half packet tiebreaker, so 10 toss-ups and up to 10 bonuses, and then the winner will advance to playing another half tiebreaker.
You mean the loser?
The loser.
Or
yeah.
The loser plays more. The winner can go eat. Yes.
That is,
The winner can go eat.
Yeah.
I mean, that is.
we'll confirm that at the end, but focus on for this time.
Focus on winning.
Let's go. Winning this game.
go.
Okay, is everyone ready to go?
Yes. Let's go.
Yes.
All right, here we go with Toss 1. A New York-based organization named after Orpheus is famous for not employing anyone in this profession. Neville Mariner joined this profession a decade after founding the Academy of St. Martin in the Fields. The third member of this profession to have an exclusive contract with DECA is Ricardo Muti's designated successor, Klaus Makela. Marin Alsop was the first...
Like, just conductor.
Power.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Bonus. Muslims and Islamic scholars debate the contested historical accounts of these lines. For 10 points each, name these lines from the 53rd Surah of the Quran. Their validity is challenged since they seem to permit the worship of the goddesses Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, and Manat.
The heresy lines. The heresies.
These are the satanic verses. The satanic verses are said to be not from God by this archangel who revealed the verses of the Quran in the cave of Hira.
Yeah. Gabriel.
Yes. Description acceptable. In editing one of these works, partly titled Rasul Allah, al-Tabari decided to include the satanic verses omitted by Ibn Hashim. A subset of these sources, known as Makazi, documented military campaigns.
Diaries.
Answer?
Diaries.
These are biographies of Muhammad. 10 points.
Sure.
We're down 30.
Toss of 2. In one novel by an author born in this country, an anarchist becomes a Jesuit after the burning of an all-female hostel. A nun from this country authored the psychological treatise The Transfiguration of the Commonplace after ending an affair with a one-armed artist. This is the birth country of the novelist of the Girls of Slender Means, who created a set of schoolgirls dubbed...
Scotland?
Power.
Let's go. Good box.
Bonus. Julie Wheelwright claimed this woman's performances of supposed Japanese religious rituals led her to be viewed as a nude of art. For 10 points each, name this exotic dancer who, after being identified by French intelligence as age 21, was executed in 1917 for espionage. Yes.
Good.
Hari was executed for spying for this country, whose defeat in World War I led to the overthrow of Kaiser Wilhelm II.
German.
Allied propaganda contrasted Hari with Edith Cavell, a British woman with this profession executed by Germany in 1915 for helping soldiers escape occupied Belgium. This was the profession of the first black British woman to write an autobiography, Mary Seacole.
Mary Seacole. Maybe it is. Nurse.
30.
Yes. Good. 50 point
Toss.
cycle.
Plus 3. Applying this technique to Cryptomeria japonica reveals at least 5 SEP events named for Fusa Mayaki. This technique uses standards in the int-cal series and is complemented by a calculation involving the standard PDB ratio obtained from the PD belemnite. Measurements in this technique are depressed by the emissions-driven Seuss effect and are inflated by the marine reservoir effect. Willard Libby won a Nobel for this technique that accounts for a bomb pulse from when nuclear tests altered atmospheric concentrations. Calibration curves for this technique are produced by applying it to tree rings. For 10 points, name this technique that uses the 5,730...
Carbon dating.
Yes.
Great job. Great job.
10 points. Bonus. Sophie Zamchik played this person in Eve Sussman's short film 89 Seconds at Alcazar, which fictionalizes the moment before and after a 1656 painting. For 10 points each, name this person, who in a painting in the Prado is seen from the point of view of her parents, who themselves are depicted in a mirror next to a lit doorway.
So it's the Infanta Marguerite.
was too early. I don't know.
Answer.
Infanta Margarita.
Yes. The Infanta Margarita and her court appear in this Diego Velázquez painting.
Las Meninas.
The composition of the Infanta Margarita and her servants in Las Meninas inspired John Singer Sargent's painting of this man's daughters, one of whom plays with a doll while two others in white dresses stand next to a large blue and white porcelain vase.
Bolt.
30.
60.
Toss up 4. Maureen Murdoch identified an identification with and shifts towards the masculine in her adaptations of this concept for women. While the original name of this concept was taken from Finnegan's Wake, its popular name emerged in the 1980s from two documentaries, a biography of its creator, and an interview with Bill Moyers. This concept was divided into 17 stages with names like Freedom to Live and A Belly of the Whale. This concept was introduced
Like
in...
the hero's journey.
Yes, for 10.
Good work.
I should have buzzed Finnegan's Wake. I sat there.
Bonus. In the Old East Slavic poem, The Tale of Igor's Campaign, Vasilslav of Polotsk turns into one of these creatures in order to travel long distances at night. For 10 points each, many Slavic tales describe people who share characteristics with what creatures, who are sometimes called lycanthropes.
So wolves, right?
Yeah.
Wolves.
Yes. In response to claims that the Tale of Igor's Campaign was a forgery, this author of the 1820 poem Ruslan and Ludmilla said no one was good enough to fake it.
Push it.
Yes. Vasilav of Polotsk is sometimes identified with Wolf Vasilovich, one of these knights ubiquitous in old Slavic poems. A group of 3 of these warriors included Ilya Muromets.
Do you have any like old? No, there's no way.
Answer.
Cossacks.
These are Bogatyrs.
I don't know what that is.
20 points.
You're
And we are on
good.
toss up 5. Okay. Flight attendant Gabriel von Lutzow is called the angel of the city for supporting hijacking victims. West German counterterrorism organizations rescued passengers in this city after the hijacking of Lufthansa Flight 181. During a 1992 famine, UNITAF dropped leaflets over the city. Operation Gothic Serpent aimed to capture Mohammed Farah Adid in the city. A Mark Bowden book describes a battle in the city during a civil power.
Good work.
Bonus. These orbitals and p orbitals have the smallest shifts from spin-orbit coupling because they have the least values of orbital angular momentum. For 10 points each, name these spherical atomic orbitals with angular momentum quantum number L equals 0.
S.
Yes. The Lamb shift in the entropy gap between 2s and 2p orbitals is due to fluctuations in this thing. Pair production causes polarization of this thing.
Pair production causes
the nucleus. No, that isn't.
Answer?
No, nucleus.
Vacuum. In degenerate perturbation theory, this effect causes the separation of mixed states that are linear combinations of 2s and 2p orbitals. This effect is the splitting of spectral lines due to an external electric field.
I don't know. It's not Hall. That makes sense. That is not what the Hall effect is.
Answer?
Hall.
It's the Stark effect.
Stark.
10 points. So add, after 5, it's 150, 30.
We can get this back. Come on.
An anonymous 9th century Buddhist poet who left many of their poems in these places is referred to as the cold one of these places. In one novel, a Taoist monk at one of these places explains that a character's tragedy is returning to a normal life among normal people. This is the first title place in an ancient classic that describes 550 of these places alongside a list of mythological beasts. In a novel title for one of these places, the narrator I starts an ephemeral relationship with she and begins...
Soul mountains.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Bonus. Populations from the November 2024 BC and December 2024 Louisiana human HPAI cases featured the E186D mutation in this protein. For 10 points each, name this antigen that, alongside neuraminidase, is used to name IAV subtypes. An assay for antibodies against a given virus measures inhibition to this protein's binding sialic acid.
Sialic acid. So, protein sialic acid.
Answer?
You got it.
Collagen.
This is hemagglutinin.
Yeah.
The LA sample unexpectedly lacked the PB2M631L mutation, which occurs in most bird flu infections of this ruminant livestock species with scientific name Bostaurus.
Cows, right?
Yeah.
Cows.
Yes. Viral zoonosis also causes the evolution of HIV from SIV, which is named for this infraorder that contains the namesake species of SIV-CPZ and SIV-SMN.
This infraorder
So it's not really.
That's what I say.
Answer?
Retroviruses.
What?
Retroviruses.
These are simians. 10 points.
Oh. Wow, that
that's
makes sense.
monkeys.
Tossup 7. Philippe Van Paris asked, what, if anything, can justify capitalism in a 1995 book advocating this policy that theorized the concept of real freedom? Finland became the first country to implement this policy during a trial from 2017 to 2018. The results of this policy can be replicated by a kind of negative tax championed by Milton Friedman. An example...
Like UBI?
That's probably
Yeah.
Universal Basic
UBI.
Income.
The universal basic income.
Bonus, in the 1830s, Connecticut experienced a so-called mania for growing this crop. For 10 points each, name this fruit that names a row of slave quarters at Monticello. Bandit's Roost was a tenement alley off a New York street named for this fruit, photographed by Jacob Reese.
Orange.
Answer?
Orange.
Mulberries. In a failed attempt to start a silk industry, hundreds of mulberry trees were planted in this city's trustees' garden. James Oglethorpe created 24 squares in the city, founded as the capital of a debtors' colony.
Atlanta.
Savannah. As owner of Savannah's Mulberry Grove Plantation, Nathaniel Greene's widow, Catherine, helped Eli Whitney design a gin for processing this other crop.
Oh man, cotton.
10.
Keep going.
Tossup, an effect name for this word, increases the lability of certain ligands in square planar complexes, such as one that contains platinum. Upon absorbing a photon, the pigment retinol enters a state of being entirely described by this word. When two groups with the highest priority according to CIP rules are described with this word, a double bond has an E configuration. Substituents added by an anti-addition are described by this word. Partial hydrogenation produces a type of unsaturated fat known by this word that is banned in many countries due to its health effects. For 10 points, give this word that describes a conformation in which groups are on opposite sides of a bond, contrasted with cis. Yes.
Thank you. Bro.
I wouldn't go into it.
Bonus. Yuzha Wang played this excerpt as an encore at her 2023 Rachmaninoff Marathon with the Philadelphia Orchestra. For 10 points each, name is 4-movement ballet sequence with a prominent flute solo from the Paris version of Christoph Gluck's opera Orfeo et Eurydice. This excerpt plays after the Furies led Orpheus into Elysium.
The Dance of the Blessed Spirits.
Yes. In the Paris version of Orfeo et Eurydice, Orpheus is sung by a haute contre or French countertenor instead of this type of singer. These male singers could sing soprano parts.
What are they called? Oh my god.
Answer?
Man, I don't do contraltos.
No, castrato. Gluck originally wrote Dance of the Blessed Spirits for a ballet about this womanizer who is dragged to hell at the end of a Mozart opera.
Don Juan.
20 points.
Let's go.
Toss of 9. Edward R. Murrow visited this city's Japanese modern Sinatra house designed by black architect Paul R. Williams. One of the first steel frame houses in the world was built in this city in the late 1920s by modernist architect Richard Neutra and is called the Lovell Health House. Floor-to-ceiling glass characterizes Pierre Canning Stall House in this city. The Eames House is one of the case study houses in the city being preserved by researchers at its Getty Conservation Institute.
LA.
Yes. 10 points.
Another thing that we don't get next game.
Bonus, in this story, a man who stands like Saint Sebastian fantasizes about only being able to find a black doctor for his mother and awkwardly asks a black man for matches, although he has no cigarettes. For 10 points each, name the story in which Julian's mother dies of a stroke after trying to give a penny to a black boy whose mother wears the same ugly hat as her.
Everything that rises must converge.
It was written by this Southern Gothic author of stories like A Good Man is Hard to Find.
O'Connor.
In this O'Connor short story, Mary Grace yells, "Go back to hell where you came from, you old warthog," and throws a book at Ruby Turpin in a waiting room after hearing her racist tirade.
Yeah, there's the life you save may be your own. The life you save may be your own.
Revelation.
Okay.
20. And last also.
She read the Bible.
To obtain a navigational quadrant that had been stolen by this island's people, a man followed their custom of drawing a circle on the ground, sitting in it, and negotiating. The first king of this island's Pomeri dynasty acquired firearms from Van mutineers, who were later captured by the HMS Pandora. An observer...
Pitcairn?
No. An observatory was built on this island by James Cook to track the 1769 transit of Venus. Before settling Pitcairn Island, Fletcher Christian abducted...
Tahiti.
That's right.
You're good.
Bonus, a work written during this event called for women to be able to identify their children's fathers. For 10 points each, name the 1789 uprising, during which Olympe de Gouges wrote a feminist critique of Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen.
Like the French Revolution. The French Revolution.
Edmund Burke's reactionary reflections on the revolution in France were critiqued in a Mary Wollstonecraft book titled For This Word, which also titles her book on the rights of woman.
Vindication.
Yep. Joseph de Maistre argued that God punished Enlightenment philosophers for abandoning this view by causing the French Revolution. Plato's Euthyphro examines this ethical theory that claims we should do what God wants.
Morality.
Answer?
Morality.
This is a divine command theory.
Okay.
Okay, so that is the end of this half packet. So from 200, Northmont 120.
And we'll take.
Game. Good.
How much time do we have?
We didn't do horribly, so let's do it here.
Yeah, but it's the same pack.
Still there because it started over
Sorry,
there.
I was not paying attention.
I know, but we went with it.
Hello?
Stop.
No, don't do it.
Oh, gotcha.
Wait, you watched it?
Yeah.
Yes.
The professor was like, well, they can have it, and the other guy had it. So, if it was a mute phone,
But it's
whatever.
like delayed, so.
Okay, is everyone ready to start?
Sorry.
Alright, here we go with Tossup 1 in this half packet between Tossup B and Tossup. Women performing this activity, like Texas Guinan and Gertrude Lithgow, benefited from laws limiting the activity of male police. For engaging in this activity in Cincinnati, George Remus was prosecuted by Mabel Walker Wildebrandt. To do this activity, Bill McCoy made voyages from Bimini in the Bahamas. Long lines of ships near ports such as Galveston and off the coast of New Jersey were rows for runners who did this activity. Businesses...
Smuggling.
Prompt.
Smuggling goods. I don't know what you want.
No.
Great.
Businesses performing this crime were raided by the Untouchables, led by Elliot Ness.
Yep.
Al Capone made most of his wealth from this crime, which supplied illegal speakeasies. For 10 points in this crime, in which products banned under Prohibition were smuggled. Yes. Bonus. George Henry Lewis claimed that one character's death in this manner was giving currency to a vulgar error, though a novel's preface argues that it had been observed beyond all rational doubt. For 10 points each, name this manner of death that Mr. Guppy and Mr. Jobling find has killed the alcoholic rag and bone man Crook in an 1853 novel.
Drowning?
Purdue came up.
Answer?
Getting run over.
Spontaneous combustion. After Crook spontaneously combusts in this novel, a will found among his papers complicates the Chancery Court case Jarndyce and Jarndyce, as Sir Summerson narrates this novel.
This is a Dickens novel. Fuck, it's like Bleak House or something. Okay. Bleak
Answer.
House.
What?
Bleak House.
Yes, Bleak House is the only novel with a female narrator by this author. This author depicted Miss Havisham dying from her burns after her dress catches fire in Great Expectations.
Dickens.
Yes. Tossup 2. Substituting a methyl in this molecule with a bromine yields an analog that is tagged in to monitor the cell cycle. Beads coated in oligomers of this molecule are used to isolate mRNA. An azide containing mimic of this molecule was the earliest HIV drug. This common nucleobase is distinguished by 2 carbonyl groups and 1 methyl group.
Uracil?
No. This is the first nucleobase in the name of a promoter motif that appears 30 bases upstream of the transcription start site. This nucleobase creates kinks in DNA when it dimerizes due to UV radiation. This is the second DNA nucleobase in the start codon and the first one in the stop codons. For 10 points, name this pyrimidine that is mimicked by uracil and pairs with adenine.
Guanine.
No, it's thymine. Goes dead. We go on to Tossup 3. This author is asked to please shut off the telephone, and a reply crumpled on a desk. This man wrote, "I come, my sweet, to sing to you," in a poem to his wife that uses this author's triadic line style. This poet claimed that all women have Helen in their hearts in that poem, whose title, Green and Wooden Object, can be found in hell. In a poem set when his wife and baby are asleep, this author asked, "Who shall say I am not the happy genius of my household?"
Auden?
No, sorry. This poet of Dance Rus wrote "Forgive Me" in a 28-word note to his wife describing some sweet and cold objects. For 10 points, he is Images poet who confessed to eating the plums that were in the icebox in his poem, This Is Just to Say.
Williams.
Yes.
I thought that had been going anything, but I wasn't.
Bonus for 10 points each. Name the following figures from Greek mythology depicted by statues in London's Hyde Park. Jacob Epstein's The Rush of Green depicts this god next to a family playing with their dog. King Midas is given donkey ears after he chooses this god over Apollo in a musical contest.
Pan.
Yes. Hyde Park is separated from Green Park by the Wellington Arch, which contains a bronze statue of this deity riding a quadriga chariot. Zealous, Bia, Kratos, and this deity are the children of Styx and Pallas.
Boreas?
Answer?
Boreas?
That's Nike.
Okay.
Another Hyde Park
Alright.
statue dedicated to Wellington depicts this Greek hero. Paris kills this hero of the Trojan War by shooting an arrow at his heel.
Achilles.
20.
Yep. I think it's what tied something.
Tossup 4. Moses and the 70 elders of Israel see some of these objects made of sapphire under God's feet after they ascend Mount Sinai. Following the Ashkar Gilson manuscript, the song Michamoka is written in a layout that represents these objects. Either the material used to make these objects or to bind them together is represented by a mixture of chopped fruits and nuts in which a halal sandwich is dipped called karoset. After Moses and Aaron say, "Let my people go," Pharaoh retaliates by forcing the Israelites to make these objects without straw.
Bricks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bonus. This instrument is traditionally created from eucalyptus trees that have been attacked by termites. For 10 points each, name this long wind instrument developed by Aboriginal Australians that produces a low drone.
Didgeridoo.
Yes. Didgeridoo players like Mark Atkins can hold notes for extended periods of time by employing this technique. A performer uses this technique by inhaling through the nose while simultaneously exhaling into their instrument.
Circular breathing.
Didgeridoos are traditionally accompanied by percussion instruments that are named for this action. Indian classical music uses rhythmic patterns called talas, whose name derives from the word for this action. Answer?
Talking.
Clapping.
Okay.
20. Toss up 5. This modern-day country is home to the millennia-old stone shelters called bunya. The sport of Pitsigian originated at the beaches of a city in this country that used to be called Spalato. A military unit composed of the majority ethnic group of this country helped popularize the necktie. The only Roman amphitheater that still has its 4 side towers fully preserved is in this country's city of Pula. Kanin was the capital of this modern country's breakaway Serbian state of Krajina. The former Venetian colony of Rovinja is the highlight of this country's Istrian region. This country's coastal city of Split is
Croatia.
10.
God, I was waiting to say finally a city that I've heard of. It said every other city in Croatia.
Bonus. Drawing on darks, the version control system Jujitsu treats these issues as first-class objects. For 10 points each, name these issues that result from ambiguous requests to merge diverged branches. Index files surround the text that causes these issues with repeated inequality symbols.
Discontinuity. Discontinuity.
These are merge conflicts. Linus Torvalds developed this predominant version control system, which has a 3-letter name. This system hub is a code-sharing website represented by OctoCAD.
Git?
Could be.
Git?
Yes.
Okay.
Resulting merge conflicts involve this command, which typically follows git add and precedes git push. Like git branch, this command uses the -m flag to supplement a message.
Give a command, Russell.
Answer?
Send.
This is commit.
Whatever. Let's get some more. Let's go.
So it's halfway through. It's 30 to 80. I also heard that they're delaying the playoff starting until 2, so go a little bit more time.
Yeah, at least something.
Okay. Toss. Okay.
Okay.
Toss up 6. This family member's Susan wrote an essay in opposition to women's suffrage and impressed Charles Darwin with her nature diary, Rural Hours. Samuel Morse helped decorate Otsego Hall for this family's patriarch, William. A member of this family wrote a descriptive tale of his hometown featuring Oliver Effingham and Judge Marmaduke Temple called The Pioneers. In a town named after this family, a variant of Rounders was legendarily invented by the future Civil War General Abner Doubleday. Mark Twain critiqued the literary offenses of the author
Cooper.
Yes.
Cooper's Town. That's where the Baseball Hall of Fame is.
Cooper for 10. Bonus. Zhuge Liang anecdotally left his fort unguarded to feign an ambush, causing an army of this state led by Sima Yi to retreat. For 10 points each, name this state founded by Cao Pi, the son of Cao Cao, with its capital at Shuchang before being moved to Luoyang.
Eastern or Western show? Or is it any of those?
Western Joe.
It's the Wei. Wen Ping, a general for the Wei, also used the empty fort strategy to defeat the troops of this state. The state warred with the Wei and the Shu during the Three Kingdoms period. Answer?
Say that.
Wang?
Wu. The founder of this dynasty, Li Yuan, later Emperor Gaozu, employed a similar strategy against the Gokturks. The An Lushan rebellion caused the decline of this dynasty, which preceded the song.
An Lushan, I believe, is Ming. No. Tang.
Answer?
Tang.
10.
Jesus Christ.
Toss 7. In a novel by this author, a woman lifts her head to see a great map on a street sign, which she follows back to a supermarket where she had earlier looked for food. Another novel by this author, cross-border travel, arranged by the mafia, spelled with a PH, eventually allows people to die. This author of Death with Interruptions described how a man is stabbed with a stiletto heel when he tries to sexually assault a girl with dark glasses in a novel whose main characters are initially quarantined in a mental health hospital. In that novel by this author, only the doctor's wife does not get...
Saramago.
10.
Speed. Speed.
Bonus. This author wrote, "Do not remember me as a disaster nor as keeper of the secrets" in the poem Movement Song. For 10 points each, name this author of Sister Outsider, who advocated for intersectional feminism that centers black women's concerns in the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house.
No. Lord. We go with
Lord.
What?
Lord.
Yes. Lord depicted the intersection between blackness and lesbianism in this biomythography, titled for a Karyaku name for women who work together as friends and lovers.
Dude, yeah, I have no idea.
Answer?
Gay.
This is Zammy.
Great.
This earlier author included the black feminist themes in works such as Sweat. This author wrote about Janie Crawford in the novel Their Eyes Were Watching God.
Hurston.
Okay.
Stuff, but we need one more to be safe.
30 to 130 going to Tossup 8.
One more to be safe. Let's go.
Tossup 8. Straight trajectories within these devices were first demonstrated via Maltese cross-shaped shadows. Ferdinand Braun pioneered these devices by using a cold component to supplement thermionic emission. In these devices, two pairs of deflections coils determine position on a phosphor screen. Evacuation of these devices was improved by William Crookes, who demonstrated deflection by pressing magnets against them.
Crookes tube.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. I think I need to prompt.
Cathode ray.
Yes.
Okay.
I know it.
I do. Good job, Kevin. Thank you. That's what I call. Good job. Good job. Good job. Saved it. Saved it.
Okay, so that was correct for 10 points. Bonus for Northmont. A 2021 book by Catherine Page Hardin on why this field matters for social equality makes heavy use of GWAS studies. For 10 points each, identify this field that has spawned direct-to-consumer businesses such as 23andMe, which offers saliva-based testing and mapping.
Yeah, ancestry.
Prompt.
Pedagogy?
Not pedagogy. That's like teaching.
What's
We don't have the term.
Genetics. This oncologist explored efforts such as the Human Genome Project in his book The Gene, a follow-up to his best-selling The Emperor of All Maladies, a biography of cancer.
God knows. I don't care. Smith.
This is Siddhartha Mukherjee. Several critics have compared Hardin's book to this pseudoscientific 1994 book by Richard J. Herrenstein and Charles Murray with a mathematical title. This book argues that much of human intelligence is inherited.
Oh. What's the
answer?
Math.
Bell curve. No points there. Toss-up 9. This artistic style was criticized as decorative by Amédée Ozenfant, who founded the Purist movement in response to this style. Statues of harlequins with instruments in this style were created by Jacques Lipschitz.
Art Deco.
No, sorry. To understand Cézanne is to foresee this style, according to a treatise co-written by the artist of the painting Tea Time.
Art Nouveau?
No, this is...
I don't really care.
And last toss-up. These objects replace the mention of the British in the chorus of Portugal's national anthem, written during the Pink Map Ultimatum. Exhibitions of these objects at Alfred Krupp's estate inspired his nickname. A rule name for these objects historically defined a country's international waters. Apocryphally, the first Victoria crosses were made from these objects. Alfred Dreyfus was accused of selling secrets about these weapons, handheld types of which were first used during the Hussite Wars. In 1866, Queen Victoria was gifted one of these weapons modeled after the Ottoman basilisk.
Like a gun?
Prompt.
A musket?
which the Hungarian engineer Orban designed to break Constantinople's walls in 1453. For 10 points, name these heavy artillery weapons.
Cannon.
That's right.
That makes sense. It's a camera.
And your bonus. Many animals move their bodies repetitively in response to this stimulus in the process of entrainment. For 10 points each, name this stimulus. Although it's a myth that exposing children to this stimulus increases their IQ, it does increase the likelihood that they develop perfect pitch.
Music.
Douglas Hofstadter explored self-reference and repetition in math, art, and music in this book titled after a mathematician, an artist, and a composer.
Gödel Escherbach. I was like, I know that name. Gödel Escherbach.
Robert Gjerdingen applied the theory of these concepts to repetitive musical forms from the 18th century in his book Music in the Galant Style. In genetic epistemology, these patterns of thought organize information into categories.
Heuristics.
Sure did. Heuristics.
Schemata, 20 points. So final score, Thomas Jefferson B, 30. Northland, 1 7.
Good game.
Good game.
That's it.
bet they're like,
Oh,
this
this
guy's
guy's
been
been
playing
playing
Crucible
Crucible
for
for
15
15
years.
years.
Chris Romero.
Looks like on my left we have Stevenson A,
For
and on the right, Straight Jesuit A.
My only message is don't buzz first line.
Do not buzz first line.
And if you would like, my summer classes are available starting June 13th. You can sign up for my summer classes.
Wait, when is this gonna start? What if he's watching a live?
Oh my god.
But like, it doesn't like show who's playing. Like you have to like manually watch the stream. You know what I mean?
No, like if Romero's watching the live stream, you just heard me say that.
I mean, are they live?
And when you like laugh, it tilts us. Okay.
Actually recording.
Yeah. I don't know if it's recording.
Yeah. So
You won't be able to know. Because it's delayed.
Yeah, wait for the timer.
especially
You need to put the buzzer down.
especially.
Do not buzz first line.
I guess you must be Justin.
This guy.
Oh my god.
This
My
guy.
fault, my fault.
No, you good. It's not required to play. I just wanted to make sure I have the right people in the right order. You want me to?
You guys get so
Anything different than what I normally do? Okay.
They're not recording.
I don't know.
Wait, why?
No, buzz first line.
I ate too much too.
Because you want not buzz first line. Cannot.
You did?
Yeah.
Go.
Let's go. Put it on, put your phone away.
No.
It's only the 6
What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, just 6 rounds.
What are you gonna
sleep on the bus.
You know, one time I was on my phone before a round and I went over.
All right. Since we're resuming from a break, I think I'd like to remind you to please join me if you have not in turning your phone off, or at least turning it to a completely silent mode. Players, your phones needs to be away throughout the round. Can be in your pocket or with your coach or wherever else you want it to be, just not out at any point during the round. Let's check the buzzer. Feed buzz starting on my left and state your name, please. Ethan, can I see your light, please? Thank you.
Ani.
Welcome.
Monique.
Welcome. Spencer, can I see your light, please? Thank you, Spencer. Which is your captain, Stevenson A? Sounds good. Thank you. Straight Jesuit A, please.
Justin.
Justin.
Max.
Max, how are you doing?
Kang.
Can I see your light, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome. Jacob, welcome. Straight Jesuit A, which is your captain? Wonderful, thank you. Just a reminder, the captain's only job is if I get 2 answers on a bonus, I will go to the captain for the team's answer.
Yeah. That's how you talk to them.
Okay.
There we go. I will.
As Mike told you, this game is being streamed, so if you want to see it later, it's always a nice time for me to go back and look back on my playing career, you know, back in the, I think it was the Devonian era is what it's technically called. In a recent toss-up. You ready to go, Mike? Yeah. Good. All right, let's go. Stevenson A, you ready? Good. Straight Jesuit A, are you ready?
Yes.
Good.
Okay.
Good luck, teams. Everybody says they're ready. This is toss-up 1. Activist Margaret Gordon is at the center of Alexis Madrigal's 2025 book about how containerization changed this port city. After this city's Hmong American mayor Sheng Dao was recalled, 78-year-old Barbara Lee was elected mayor in a 2025 special election. In 2020, this city settled a lawsuit from victims of the ghost ship warehouse fire in its Fruitvale neighborhood. A stadium in this city, home to the view-ruining Mount Davis, was home to a team owned by John Fisher that now plays in some of the cities here.
Oakland.
Say it again, please.
Oakland.
Oakland for 10 minutes. Okay.
Wait, I knew Sheng Dao, bro. I'm just sports. That's how you spell his name.
And so this bonus to Shrek Jesuit A.
Good job.
A description's acceptable for part 1. To dispel rumors that he was a Calvinist, Christophe Plantin produced a Bible with this unique property. For 10 points each. Part 1, name this property, first possessed by the Complutensian Bible, drawing from the Vulgate and the Septuagint.
It's in Latin and Greek.
Okay.
It's in Latin and Greek.
That's fine. The main answer is it's polyglot. Okay. Part 2. Plantin produced his polyglot Bible to prove his loyalty to this king, who sent the Spanish Armada.
Philip II.
Philip II.
That's right. Plantin's Bible is alternatively named for this city, which was sacked in 1576 by soldiers who hadn't been paid by Philip II. The Spanish later besieged this city in 1585 during the 80 Years' War.
Okay, wait. Leiden or Antwerp? You're going to go with Antwerp.
Antwerp is also
Okay, nice.
Next is toss-up 2. Exclusion zones inside this structure are maintained by the mammalian protein TPR. Transport of molecules greater than 60 kilodaltons into this structure relies on liquid-liquid phase separation here.
The phloem.
No, phloem is not correct. I'll continue. facilitated by intrinsically disordered FG nubs. This structure contains RCC1, which is a bound GEF that maintains a gradient of high RAN GTP concentration inside this structure. This organelle's eightfold symmetric openings contain cytoplasmic filaments and namesake baskets. Traffic into and out of this organelle is mediated by importans and exportins. This organelle's pore complexes facilitate transport through its double bilayer envelope. For 10 points, name this primary storage center of the cell's DNA.
Nucleus.
The nucleus is good for 10. For Max and Strake, Jesuit A has this bonus. A manifesto titled for this practice created the pun to be or not to be. That is the question. For 10 points each. Name this practice. That titles the Oswald de Andrade Manifesto. A satire suggests this practice is a way of lessening the number of papists and making certain people beneficial to the public.
Like eating babies. Yeah, eating babies. Final.
I can take the answer eating babies. The main answer is cannibalism. Augusto de Campos was inspired by the Cannibalist Manifesto to found a branch of the poetry movement named for this substance. That poetry movement most notably creates shaped poems.
Substance. Yeah. I don't know. Go with like fire.
Yes, please.
Fire.
It's concrete.
Okay.
Finally, both Oswald de Andrade and Augusto de Campos were from this South American country, where both authors wrote in Portuguese.
Brazil.
Brazil.
That's for 20.
Nice.
Toss up 3. 6 months after the end of the Civil War, a member of this organization named R.N. Painter received James Waddell's surrender of the final Confederate combatants. Members of this organization hosted a dinner where the release of Dr. William Beans was negotiated. In an 1807 affair, this organization seized for this
British Navy?
That's fine. The main answer is the Royal Navy. British Navy is acceptable. That's 20 points.
Good.
Nice.
For 20.
And a bonus. In the Volupsa, a volva states that these three figures engraved their names on a wooden tablet. Each. Name this group made up of Urter, Verthunder, and Skuld, three goddesses who weave the threads of fate.
What is it?
Norns.
Yes, the Norns also ensure the health of this object. To gain knowledge of the runes, Odin hung himself from this world tree for 9 days and 9 nights.
Yggdrasil.
Right, the third of the Norns, Skuld, is described as holding one of these objects that represents another role. Two members of a group, sometimes named in English for these objects, Gundul and Skogul, are sent to choose who should join Odin as Einherjar in the Hakonarmal.
Could be like eyes.
Sure. Defer.
Eyes.
They're shields.
Okay. 20.
He's also known as shield maidens. You get 20. This is toss-up 4. In a novel by this author, a girl promises to carry a woman off to the moon on a winged horse. That girl chooses Melody Gloucester Pegasus as magic words and is followed with the chant, "Would you like a cup of tea?" in a novel by this author. Uncle Julian dies when villagers burn the home of Constance and Maricat Blackwood. Years after his here.
Jackson?
Yes,
Nice.
Shirley Jackson for 20.
Yeah, nice.
2 on me, and a bonus for Stevenson. Answer the following about art in the films of the late David Lynch for 10 points each. On Twin Peaks, the hallway of the Red Room contains this ancient Greek sculpture of a love goddess lacking both her arms.
Yeah, it's the Venus de Milo. Venus de Milo. Venus de Milo.
You've got it. Also on Twin Peaks, the imagery of Laura Palmer's body may have been inspired by this artist's early work, Wrapped Woman. This artist hung orange nylon from hundreds of gates in Central Park with his partner Jean-Claude.
And Christo.
Yeah.
Christo?
It is. Finally, several Lynch sets were inspired by abandoned textile factories in this country, the implied setting of Inland Empire. A sculptor from this country used burlap to create headless sculptures recreated in the installation Agora.
So it's like the guy where is that guy from? Who did the swing?
Just go.
Nigeria?
Answer, please.
Ghana.
It's Poland. You get 20.
Okay, that's fine.
Toss up 5. A purported dialogue between a king of this ethnicity and the monk Nagasena that analogizes the 5 parts of the self to a chariot is collected in the Theravit. Is here? Greek is good for 20. Greek to Spencer. And a bonus. The D0 and CDF experiments analyze data from a device named for this unit. Name this unit, 13.6 of which can be reached by collision energies in the LHC. This unit is the approximate rest mass energy of 8 Higgs bosons, or 6 top quarks.
The giga electron volt, maybe.
Yeah, giga electron
This is a
volt.
tera-electron volt, I'm afraid. Despite the 9 TeV energy of the sphaleron, the LHC cannot sufficiently concentrate energy to observe sphalerons converting these particles into antileptons. These hadrons consist of odd numbers of quarks.
What's it called?
Oh.
Answer, please.
A baryon.
They are baryons. Finally, sphalerons require such high energy concentration because their length scale is 1% of these baryons' length scale. These particles contribute positive charge to atomic nuclei.
A proton.
You got it. For 20, toss up 6. Jena's monopoly on manufacturing the precision form of this good caused a so-called famine in Britain during World War I that ended with a deal for rubber. Pliny the Elder related how Phoenician sailors accidentally discovered how to make this good while cooking on blocks of natron. George Ravenscroft developed a method to turn coal into the flint version of this good. A museum about the history of this good is located in the company town of Corning, New York. This is here.
Glass.
Yes, glass for 10 to Max.
No. I used to live there.
Bonus. Michael Spence's cost minimizing model concludes that this activity contributes to economies of scale. Name this economic activity that may promote welfare by reducing search costs. This activity, a component of marketing, is done to increase the demand for a product and may use commercials.
Advertising.
That's right. In saturated markets, advertising may operate as this type of cost, unrelated to the level of output. These costs often form a barrier to entry.
Fixed costs.
That's right. Finally, advertising may mitigate or exacerbate this economic situation, whose extreme form is a monopoly of knowledge. George Akerlof discussed how this situation leads to adverse selection.
I'm not.
Answer, please.
Oligopoly.
No, it's information asymmetry.
Okay.
You get 20 for the first two.
I figured not.
This is toss-up 7. A woman in this book is reminded of a confirmation ceremony when a blind woman recognizes her chickens by touch. While delivering beehives, a man in this novel says that humans live on a blighted star after a male part. This is here. That is 20 points. To Jacob. And straight Jesuits bonus. Historian John Livingood argued against the prevailing wisdom that Richard Willstatter prevented the widespread adoption of this technique until the 1930s. Name this technique, invented by Mikhail Zvet, in which the mobile phase separates into components as it passes through a stationary phase.
Chromatography.
That's what that is. Livingood cites a debate between Zvet and Leon Marshallevsky to argue that chromatography was initially unpopular because it didn't employ this then ubiquitous process, whose products are separated from the mother liquor. Answer, please.
Differ. Purification.
No, this is crystallization. Finally, Zvet developed chromatography to extract this biomolecule, whose porphyrin ring contains a central magnesium atom.
Chlorophyll.
Chlorophyll is for 20. Next, we've got toss-up 8. The number of fixed points under this operation co-determines a corresponding Lecontre number. This operation is described in the subscript of the Levi-Civita symbol. This operation's order equals the least common multiple of the length of its cycles. This operation has a sign of 1 if it is equivalent to an even number of transpositions. This operation is an automorphism because it involves bijecting a set onto itself. 1 in every E ways of performing this operation yields a derangement. This is here.
Permutation.
Permutation for 10. To Max, and straight Jesuits bonus. A 1959 book by Philippe Halsman is titled for this action, which he encouraged people like Grace Kelly to do in portrait photos so that the real person appeared. Name this physical action performed by a man near an overturned ladder in a puddle in an Henri Cartier-Bresson photo.
Jumping.
Yes, the Jump book features a snapshot of this curator of the Family of Man photo exhibition. A 1904 picture by this artist depicts moonlight faintly glowing through a line of trees and onto a body of water.
Okay. Stieglitz.
No, this is Edward Steichen. Finally, a more pensive series by Halsman depicts this scientist in his laboratory. Arthur Sass captured this scientist with wild hair, sticking his tongue out at the camera.
Einstein.
That's good for 20. Toss of 9. Brian Van Norden questions the authenticity of a part of this book that claims loyalty and reciprocity are all that matter. This book condemns licentious musicians and declares that both music and reverence stem from goodness. In this book, the small man is contrasted with the humane gentleman. This book originated the argument that disorder arises when things are not given appropriate names. It's here.
The Analects?
That's for 10.
Oh.
Ronnie? Bonus. Stevenson A. The Valencian language book Tirant l'eau blanche belongs to this genre's chivalric subtype. What genre of historical fiction has a name now used in English for a type of genre fiction? This genre's name is cognate to the French and German for novel.
Buildings Roman? Novels. Oh, novel. Oh, I forgot.
Answer, please.
Romance?
Yes, the given answer was romance. That's correct. Part 2. Tirant l'eau blanche is saved from being burned in this Miguel de Cervantes novel, whose protagonist reads so many romances that he acts like a knight.
Don Quixote.
That's your man. The title character of Tirant l'eau blanche fights for this state, whose own romance genre inspired Cervantes' last novel. This historical state's literature included acritic songs and a history that a princess wrote about her father.
The Mughal. The Mughal?
Yeah,
the Mughal.
These are the Byzantines. You get 20.
Oh my god, fine. My bad.
Toss-up 10 is the last of the half. A solo for this instrument, beginning long B flat, D flat, C flat, E flat, B flat, opens a ballet suite's slow movement, which precedes a B major finale in 7/4 time. The melody, this is here? That's right, for 20.
Oh, my screen.
To Spencer, and so it's Stevenson's bonus 10.5. The British defeated the forces of a sultanate on this archipelago in the shortest recorded war. For 10 points each. Name this archipelago, which the Sultan of Oman seized in 1698. This archipelago later merged with Tanganyika.
Yeah, you're right. Zanzibar.
Yes, under the Omani Sultan Saeed bin Sultan, Zanzibar increased production of this spice, giving the archipelago its nickname of Spice Island.
It could be close. Is it not big? Not big?
It's close. Finally, the Anglo-Zanzibar War was partly incited by British orders to end this practice in Zanzibar. Tipu Tip built an empire based on this practice, whose chattel form was later abolished.
Slavery.
Slavery's fine. The slave trade is the main answer. You get 20. This is halftime. The score is Straight Jesuit 210, Stevenson A 150. Anybody have problems? Okay. It's the full minute for timeout. Straight Jesuit, you ready to continue? Good. Stevenson A ready.
Come on.
I don't see any substitutions. Is there any other business?
We have Charlie.
Oh, you do. I'm sorry. See ya. I said I didn't see you. I didn't say there weren't any.
Hi. Sorry.
Hi. Welcome.
Go.
Give me a second to
Goat.
tell the computer about this.
Wait, guys, we should wait for the camera. Never
Hey,
mind.
you're looking at the JVG World Champion right here. Sir, put some respect on him.
Who was there before?
Ethan.
You had the wrong name tag, I think.
No, it's starting at 10.
No,
Oh, yeah, I think
Ethan had your name tag, I
Ethan
think.
had.
I had mine.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Somehow I put that. Okay, we'll just have to fix this later. I
Could you
think.
yeah.
I don't know. Because
Yeah,
Ethan
I
should have
got
played
it.
toss-ups 1 through 10. Okay, we'll fix. The stats will be inaccurate until they're fixed. I'm sorry. I had Sharon there already. That's my fault. I swear the name tag was there, but I'm
Okay.
old and I'm often wrong. Any other business at this time?
No.
Okay, good.
Let's go.
Well played first half,
Let's go.
teams. Good luck in the second half. Starts with toss-up 11. This figure names a cycle described by Al-Hena Gaddafi that begins with a text often abbreviated GEN. Samuel Kramer translated a text titled for this figure's death that repeatedly calls him the Lord of Kulab. While in a bar, this figure is told how to cross the sea by Siduri. This figure names a text whose incipit either claims that he saw the deep or surpasses all other kings. An axis.
What? Like Gilgamesh?
That's time.
Okay, what?
Just money. And a bonus for Stevenson. The Sunshine Protection Act passed the Senate in 2022 to make this system permanent. For tempo teach, name this system of setting the clocks forward 1 hour so the sun is out longer in the evening.
Daylight savings district.
You've got it. Congress overrode this man's veto and abolished daylight savings time a year after it was first instituted. This president passed the Underwood-Simmons Act to lower tariffs and was supported by his wife Edith.
Wilson.
That's right, finally. After permanent DST was passed into law again in 1973, this state's governor, Reuben Askew, asked for its repeal. 2 congressmen from this state sponsored iterations of the Sunshine Protection Act.
Probably like
Wisconsin.
I was gonna say Florida, but we could probably
Wisconsin.
It's Florida. You get 20.
No way.
Toss up 12. The number of distinct values of this quantity appears in the superscript of term symbols. This quantity changes in phosphorescence, but not fluorescence, in an example of intersystem crossing. Antisymmetric wave functions are often written as Slater determinants of constructs named for this quantity. This is here.
Spin.
That's 20.
Nice.
Just 2 on the, and so a bonus for Stevenson. According to some stories, this site was discovered in 1940 by a dog named Robot pursuing a rabbit down a hole. For tempo teach, identify this site near Montignac, home to the Hall of the Bulls. It was closed to the public in 1963 by André Malraux because tourists were causing it to deteriorate.
Oh, it's the terracotta. No, listen.
Oh yeah,
Lissa.
Say it again.
Lissa.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Lascaux.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah,
Those cave paintings of Lascaux is correct. Part 2. André Malraux was culture minister to this French president who once asked, "How can you govern a country which has 246 varieties of cheese?"
De Gaulle.
You lived the free, yes, you lived the French during World War II. It is indeed De Gaulle. Finally, another set of French cave paintings at Chauvet are the subject of this filmmaker's Cave of Forgotten Dreams. This man also directed Fitzcarraldo.
Del Toro?
He also directed Werner Herzog Eats a Shoe, because it's Werner Herzog. You get 20 on that bonus.
Oh, I don't know.
Sorry, I should have just said no.
Yeah.
But I couldn't resist. This is Toss-Up 13. A pioneer of this profession used his mom's iron to fashion the first slip mat, a felt object that helps in the technique of matching. The high torque of the Technics SL1200 helps people with this job to avoid overshooting. At a back-to-school party in a rec room in the Bronx in 1973, one man in this profession pioneered the technique of preparing another break on a second LP. These people use tools. This is here.
DJing?
Yes,
Nice.
that's
Nice.
right.
Let's go.
That's 10 for Justin.
That's OP, bro.
And this bonus for Straight Jesuit. In a Carol Churchill play, one of these events is attended by historical women such as Isabella Bird, Lady Nijo, and Dol Gret for tempo teach. In this type of event, at the center of Top Girls, Mrs. Dalloway buys flowers herself while preparing to host an event of this type.
Dinner party.
That'll do. In a play by this author, a woman throws some slippers and asks, "What's to become of me?" after she wins a bet by impressing the Hungarian translator Nepomuk at a dinner party.
Walter.
Answer, please.
Defer.
Inga.
Say it again, please.
Inga.
No, this is George Bernard Shaw. Finally, at the dinner party in Top Girls, a woman of this name recounts being stoned to death after giving birth while dressed as a man. A Shaw play about a woman of this name ends with her talking to a man from the 1920s while awaiting a death sentence. Answer, please.
Defer.
Eliza.
No, this is Joan.
Joan of Arc.
St. Joan. You get 10 for the first part. This is Toss-Up 14. This organization sent 2 letter bombs 20 years apart to Alois Brunner, but failed to kill him both times. This organization targeted scientists working at Factory 333 in Operation Damocles. While working for this organization, Peter Malkin was taught to say the words, "Un momentito, senor," for a mission that staked out a house. This is here.
KGB.
That's not right, sorry.
Okay.
I'll continue. It staked out a house on Garibaldi Street occupied by the so-called Ricardo Clement. Simon Wiesenthal briefly worked for and often tipped information to this organization. This organization led several missions to capture criminals who'd fled to South America, including a 1960 initiative in Buenos Aires that captured Adolf Eichmann. For 10 points, name this Israeli foreign intelligence agency.
Mossad.
Mossad for 10.
Bro, I thought it.
Justin, and a bonus for strict judgment. Answer the following about your knee surgery tomorrow. Surgeons use this type of minimally invasive procedure to investigate a joint via a fiber optic camera prior to surgery. This procedure is used for routine colon cancer screenings.
Arthroscopic.
That's fine. Endoscopy is the main answer. Arthroscopy is fine. Part 2. To make space for arthroscopic surgery, surgeons can use the normal type of this crystalloid fluid as an irrigation fluid. This solution of NaCl is provided intravenously to prevent dehydration.
Saline.
That's right. You got it. This condition can result from extravasation of the irrigation fluid into soft tissue around a joint. This condition is swelling in response to the buildup of fluid in a tissue.
Edema. What? Okay. Edema.
That's right. That's all 30. Next, we've got Tossup 15. Anthony Hecht translated a poem in which this author asks, "Would you thus limit God?" and addresses woeful mankind born to a woeful earth. 73 anti-religious articles in alphabetical order form the portable first edition of this author's philosophical dictionary. After an attack on a castle in a novella by this author, a Bulgarian captain captures a woman whom he later sells to Don Issachar. In that novella by this author, the Oreons release a protagonist who later finds jewels and gold on the ground in El Dorado.
Dumas?
No, sorry. I'll continue. Kakambo tracks down Cunegonde in a novella by this author, in which the best of all possible worlds is described by Dr. Pangloss. For 10 points, name this author of Candide.
Voltaire.
Maybe. Jacob, and a bonus for strict Jesuit. The desperate lives and troubled times that led to this work's creation are studied in a 2024 book by Charles King, which calls it the greatest piece of participatory art ever created. Which was each. Name this choral work with a libretto by Charles Jennens, whose opening French overture in E minor is labeled a symphony. This work depicts shepherds in its P5.
Yeah. Messiah.
That's right. King's book has this two-word title. After the accompanied recitative, "Comfort ye my people," the first aria in Messiah claims, "This phrase shall be exalted."
Every something. Every nation.
Answer, please.
Sure. Every nation.
Every valley.
Oh, okay.
Finally, the most famous excerpt of Handel's Messiah is the final scene of Part 2, which is a chorus titled for this word.
Hallelujah.
That's 20. Toss-up 16. Two sets of artworks in this medium on the lives of Abraham and Cyrus the Great are found in a namesake room of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. An AE monogram appears in service here.
The tapestry.
That's 20 points. To Spencer, and a bonus for Stevenson A. Intrinsic alignment refers to correlation patterns that are used to determine the presence of this phenomenon. Name this phenomenon whose weak form is observed from shared properties of adjacent bodies and whose micro form is observed as brightening.
Micro brightening.
Answer, please.
Brightening.
This is gravitational lensing. The cosmic shear from weak gravitational lensing is computed by measuring the extent to which faraway galaxies deviate from this shape. Most large galaxies are either spirals or have this shape.
Ellipse.
That's right. Finally, weak gravitational lensing converts this field's E-mode polarization into B-mode polarization. The Planck satellite observed this 2.7 Kelvin black body.
The CMBR.
That'll do. 20. Toss-up 17. One of these works that was written after the death of the author's daughter describes a dewdrop world. A phrase declaring how spring is passing in one of these works is used by the author alongside an analogy of the birds and the fishes to describe the sadness of eternal parting with friends. One type of these works found in the collection The Spring of My Life uses a class of words associated with seasons. Haikus for 10.
Yeah. Nice.
To Spencer, Stevenson's bonus. Answer the following about the history of in vitro fertilization. The government of this country suppressed news about the birth of the second ever test tube baby in 1978. This country's IIT system produced many scientists.
India.
That's right. This man expressed fear about women becoming baby factories when interviewed about test tube baby Louise Brown. This man died just 33 days after being elected the successor of Pope Paul VI in 1978.
It's one of the
Benedict?
No, this is John Paul I. Finally, international surrogacy, made possible by IVF, has largely replaced international adoption from countries such as this one, whose orphanages overflowed during the reign of communist dictator Nicolae Ceausescu. Yes, that's 20 for Romania. Next is Tossup 18. An approach first developed to treat this disorder uses collaborative empiricism. Maria Kovacs developed an assessment for this disorder in children, which is also measured by PHQ-9. An inventory first proposed for here.
Depression?
That's 20 points. Good. Giovanni, and a bonus for Stevenson.
Yeah.
Giovanni de Paolo violated a papal edict by depicting this woman receiving the stigmata, for temperate named this Sienese patron saint of Italy, who was canonized by Pope Pius II. She vigorously petitioned Pope Gregory XI to return the papacy to Rome from Avignon.
Catherine.
That'll do. Catherine of Siena, part 2. Catherine underwent a mystical, one of these rituals with Jesus. Anglican priests performing this ritual often use phrases like in sickness and health.
No, it's vows, like vows, right? Yeah, vows.
I'm ruling your answer wrong. This is a marriage or wedding. Finally, protest noted. We'll record that in a minute here. Part 3. John Paul II made Catherine a patron saint of Europe, a distinction shared by this Swedish mystic who names a religious order established in Vadstena in 1369. This woman is credited with authoring prayers, sometimes called the 15 O's.
Just say what you think.
Rosvita?
This is Saint Bridget of Sweden, so that's 10 points. It's called. You can gain 10 points in protest. Timeout, straight Jesuit A. At the timeout, the score is Stevenson 320, straight Jesuit A 300. You can gain 10 in protest, as I just said. You have a different score, Coach.
How many bonus parts did we get on the last one?
The most recent one? Yes. You got only the first part.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can get two then.
You have protested the second part.
How many?
The next toss will be number 19.
Okay. There's probably going to be his and his
Okay. Dispensing with the business will take up to 30 seconds for timeout. If you're ready earlier, tell me so. The answer was marriage. Vows.
Oh, they said
which I don't have listed as profitable.
That is part of the vow.
It's a protest. I ain't gonna rule on it. If it matters at the end of the round, I will write down what you're saying. Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just doing it now.
What should we do it now? Okay.
Marriage makes
whatever.
like
I'm halfway through,
just
so
as
let's
much
finish
sense.
it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So you're ruling should have been accepted or should have been prompted or something else? Should have been
prompted, if not accepted, because that's what everyone seems to do.
Okay. What's your justification?
In sickness and in health is
Part of the
wedding.
marriage
It's like
vows.
wedding vows.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you all?
Want to add anything?
I mean, was it it said sacrament? Was that the
It did not say sacrament. No.
What did it say?
Ritual itself.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's not a ritual. I know.
Says ritual
I know.
twice.
Okay, just win by more
I'm just
than-
saying, like,
Would you like me to read the question back?
No.
No.
Okay.
There is some protest.
Okay, just win the game.
Okay.
Come
So
on,
that
come
one's.
on.
Yeah,
Is that what
Charles.
we need
That's
on
how
that?
protests work.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah. I'm just
Okay, lock it.
remembering if I need to.
Okay, it might be.
Okay.
It's not.
So I do submit. I just say. Okay.
Okay.
We were-
That information is before the eyes of the protest committee, and it matters if Stevenson should end in a tie or lose by 10. I guess you can't lose by less than 10. So 10. Otherwise, it is a moot protest. Okay, so then that dispensed with. This is toss up 19.
Come on. Let's go.
Good luck, teams. This leader sought to unify his country's churches by espousing a non-denominational movement called Positive Christianity. This leader, whose policies were condemned in the Christmas address, is likely the mad prophet described in a work written with burning anxiety. At Barmen, a declaration rejecting this leader's influence was issued by the Confessing Church. A 1999 book pejoratively labeled Pius XII as this leader's pope. Hitler is good for 10. Spencer, and so a bonus for Stevenson. Activists who oppose this region's merger with two others in 2016 often fly the red and white flag. for tempo teach. Name this French region in the Grand Est that is home to a flatbread called tarte flambée. This region's largest city is Strasbourg. 90% of it was ceded to Germany in 1871. The answer Alsace was directed. That's correct. These mountains, whose highest point is Grand Bayon, shelter the vineyards of Alsace. Garibaldi led an army named for these mountains during the Franco-Prussian War.
Is it just Alps?
I think.
Are you sure? It was like Eiffel.
No, it's not.
Just say Alps.
Alps.
The Vosges,
Oh.
finally. An Alsatian mountain range that separates part of France from Switzerland lends its name to this geological period. The Stegosaurus lived during this period, which followed the Triassic.
Oh, Jurassic.
Jurassic.
Yeah. Okay, Jura, yeah.
It's doable.
That's good.
Last toss-up is number 20.
So you have to power.
Plasma beta is a ratio of two analogs of this quantity, one of which equals b squared over 2 mu naught. This quantity is recorded in the lower 3 diagonal elements of the stress energy tensor. This quantity ceases to decrease when a system reaches choked flow, which is a breakdown of here.
Viscosity.
That's not right. Sorry. I'll continue.
We have to.
Yeah.
We have to.
Please don't talk. Tossup is still alive. Which is a breakdown of its decrease with cross-sectional area in the Venturi effect. A transducer measures the difference in two forms of this quantity to calculate flow speed using a pitot tube. A stagnation form of this quantity equals the sum of its static and dynamic forms. The sum of three forms of this quantity, including one written rho GH, is constant via Bernoulli's principle. For 10 points, name this quantity measured in bars or pascals. Here.
Pressure.
Pressure for 10.
Nice.
Suhani. And so the last bonus for Stevens. The 2013 film Reaching for the Moon depicts this poet's lesbian relationship with Lota de Macedo Soares for tempo teach. Name this poet who referenced her time in Brazil with the line, "Some realms I owned, 2 rivers, a continent, in one art," which claims the art of losing is hard to master.
Bishop.
Yes.
Yeah.
With her partner Louise Crane, Bishop lived in one of the 3 loved houses described in One Art in this American city, where she befriended Pauline Pfeffer Hemingway and wrote The Fish.
It's like it's just probably like New York or something. Or Boston.
It's Key West, finally. Several years after Soares' suicide, Bishop wrote a poem about this castaway from a novel by Daniel Defoe. In Bishop's poem, this character laments the death of his lover Friday. You get 20 for the outer parts. That's the end of the game. Our final score. Stevenson A 380, Straight Jesuit A 300. That protest, therefore, is moot. Excellent game, both teams. Thank you very much.
Good game.
What the A's and the Raiders?
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about the
Okay.
That's the sports. I know. I was
I think we're
Hmong.
just about ready for rounds.
Hmong is not Laos. Hmong is Southern China.
No, Hmong is Laos.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Tell you Hmong's Laos.
Let's see.
It's all three.
This is round 7. We don't have
It's
sponsors.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want.
Not Cambodia, though.
No, it's Minnesota.
We have Adlai Stevenson A and Montgomery Blair A playing. I think we've done a buzzer check and are ready to go. Is everyone ready?
Could I buzzer check?
Let's do another buzzer check.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, we haven't actually.
Yeah, we haven't.
Okay, I guess we've not done a buzzer check. Let's do that.
Sorry.
You maybe want to use the other one. It doesn't have the. There you go. Good. That one has the lights.
Okay. Everyone ready to go? Alright, here's Tossup 1.
Which hand is faster?
Yes.
Since the 1920s, Pakistanis in this job have often paid artists to create distinctive jingle designs. Double stuffs in this profession own their own equipment and must abide by the 14-hour rule enforced by e-logs.
Trucking?
Yeah, that's power.
Nice.
I don't know what they're talking about. Crazy. It's the 14-hour rule.
Bonus. Answer the following about periodic table trends for 10 points each. This dimensionless quantity tends to increase from left to right across the table. Fluorine has a value of 3.98 for this quantity on the Pauling scale.
Electronegativity?
Yes. This quantity, which also increases left to right, equals the energy released in the formation of given element's -1 anion. Mulliken electronegativity equals the average of this quantity and ionization energy.
Electron affinity.
Yes. This quantity, which tends to decrease down a group, equals approximately half the difference between ionization energy and electron affinity. Ralph Pearson developed a theory where small, highly charged species have high values for this quantity.
Sure.
Say it again?
Lucidity.
No, this is hardness. 20 points. Toss up 2. These events increase but do not accelerate the increase in an intermediate E state in a compartmental model named for 4 states. Kermack and McKendrick introduced an ODE model in which the rate of these events equals a difference involving the coefficients beta over population size and gamma. These events act on susceptible individuals who can later become removed or recovered.
Infection.
That's right, for 10.
That's nice.
That makes sense.
And bonus. In a play, the Bolum promises to make this character and his brothers rich if they complete his challenge. For 10 points each, name his character created by Derek Walcott, whose brothers are eaten after being provoked by the planter. Unlike his brothers, the frog helps this character because he doesn't insult him.
I was reading about this play the other day, but I don't remember.
Answer. This is Tijan. In Tijan and his brothers, the old man and the planter are actually this figure in disguise. This figure partly titles a Washington Irving story about the greedy Tom Walker.
The devil.
Yes. In another Walcott play, Malik has one of these titular experiences after being thrown in a jail cell by Corporal Lestrade. In a play by a different author, Nick Bottom has one of these titular experiences that punningly has no bottom.
Dream.
That's right, for 20 points. Toss of 3. The poor performance of the Krag Jorgensen at this battle led to its replacement by a rifle modeled on the losing side's rapid-firing Mausers. Gatling Gun Parker earned his nickname for supporting the Buffalo Soldiers and Woods Wary Walkers at this battle, where they captured a feature named for its many sugar pots.
San Juan Hill.
That is right for power.
Oh my god.
Bonus. American soccer moms are not the only symbolically important demographic in world politics for 10 points each. This country's tiger economy of the 2000s was exemplified by Breakfast Roll Man. In the 2010s, taxes on royalty payments from multinationals like ASI greatly inflated this country's GDP.
I think it's Thailand or Singapore. I think it's I'd say Singapore. Singapore.
Ireland. This politician insulted Southern Europeans by comparing them with the idealized Schwäbische Hausfrau. In 2021, Olaf Scholz succeeded this long-serving German chancellor. Yes, this politician frequently contrasts Hank and Ingrid with their immigrant counterparts Mohammed and Fatima. This man leads the Netherlands Party for Freedom.
It's Wilder. Oh, Geert Wilder.
Sure.
Oh yeah, because it's Dutch. Yeah. Is it? Well, Wouters.
Answer?
Wouters.
Say it?
Wouters.
Yes. 20 points.
We have an serious.
Tossup 4. One of these events inspired a story ending with the line "Not It," in which Mrs. Hale and Mrs. Peters find a bird in a sewing basket. In Emma Klein's The Girls, Evie narrowly avoids taking part in one of these events. Joan Didion recounted buying a dress for a participant in that event in the White Album. A quote from Elise Packin's poem, Wegia, titles a 2017 David Grand book about these events. A nonfiction novel about one of these events and its aftermath centers on Dick Hickok and Perry Smith.
A murder?
That's right for 10.
Nice.
Just read that in English, literally like last
Bonus,
week.
the no trade theorem strengthens the assumptions of this hypothesis. For 10 points each, name this hypothesis with weak, strong, and semi-strong forms described by Eugene Fama. This hypothesis predicts that it's impossible to reliably beat the market and that asset prices follow a random walk.
Is this like the efficient market hypothesis? Efficient market hypothesis?
Yes. Alongside Amos Tversky, this behavioral economist developed a prospect theory which challenges the EMH. This author of Thinking Fast and Slow emphasized loss aversion and other economic biases.
Kahneman.
The EMH is most often applied to the market for these instruments, which represent equity in a company. Bonds and these securities comprise the bulk of most mutual funds.
Stocks.
30 points.
Yeah,
Toss up 5. Giovanni Benedetti showed that Giuseppe Zerlino's method for performing this task was susceptible to pumping. A beta object is produced by Wendy Carlos's method for performing this task, which is very similar to 19 TET. Commas that arise...
Like, tuning?
That is right for power.
Nice. She's like the famous trans synthesizer player. But I totally couldn't like.
Bonus, to flaunt a Prussian ban on this flag, farmers bred a so-called protest pig whose coloration was meant to resemble it. For 10 points each, name this national flag. After a prayer by Archbishop Anders Sunnesen, this flag supposedly fell from the sky during the 1219 Battle of Linde-Nisse.
The Danish flag.
Danish flag.
Danish flag.
Yes. Linde-Nisse evolved into Tallinn, where the Danish built Tumpia castle houses the parliament of this country.
Estonia.
Yes. The second Danish king of this name won the Battle of Linde-Nisse. The fourth king of this name sold Estonia to the Teutonic Order and signed the Treaty of Stralsund after losing a war to the Hanseatic League.
Okay, we think it's Frederick or Christian? What?
I think it's Sigismund.
Answer?
Sigismund.
Valdemar. 20 points.
Turns out our options were all wrong.
Toss up 6. A poem by this author abruptly ends with the word celestial after the title character stares into Mnemosyne's eyes. A poem asks where Urania was when this poet died and commands this poet's mourners to go to Rome. The speaker of a poem by this author is not charioted by Bacchus and his parts. Keats is right for 20.
Nice. I know that you're
I can actually see the light.
Moni.
Bonus. Fukagawa, Sano, and Kanda Matsuri are the 3 central festivals of this religion. For 10 points each, name is kami venerating religion from Japan, whose shrines are marked by red torii gates. This festival, one of the 5 seasonal Matsuri known as Goseku, is held on March 3rd and involves creating tiered platforms covered with red carpet on which namesake ornamental dolls are displayed.
Oh my god. The Hamaguchi?
Tamagotchi.
No.
Yeah. Tamagotchi.
Hina Matsuri, or Girls' Day.
Girls' Day.
Doburoku Matsuri involves offering this substance to the gods. When it is sanctified, Doburoku becomes a more honored type of this drink called omiki that is only fit for religious offerings or rituals.
Sake.
Wait, is it tea?
I
trust
sake.
Sake.
Yes, 30.
Yeah.
Or, 20. You got part 3 for 20 points. Toss 7. Water and this molecule are typical components of structures indicated by bottom-simulating reflectors at the base of a stability zone. Organisms that consume this molecule via AOM may reside in a transition zone of sulfate in this compound.
Hydrogen sulfide.
No. Microbial production of this molecule may have promoted the PT extinction event. A gun hypothesis describes this molecule's release from underwater clathrates.
Methane.
10 points. Just missed power. Bonus. The speaker of one poem imagines that someday, emerging at last from the terrifying vision, I may burst into jubilant praise to these figures. For 10 points each. Another poem published in 1923, the speaker asks, where are the days of Tobias, following an opening line about what figures?
Like angels.
That's right. Both of those poems are from this 10-poem collection, whose second poem opens Every Angel is Terrible in Stephen Spender and J.B. Leicham's translation from the German.
The Duino Elegies.
This Austrian poet of the Duino Elegies had earlier written of a creature moving in circles in his poem The Panther.
Rilke.
30 points.
You know.
Toss of 8. The Kanji Emperor sponsored a 10-year project to create these objects, sometimes named for the Jesuits. In the 16th century, Diego Ribeiro contributed to a secret Spanish collection of these objects called the Padron Real. High-quality British examples of these objects were made by the Board of Ordnance. The historically suspect Soderini letter inspired a maker of one of these objects named Martin Waldseemüller to... That's right for 10.
Nice. Oh my god.
Bonus. The common statement of this equation omits gamma, so it only applies to non-relativistic objects. For 10 points each, give this simple equation that summarizes Einstein's statement of mass-energy equivalence.
E equals mc squared.
Gamma is this quantity that serves as a coefficient describing how relativistic effects scale physical quantities. This quantity equals 1 minus v squared over c squared, all to the negative 1/2 power.
Lorentz factor.
Yes. At low speeds, the Lorentz factor can be binomial expanded into a Maclaurin series that starts with 1 plus this term, which is the classical kinetic energy term. Give your answer in terms of beta, which equals v over c. You have 10 seconds.
Let's go 1 over
v over c. So 1/2 beta squared.
1/2 beta squared.
1/2 m beta squared over c squared.
Say again.
1/2 m beta squared over c squared.
No. I just have 1/2 beta squared.
I told you that.
It's okay. It's okay.
Bro, that's funny.
Okay.
I literally said that.
So that's 20 points. Tossup 9. This artist depicted 2 women sitting side by side and a man sitting a few feet away watching the moon rise in a painting paired with the lonely tree. A painting by this artist inspired a scene of crashed Luftwaffe planes by Paul Nash. This artist depicted his wife Caroline staring out a window at a ship's mast on the Elbe River. This artist, whose lifelong trauma over his brother's drowning inspired an Arctic landscape, included a monk staring at the ocean.
Friedrich.
That's right for 10.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Bonus. Despite the decline of Sansukumi Ken games following World War II, this game lived on in the West. For 10 points each, name this game where 2 players would choose a hand gesture while saying John Ken Pan, corresponding to the names of 3 items that name its English iteration.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, direct.
Oh.
The earliest Ken games are named for this city, where they were brought from China. During the Tokugawa shogunate, Dutch books were traded in this city and nearby Dejima.
Oh, no, Nagasaki.
Yeah. Nagasaki, direct.
Toriken is a Ken game that uses the names of a tiger, this person, and his mom.
Oh.
This Japanese-born Ming Dynasty general who titles a 1715 play defeated a Dutch outpost to take control of Taiwan.
Koshinga.
30 points.
Chikamatsu.
Toss of 10. For throwing a rock at one of these animals, Oianus was killed by Hippocoon's sons. In a Senecan tragedy, Juno complains that the protagonist parades one of these animals, which
A lion?
What?
A lion?
No.
My ears hurt.
Which can hear ghosts, through Argive cities. A person who was turned into one of these animals had a son, Troilus, with Apollo. After stabbing the eyes of the murderer of her son Polydorus, that woman, Hecuba, became one of these animals. After Amphitryon pitted one of these animals, destined never to miss his prey against the uncatchable Tumesian fox, they were both turned to stone. While rescuing Eurydice, Orpheus bypassed one of these animals with music. For 10 points, a 3-headed kind of what animal named Cerberus?
Dog.
Yes. Bonus. Because this architect couldn't get a visa due to his communist leanings, Yale hired Louis Kahn instead. For 10 points each, name this architect who included both a chapel and a heliport in his building for a head of state, the Palacio de Alvarado, in a modernist city whose grid resembles an airplane.
Who's the Brasilia guy?
Yeah, try that.
Nehemiah?
What?
Nehemiah?
Yes.
Nice.
Nehemiah designed a hyperboloid cathedral in this planned Latin American capital.
Brasilia.
Meanwhile, Kahn improved on the low lighting of his Richards Medical Lab with the floor-to-ceiling glass walls of a research institute designed and named after this man, with a prominent paved plaza in La Jolla, California.
What research institute is in? I don't know.
Answer?
Feynman.
Jonas Salk.
Oh.
20 points. That is the half. Close game. I have Adley A. Stevenson A with 190 and Montgomery Blair A 180.
Close game. Okay. Let's go.
It's okay.
Oh, no, yeah. I don't know, like, do with their, yeah.
Okay, is everyone ready for Tossup 11?
Yep.
All right, here we go. This theory inspired a book that coined the phrase cake of custom by Walter Bagehot. An interpretation of this theory was refuted in a book about a factor in its central process by the author of The Conquest of Bread, Peter Kropotkin. Henry Bergson modified this theory, positing an élan vital. This theory inspired the first description of correlation and regression to the mean by the founder of psychometrics, Francis Galton. This theory was combined with genetics in the modern synthesis.
Just evolution.
That's right.
Oh,
nice. 10 points. Bonus. Warriors in this modern-day country once constructed a fake whale from dog skin to gain access to the hard-to-penetrate hill forts that decorated this country's landscape in the 19th century. For 10 points each, name this country where the first fish or the first person to be killed in battle would have their hearts cut out and offered to the gods.
Like Mexico?
We might be Mexico's Aztecs.
Answer? It's New Zealand. The Pa hill forts were constructed by these native people in New Zealand. Yes. The Rohe, the traditional boundaries of the Maori, were thrown into chaos during these conflicts in the early 19th century, named for a newly introduced type of weapon.
Yeah. Musket, horse.
Yeah, 20 points. Tossup 12. An ionized state of this molecule is the only confirmed carrier of diffuse interstellar bands. In 1999, Marcus Arndt et al. Showed that this molecule exhibits wave-particle duality. This molecule's 6-6 bonds resemble single bonds, while its 6-5 bonds resemble double bonds. This black solid forms a purple solution in aromatic...
Buckminster fluorine.
That's right for power.
Nice.
Bonus. Ira Aldridge was the first black actor to depict this character on a London stage. For 10 points each, name this Moor of Venice, who titles a tragedy by William Shakespeare.
Othello.
Yes. Aldridge was nicknamed the African Roscius, a Roman actor who names a history of restoration comedy commissioned by a holder of this title. Richard Burbage, who premiered as Othello, was part of an acting troupe named for this title and later the King at the Globe Theatre.
It's the Lord Chamberlain, right? Because that's like they're the Chamberlains. Lord Chamberlain?
That's right.
Nice.
Aldridge smoked a pipe during his death scene while starring as Orinoco in a Thomas Southern play adapted from a novel by this author. This restoration playwright wrote The Rover.
It was like a little bit earlier. I don't know. Marlowe.
Answer?
Marlowe.
Is Afroben, 20 points. Toss up 13. The years-long closure of one of these systems, named for Elijah V. White, has hurt the economy of Poolesville, Maryland. A hand-cranked chain device is still used in one of these systems that...
Oh, a ferry?
That's right for power.
That's White Ferry. I hope Poolesville got that question.
Bonus.
Yeah.
Contemporaries gave this epithet to a 9th century philosopher who signed his translations of Pseudo-Dionysius as Jonah, or Irish-born, and had the first name John. For 10 points each, get this epithet, also given to the later philosopher John Duns as a reference to his nationality.
Wait, where's
John.
Answer?
The Englishman.
No, Scotus. In De Divisione Naturae, John Scotus Erigena argued that God can only be described as more than good or more than eternal, exemplifying this approach to theology practiced by Maimonides.
Oh, wait, what do you call it? Yeah, that might be right. Ontological.
Apophatic. St. Augustine influenced John Scotus Erigena's argument that this faculty exists in spite of predestination. Hard determinists deny this faculty's existence.
Yeah, right. Free will.
For 10. Toss 14. A woman from this family insists that her son stays in most evenings, variously looking at train timetables or using his fretsaw when confronted by his employer. One member of this family eats a hardened white sauce with cheese and partly rotted vegetables. At the end of the work in which they appear, 3 members of this family consider moving into a smaller apartment as they ride in a tram. After his son chases him around a room...
Samsa?
That's right for 10.
Yes. I was thinking that...
Bonus. After a disastrous marriage to his ex-student Antonina Milakova, Tchaikovsky took an extended vacation to this country, inspiring an orchestral caprice titled for it. For 10 points each, name this home country of a violinist who also wrote 24 caprices, Niccolo Paganini.
Yeah, Italy.
Yes. While in Italy, Tchaikovsky wrote a piece in this genre that opens with a Mozartian pezzo in forma de sonatina. Mozart's Eine kleine Nachtmusik is in this genre.
Sure.
Serenade. A trip Tchaikovsky took a decade later inspired a piece for this ensemble, nicknamed Souvenir de Florence. A D minor piece for this ensemble was inspired by a poem about a woman confessing to adultery at night. Answer?
Piano trio.
It's a string sextet, 10 points.
Okay.
Tossup 15. A 2006 historical novel recounts Inez Suarez defending this modern-day country's capital. After the disaster of Curalaba, colonizers of this country gradually abandoned settlements in the destruction of the 7 cities.
Peru.
No.
Good.
Natives razed this country's modern capital to the ground to resist the wars of Pedro de Valdivia. Colonial rule of this country was resisted at the Battle of Maipu and the Battle of Chacabuco, and fought by Bernardo O'Higgins. As a colony, this country was Spain's leading supplier of saltpeter. In the 1800s, this country and its eastern neighbor led southern conquest targeting the Mapuche. Colonists first settled this country's port of Valparaiso. For 10 points, name this country led from Santiago.
Chile.
That's right. Bonus, this mathematician, but not the 2008 Maxis game, inspired Neverman et al.'s Spore Life. For 10 points each, name this English mathematician, whose namesake grid-based game of life was popularized by Martin Gardner.
Conway.
Yes. Spore Life can feature the stochastic death of dormant cells, thus removing this algorithmic property of Conway's game of life. The N in P equals NP stands for non-this property.
Wait, what does
that's
that
like the concept. What is it?
Answer?
Perfect.
Deterministic.
Oh, that's
a spore's life alpha parameter is the probability of this property for a dormant spore between generations. A field of statistics named for the analysis of this property uses the Kaplan-Meier estimator to predict the namesake complement of the CDF.
Wait, like, what? This quantity, like the normal.
Answer?
Normal curve?
Survival, 10 points.
That's not a curve. That's not a quantity.
Okay,
I don't understand.
30-second timeout.
That was a weird answer.
It is currently 220 for Stevenson, 290 for Blair.
And what toss are we going into this one?
We're going into toss of 16.
Alright.
Yeah, I can count. What?
220, 290. There we go, about 15 more seconds.
But it's okay. We got this.
Is that 6
There's 5 more. 6 more. I don't know. There's like some number of questions.
There's 4 more.
It's roughly 5 plus
All
or
right.
minus 1.
Working. Okay, here we go, toss up 16. The brief marriage between this novel's author and an architecture school classmate may have inspired its description of a character's failed marriage to Larry McCaslin. In this novel, the observation, "it is best to be prepared," is one of 2 thoughts sealed in a jam container. A metaphor used by the Rhodes scholar Chaco in this novel leads its narrator to refer to an abandoned hut as the History House. During
God of Small Things?
That's right, for 10. Bonus, this series was inspired by a 17th century series of acid-etched prints by Jacques Caillot, accompanied by 6-line verses captioned by Michel de Marolles. For 10 points each, name the series, whose entries' brief titles include The Same, I Saw It, and This Is the Worst. The series was created after its artist capriccios.
Disasters of War.
Yes. Caillot's Great Miseries of War series inspired this Spanish artist's Disasters of War series. The Peninsular War inspired this artist painting the 3rd of May, 1808. An entry from the Great Miseries of War is parodied by this English artist's emblematic print of the South Sea Scheme, which is sometimes considered the first political cartoon. He also created A Rake's Progress. 30 points. Toss of 17. Ken Burns' Jazz promoted this musician's dubious claim to have met Bick's Peter Becca on a steamboat. Oka Records published a recording on which this musician legendarily dropped his lyric sheet. Gunther Schuller called this musician the first great soloist for shifting the focus of jazz from collective to individual improvisation, as shown by his cadenza at the start of his mentor King Oliver's song West End Blues. This artist...
Goodman.
Nope.
No!
Wishes "It's so nice to have you back" in the title song of his album Hello Dolly. This musician's Hot 7 recorded Potato Head Blues, and his Hot 5 recorded Heebie Jeebies. For 10 points, scat singing was pioneered by what New Orleans-born trumpeter nicknamed Satchmo?
Armstrong.
That's right, for 10.
need to
And
watch
bonus for
Convergence
Blair.
class.
Answer the following about the public universal friend, a colonial-era genderless evangelist for 10 points each. The Friend's teachings derive from this nonviolent Protestant denomination, whose member William Penn founded Pennsylvania as a holy experiment.
Quaker.
The Friend was expelled by the Quakers after attending Baptist revivals in this modern-day state. A religious reformer was expelled to this state for advocating free grace in the Antinomian controversy.
Yeah, it's Connecticut, right? They flee to Connecticut. Yeah, Connecticut.
Rhode Island.
Oh.
The Friend established a town with this religious name in New York. During a rebellion, Nat Turner led a march on a town with this name in Virginia, where he was later tried and executed. Answer?
Jamestown.
Jerusalem, 10 points.
Okay.
Tossup 18. Scriptures like Revelation 22:2 are used to associate this substance with the tree of life by the Church of the Universe. Members of an international church of this substance founded in Denver call themselves elevationists and emphasize living by the golden rule. One religion's Naya Bingi sessions and reasoning sessions involve practitioners using this substance. To strengthen their livity, members of mansions like the Bobo Ashanti use this substance. Despite...
Marijuana.
Yes.
It's
10 points. Bonus. Signal sensing domains that alter the rate of this process are found in some of its namesake factors that bind to DNA. For 10 points each, name this process in which DNA is used as a template to produce RNA.
Transcription. Yeah. Transcription.
Yes. Transcription factors like STAT are activated when a tyrosine residue in their signal sensing domain undergoes this chemical modification due to the action of a Janus kinase.
Oh, I know this. I think.
Answer?
Attenuation.
Say phosphorylation. The ability of transcription factors to bind to DNA can be sterically blocked by histone acetylation, an example of this process that controls chromatin accessibility. The ATP-dependent form of this process translocates nucleosomes. Answer?
Hydrolysis.
This is chromatin remodeling, 10 points. Tossup 19. A scientist who banned these objects from his classes described them as like the silicon chips, bringing computation to the masses. Freeman Dyson helped popularize these objects, which are equivalent to his namesake perturbative series. Infrared or ultraviolet divergences arise when these objects are one loop. Namesake rules are used to translate these objects into transition amplitudes. Virtual photons are wavy lines in these... Feynman diagrams is correct.
Good
10.
job. I was not good.
Yeah.
Bonus. Name some authors who were roommates in the February House for 10 points each. While living in the February House, this author collaborated with Benjamin Britten on an operetta about Paul Bunyan. This poet also wrote Funeral Blues in September 1st, 1939.
Yeah, Auden.
Oh, yeah.
The February House was also home to a married couple with this last name, one member of whom wrote Two Serious Ladies, the other The Sheltering Sky. Christopher Isherwood created a singer with this last name in Goodbye to Berlin.
Bowles.
Yes, this author based characters in her novella The Ballad of the Sad Cafe on people she met in the February House's local bar. In a novel by this author, the deaf man John Singer misses his institutionalized friend Spiros Antonopoulos.
What is it like? No, is it school?
Answer?
Yeah.
McCullers.
What?
McCullers.
30.
Nice.
And last toss-up. Volcasius Gallicanus wrote a biography of a ruler of this region to whom Herodes Atticus sent a one-word letter translating to "You are insane" after a rebellion. That rebellion was started in this region by Avidius Cassius, who thought Marcus Aurelius had died. During a battle against a monarch from this region, the winning side, aided by Lucius... No, sorry. Used its Liburnian chips to outmaneuver the losers Quinqueremes. Octavian ordered the death of a ruler of this region named Caesarion, whose name appeared in a donation. The last of three triumphs in 29 BC celebrated the conquest of this region by Augustus after the Battle of Actium. For 10 points, Mark Antony died in what region where Cleopatra ruled?
Egypt.
10 points. And bonus, unlike the more ritualized Star Wars, Mayan wars named for these objects focused on destruction and conquest. For 10 points each, name this type of object which emits smoke like a cigar or torch while stuck in Kawil's forehead. In a fearsome critter tale, a hound shaped like this object consumes unprotected tools.
A hound? Like,
I was gonna say flat.
Answer?
I don't know.
It's an axe. This Mayan god struck the clouds with his lightning axe to summon storms. This counterpart of Tualak was appeased by human sacrifices thrown into cenotes.
Maybe.
That's
Well,
all.
that's just,
Isn't it like
that's just a different.
Hukan?
That's mine.
Answer?
Hukan.
This is shock. The Popol Vuh features a set of heroes with this relationship to each other who
Twins.
clear their
Yeah.
grandmother's garden with a single axe swing and defeat the 7 Macaw.
Twins.
That's right, for 10 points. And that is the end of the game. Final score, Stevenson A, 280. Blair A, 370. Game over.
Good game, guys.
Such a good game. We're not even going to
we could have like swooped way
Yeah,
down.
because when you're like one person, you only have like a basic level of some things, right? Like,
Yeah.
So you probably couldn't have gotten it too deep in
player. Like in your mind, like they must be so good at everything. So
Yeah.
it feels like, oh, we've got a buzz, but we're not.
And, like I remember thinking like he's like playing well, but not like so crazy. Why are we losing to him?
That was such a
Or
awful
we
round.
won.
We're so like we'd be up and then we'd go down because we negged and gave him a question.
That was such a bad round. It's
Such a
okay.
bad
We will move on from that
Yeah.
round. Never again
Yeah.
will there be the Washington Connections round.
Yeah.
Great. Let us check the buzzer. Please buzz and state your name, starting on my left.
Evan Tank.
Sophia.
How are you?
Justin.
Arjun.
Welcome. Which is your captain, Blair A?
I guess me.
Sounds good.
But
Thank you. There's, a lot of prestige attached to this job.
Exactly.
Right. This will be
Everyone
round 8.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go, Blair A?
Yep.
Good? Yes. Archer, you ready? Everybody says they're ready. This is Tossup 1. Mike, are you ready? Should I ask? Yes. This round is being streamed, so you can go watch the video recording later, and if you have any friends or family back home wanting to watch you, hopefully they get a chance to. Good luck, teams. In a play from this country, a doctor tests the hypothesis that monkeys randomly typing will eventually write Hamlet with chimps named Kafka, Milton, and Swift. That playwright from this country, which is not Russia, wrote the plays Words, 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 and Variations on the Death of Trotsky. In a play partly titled For This Country, Teach strikes Bob on the head after their plan to steal a buffalo nickel goes wrong. In the first act of a play from this country set in a Chinese restaurant, a man working in the real estate industry here.
The United States.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Which is the first one.
To Sophia. And so Blair has this bonus. In this artwork, a polyhedron sits next to a building decorated with a magic square, which includes this artwork's creation date of 1514. Name this engraving, whose central angel rests her head in her hand while surrounded by wood-cutting tools.
Melancholia 1.
Yes, that's right. Part 2. A painting by Jacopo de Barbari may have inspired the polyhedron in this German artist Melancholia 1, one of his master prints, whose others include Night, Death, and the Devil. That's right. Finally, this other artist created a tile mosaic of a stellated dodecahedron for the Basilica of St. Mark. This artist depicted dogs disappearing into a dark background in his massive The Hunt in the Forest.
Guess.
Asher.
It's Paolo Uccello. You get 20. This is Tossup 2. When these processes occur in axially symmetric systems, they are assumed to occur in a set of infinitely thin plugs. A surrounding jacket maintains the temperature of systems undergoing these processes in batches. These processes name devices that deviate from ideality if the residence time is less than 1/5 the mixing time. Such a device is a CSTR. The rate of these processes is decreased by poisoning.
Catalysts?
No, I can prompt that answer.
These like reactions?
Yes, that's 10. First word out of power there. Good buzz. Your bonus. Identify the following about Lost World fiction for Teach. Perhaps the seminal work in the genre is The Lost World, a book by this author, where Professor Challenger and reporter Edward Malone visit a land of dinosaurs in South America.
Maybe that's wrong, but I think Conan Doyle.
That's right.
Yeah.
Part 2. Alan Quatermain finds treasure within a mountain in this author's novel, King Solomon's Mines. This author's enormously popular Lost World boys novels include She.
Who wrote King Solomon's Mines? This is like.
Answer, please.
I don't know. Smith.
That's H. Rider Haggard, my friends. Finally, the crew of U-33 encounter dinosaurs in Caprona in The Land That Time Forgot, a novel by Edgar Rice Burroughs, who's probably best known for creating this character. This character falls in love with Jane Porter and is raised by Kala and other great apes in the African jungle.
Tarzan.
Him Tarzan. You 20 points. Toss-up 3. Religious women of this ethnicity braided their hair into over 100 braids and owned a type of coral called Z-beads. Each night in these people's capital, a giant cauldron of tea was brewed with hundreds of kilos of butter. A British expedition to these people was led by Francis here.
Tibetans.
Yes, that's right, for 20.
Oh, butter tea is a Tibetan thing.
Bonus. Part 2. Mencken et al. 2017 describes a curious case of simultaneously increasing dryness and this property. Name this property of vegetation. This color is generally used to describe climate-friendly efforts.
Green.
Part 2. Mencken et al. Measures dryness with PDSI, which they criticize as overly reliant on measures of PET, or the potential this process. This process is the combination of all processes through which water enters the atmosphere. Answer, please.
Evaporation.
No, I have evapotranspiration, I'm afraid. Finally, greening may increase dryness by preventing this process, which is a primary driver of eutrophication. This major source of soil erosion occurs when the soil is saturated with water.
Runoff.
Runoff for 20. This is toss-up 4. Maybe. Yes. There we go. As opposed to other types. A costly one of these buildings in Copenhagen, designed by Jean Nouvel with a cobalt blue exterior, drew inspiration from a vineyard design for the interior of these buildings, pioneered in Berlin by Hans Sachrun. The interior of a building of this type was designed to be a living room for the city that contrasts with the cozier interior of the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. William Tuthill designed a neo-Renaissance example of these buildings, which hosted a 1938 event that climaxed with Sing, Sing, Sing. One of these buildings has created 140-degree Fahrenheit sidewalks due to its curved silver panels.
I was just looking like skyscraper.
No, I'll continue. Due to its curved silver panels reflecting light onto Los Angeles. For 10 points, name these venues, including one designed by Frank Gehry and named for Walt Disney. Answer.
Concert venues.
Oh, that's fine. A concert hall is the main answer. You get 10.
Oh, I thought they were about the London building, and I was confused.
Your bonus.
The walkie-talkie?
Yeah.
This is the first of 3 nouns to title a David Anthony book, whose first chapter discusses a mother language. Double teach. Name these work animals. Anthony credits these animals with forming a step bridge, allowing herders to travel great distances across Europe and Asia.
Because it's the it's horses, right?
Horses.
That is how horses work. Anthony's work revised this hypothesis associated with Mircea Gimbutas. This hypothesis, named for burial mounds, holds that Proto-Indo-Europeans originated in the Pontic steppe.
Kurgan.
That's right. Finally, a less popular hypothesis developed by Colin Renfrew claims that Proto-Indo-Europeans came from this region. The archaeological site of Göbekli Tepe is located in this region.
Anatolia.
That's all 30. Well done.
Nice.
It's toss-up 5 now. In Acts chapter 2, Peter calls this man a prophet who foresaw and wrote about the resurrection of Jesus. Jesus stumps the Pharisees by asking how this man could describe Christ as his Lord in his writings. In Matthew chapter 20, 2 blind men ask Jesus, "Son of this man, have mercy on us." In Luke chapter 2, an angel calls Bethlehem the city of this man. The genealogy in Matthew chapter 1 references the wife of Uriah as this man's wife, omitting Bathsheba's name. New Testament writers frequently quoted the Messianic Psalms.
Isaiah?
No, sorry. I'll continue. The Messianic Psalms 95 and 110, which are traditionally attributed to this king. Acts chapter 7 recounts, for 10 points, the unfulfilled desire of which king of Israel to build the temple, which was completed by his son Solomon. Sure.
Like, Zachariah.
No, sorry, this is King David. No penalty to either team, and we're off to toss-up 6. Adjacent sequences that encode these molecules can be separated by internal transcribed spacers. Many copies of a gene encoding 3 of these molecules appear in the P12 regions of humans' acrocentric chromosomes. Identification of prokaryotes via barcoding can utilize the 9 hypervariable regions of one of... Here.
Antibodies.
Say it again, please.
Antibodies.
No. Sorry. I'll continue. The 9 hypervariable regions of one of these molecules, which contain the anti-Shine-Dalgarno sequence. These molecules are named for their sedimentation coefficients in Svedbergs, like 18S, 5.8S, and 28S types, which are transcribed by eukaryotic Pol-1. Alongside proteins, these molecules compose the small 40S subunit and the large 60S subunit. For 10 points, name these nucleic acids found in the structures that synthesize proteins. Here.
Like ribosomal subunit. Ribosomes.
No. This is ribosomal RNA specifically.
Oh my gosh, I'm so mad.
So, no penalty to either team again, and we're off to toss-up 7. A politician who represented this non-Missouri state died in a plane crash while campaigning with Hale Boggs, but was elected anyway 3 weeks later. A pervasive television biography subtitled "A Man for This State" ran during a campaign race that unseated Ernest Graining. A politician from this state...
Alaska.
That's right. That's 20. Bonus, part 2. Identify the following about African conflicts in Britain's Edwardian age. For example, The British punished the Nandi by handing over 10,000 of their cattle to these people. These traditionally pastoral people of Kenya and Tanzania subsided, it should say, I believe, almost entirely on the blood, meat, and milk of their cows. Yes, please.
Like the Kikuyu.
These are the Maasai.
Oh, I'm so bad.
Ekumeka guerrillas clashed with British forces in the forests of this modern-day country. The British policy of indirect rule in this modern-day country delegated some power to the Yoruba Obas.
It's like Nigeria.
That's right, finally. A leader of these people named Muhammad Abdallah Hassan earned the nickname the Mad Mullah for his wars against the British. These people belonged to kinship groups called Riers. Yes, please.
Like Nuos.
These are the Somalis. So you get 10. Next is Tossup 8. This piece's left-hand ostinato is quoted at the climax of Leopold Godowski's Passacaglia, based on a B minor symphony by its composer. This piece, written when its composer was 18, is cataloged as his Opus 1 and D328. Performers like Dietrich Fischer-Dieskau use 4 distinct combinations of range and timbre to represent this piece's narrator and 3 characters. This piece's opening triplet G octaves represent the gallop of a horse that rides so late. This is here. Irrkönig for 10. Gugan, and your bonus. Larry, this city lends its name to Violets, a fizzy British candy that looks like a Smartie. In this Italian city northwest of Bologna, in the Emilia-Romagna region, that also lends its name to a type of prosciutto and cheese.
Yeah. Parma.
Parma it is, part 2. The Madonna della Steccata of Parma was constructed using Bramante's initial design for a basilica named for this saint, also the namesake of a large square that surrounds the Vatican obelisk in Vatican City.
St. Peter. St. Peter.
You got it. A giant museum in Parma built by Ottavio Farnese derives its name from this type of activity. A fronton is used in some Basque versions of this activity.
I would guess dance, but I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Dance.
No, it's a ball game. The fronton is where you play Basque pelota. You get 20 for that. The first 2 parts. This is Tossup 9. A novel from this country details a woman journeying to an island through a snowstorm to feed her friend's pet bird. In a different novel from this country, one character gets flowers painted all over his body prior to assaulting his sister-in-law. An author from this country wrote We Do Not Part as a pair for an earlier novel that covers 7 different points of view of an event in this country and is titled Human Acts. A woman stands in the rain imitating a tree after escaping a psychiatric hospital in one novel from this country. Earlier in that novel from this country, that woman slits her wrists after having been force-fed pork. For 10 points, The Vegetarian is a novel from this here.
South Korea.
That's 10.
That's so true. That's a recent one. Just like what?
Bonus. The 6 central disciplines of studying these texts include Vaikunruna, Jyotisha, and Shiksha for 10 points each. Name these 4 Sanskrit scriptures foundational to Hinduism, including ones whose names start with Artava and Rig.
Vedas.
Yes. Kalpa is an especially important part of the Vedanga disciplines for discussing these 19 texts that comment on the Samhita rituals detailed in the Vedas.
No answer.
These are the Brahmanas. Finally, the Brahmanas and the Vedas are both classified under one of these 2 similar-sounding terms, while texts like the Puranas are classified as the other. One of these 2 Sanskrit terms refers to the written and remembered, while the other refers to that which is heard. Name either.
Yeah, no answer.
There's Smriti and Shruti. You get 10.
That's the name of both of my others.
This is Tossup 10, which is the last half. Was there a question for me? I'm sorry.
No.
No, okay. Tossup 10 then. Queen Catherine befriends, then later summons this figure in a folk song preserved in the Percy Folio. This figure stops an arranged marriage between an old knight and a woman who actually desires the minstrel Alana Dale. 19th century literature named for this figure introduced Maud Lindsay as the love interest of Will Scarlet. An origin for a possible love interest for this figure is a shepherdess here.
Robin Hood?
Yes, that's
yeah,
20.
wait, why did I...
Will Scarlet
For Arjun
is
and
like-
so, Blair A has the last bonus of the half. In Kilian Sherrard's translation, these people are said to be bored by rhetoric and public speaking. For Tipitich, a Konstantin Cavafy poem is about a city expecting the arrival of what title people, whom the poem calls a kind of a solution.
Barbarians.
That's right. Cavafy wrote Waiting for the Barbarians in this language. An ancient poem in this language inspired Cavafy's poem Ithaca.
Greek.
That's right. Another Cavafy poem tells this historical figure, say goodbye to her, to a city you are losing. That poem is titled The God Abandons This Historical Figure.
This is
No. Romulus. I don't know.
No, it's a woman.
Answer, please.
That's best.
Helen.
It's Antony. The God Abandons Antony.
Oh,
That's
no,
20.
it wasn't a woman.
And that's halftime. At the half, the score is Blair A 170, Park Cougar 90.
I've missed 10 points on both sides somehow.
What did I
suppose?
Oh, you're 10 points off on both sides?
I suppose it's irrelevant because
it's
it makes
the
it
same
tied,
difference, I
but
guess,
the,
but let's check it. So toss-up 1 was 10 and 20 to you for 30.
Agreed.
After toss-up 2, it was 60 for you.
Agreed.
Okay, after toss-up 3, it was 40 to 60.
Agreed.
Great. After toss-up 4, 40 to 100.
Yep.
Okay, after 5, still 40 to 100. Same thing after 6. And then after 7, it was 70 to 100.
I had 10 on that bonus.
10 on the bonus after toss-up 7. Let's,
But
let's double check that
entirely
one.
possible I was
Sure,
incorrect.
we can check. It's easy to check.
It was a 10.
It was a 10.
But I powered the toss-up.
Yes, the toss-up was power. I agree.
Okay. That's what I'm missing. Okay. And then I
Okay,
had 10
so
more
that-
points for us then.
Yes, so you're missing 10 for you. So then it was 70, 130 after toss-up 8.
Yep.
Okay, 90, 130, 90, 170 after toss-up 10.
Did you power that? Is that what I...
Let's take a look.
Is that what's wrong on the last
Toss-up 10
toss-up?
was power for 20.
Okay, that's
and you
what
got
I'm
20
missing.
on the bonus.
Missing 2 powers.
Missing 2 powers. Okay. It all adds up now.
Yep.
Any other business at this time? Protests? Good. Okay, cool. Let's move on then to the second half. Ready to go? Good. Ready? Ready? Here we go. Toss-up 11. A Russian-backed nuclear plant in this country is at the center of a scandal implicating UK Minister Tulip Sadiq. In 2022, this country issued digital certificates to clamp down on fraud in its freedom fighter quota system. CRA funded... Here.
Bangladesh.
That's right. You get 20. Bonus. A function named for this scientist, whose inputs are Q, DSDQ, and time equals DSDT. For Tepwitich, give the first namesake scientist of that nonlinear PDE, which can be solved to determine the action. This scientist's principle is a statement of the principle of least action that can be written DSDQ equals 0.
Schrödinger direct.
Answer, please.
Schrödinger.
No, sorry. This is William Rowan Hamilton. I've just spilled water on my computer like a real genius, so if you'll give me just a moment to fix that.
Yeah, no problem.
It's not very much water, so hopefully we'll be fine here. Yeah, I think we're okay. Oh, thank you. I don't want to click on anything by accident either. Okay, I think we're all right. Excuse me for that. Okay, so the part 1 was Hamilton, and so that was wrong. And so we'll go on to part 2. The action also equals the time integral of this quantity, which is named for a naturalized Frenchman, and equals the difference of kinetic and potential energies.
Laplace.
Sorry, it's the Lagrangian.
Lagrangian.
Finally,
That's
in Hamiltonian mechanics, Q is a vector of the generalized type of these quantities. Systems for these quantities include spherical, Cartesian, and polar.
Coordinates.
That's right, you get 10 for that. And so we're off to toss up 12. No ill effects noted so far. It's a good time to note my backup system is not currently working, so that's great. Toss up 12, sorry. Stoic philosophy influenced this thinker's claim that freedom is our unlimited ability to respond to the external world in Sketch for a Theory of the Emotions. This philosopher described a gay man who refuses to admit to his own homosexuality as a free transcendence who ignores his facticity in a book subtitled Essay on Phenomenological Ontology. This philosopher wrote that man is condemned to be free in a lecture that describes a concept that precedes essence and caused the...
Sartre.
Yes, that's 10 for Sartre.
That's so real.
Bonus. The train wreck film Megalopolis somehow featured some accurate Roman history. Part A. Mayor Frank Cicero recites the opening lines of this speech, saying, "How much longer will you abuse our patience?" This speech was delivered at the Temple of Jupiter Stator in 63 BC. A description is acceptable. Answer, please. No, it's Cicero's first speech against Catiline.
Yeah.
Megalopolis features a character with this last name in reference to a rich Roman with this cognomen. That Roman died after a defeat at Carrhae when the Parthians poured molten gold down his throat.
Crassus.
That's right. Finally, instead of being a politician and soldier, Catalina holds this occupation in the movie. It was held by ancient Romans like Vitruvius, who crafted a guide for building projects.
Engineer.
The only answer I have is architect, so I have to rule that wrong, I'm afraid, but you get 10. Did you say you want to protest that? Okay, so that is 10 for part 2. This is Tossup 13. Whether this isotope achieves self-sufficiency depends on the TBR. This isotope is the desired product of lithium-breeding blankets. This is the lightest isotope that can be studied with liquid scintillation counting. Neutron generators can use either 0 or 1 atoms of this isotope. This isotope is the lighter of 2 atoms that are produced from upper atmosphere collisions of nitrogen-14 with a fast neutron. This is the heaviest isotope that is central to the pellets in inertial confinement reactors. This isotope, which has a half-life of 12 years, undergoes beta- decay into helium. This is here.
Tritium.
Say it again, please.
Tritium.
Tritium for 10. And so bonus for Blair A. A series of hard time tokens was minted during this president's tenure. Name this president mocked by those tokens, whose passage of the Specie Circular contributed to the Panic of 1837 under his successor, Martin Van Buren.
Jackson.
That's right. During this election year, coins bearing slogans criticizing one candidate's support for free silver were minted by the other campaign's manager, Mark Hanna.
96. 92 or 96?
96.
1896.
1896 is correct. Finally, this politician was dubbed the Sage of Chappaqua by a token distributed during his campaign. The quote, "If I could save this union without freeing any slave, I would do it," comes from a letter by Abraham Lincoln to this politician.
So is it... Wait, shoot, if I should know it. Is it Douglas? I don't think so.
Yes, please.
Douglas.
Would it help you if I told you his actual last words were, "Give me back my newspaper, you son of a bitch"?
No.
It's Horace Greeley. You
Okay.
get 20. The myth was spread that his last words were, "I know my Redeemer liveth," but this is apparently not the truth. Okay, anyhow, you do earn 20 for part 22. This is Tossup 14. This author remarked that a fountain pen was cremated just as I would like to be after accidentally melting it in a stove. The narrator imagines that this real-life author of Katie's life emigrated to study under E.I. Lonov in the novel The Ghostwriter. A work by this author describes potatoes being urinated on by the cat Muzji. Meetings with Hello Silverberg are described early in a work by this author that was preserved by Miep Gies and which used pseudonyms. This is here.
Anne Frank?
That's 10.
Wait, that's kind of crazy to call her an author.
Well, I don't know.
Have a bonus. These dancers perform upwards of 3 pirouettes at a time because they usually spin on the ball of the foot. Name this type of dancer who almost exclusively perform the tour de l'air. These dancers typically travel across the stage instead of performing a fouette turn.
Oh, I don't know. A specific kind of ballet?
Answer, please.
Ballerina.
No, these are ballerinos, I'm afraid, or men.
Oh.
Or two. This dancer was one of the first men to perform the entrechat 6 times in his performance for the ballet Luce. The role of Petrushka was written for this dancer, who would choreograph the Rite of Spring and Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun.
Wait, yeah, that's right.
I know, this is Václav Nijinsky. Finally, examples of these objects worn by male ballet dancers usually don't have a box intended to support the toes during emploi.
Shoes.
You get 10 for shoes. Toss-up 15. Jewish athlete Daniel Mendoza gained fame in this sport in 18th century England. Tex Rickard capitalized on the 1920 Walker Law legalizing this sport in New York. A star in this sport triggered 1910 race riots and was arrested for violating the Mann Act with Lucille Cameron. Ava Brown was obsessed with a star of this sport named Max Schmeling. John Graham Chambers authored rules for this sport, more commonly named for the Marquis of Queensberry here. That's right. You get 10. Bonus. Blair A. In Octavia Butler's novel Kindred, Dana rescues a boy from drowning after doing this action for the first time and loses an arm after performing it to return home. Name this action that allows Dana to meet her ancestors, including the slave owner Rufus. An H.G. Wells character meets the Morlocks and Eloy by performing this action.
Time traveling.
That's right. Shock collars control slaves in the second of two Butler novels titled as works of this type. In those novels whose titles begin with this word, Lauren brings the Earthseed religion while traveling through a dystopian California.
Terrible.
That's right, finally. Butler was mentioned by an author with this surname who penned I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Another author with this surname created the dying Adam Sunraider in his novel Juneteenth. Answer, please.
Smith.
These are respectively Harlan and Ralph Waldo Ellison. You get 20. Timeout. Park shooter.
Yeah.
At the timeout, it's Blair A, 250, park shooter 140.
I think 5. Wait.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, I can count. Well, it's hard when you can't see your toes, you know, so you can only count up to 10.
You had to switch over to base 10 and everything, you know. Gosh.
I'm ready.
Ready? Okay. Larry, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. That's the full time for timeout. We're resuming with Tossup 16. Good luck, teams. This character sees men with stony eyeballs lift their right hands, glowing like torches, in a passage later removed from a collection. An author coined the term suspension of disbelief while recalling his creation of this bright-eyed man in Biographia Literaria. This man meets a pilot and a hermit in a work where his lifeblood seemed to sip after a nightmare with skin white as leprosy wins a dice game.
The sailor in Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
I'm going to take your answer, yes. The answer is The Ancient Mariner.
Oh, yeah.
From,
Duh.
yeah,
Yeah.
You've got it. That's 10.
Okay, that was silly, but the answer's right.
Get to note that he is called a graybeard loon. 10 for you. This man's house is said to have contained cushions decorated with images of birds. Identify this prophet whose house in Medina inspired all subsequent mosque architecture.
We're gonna go.
Muhammad.
That's right.
Muhammad.
The Prophet's Mosque, built on the site of Muhammad's house in Medina, was the first building in the Arabian Peninsula, to have this feature added to it. Hawaii's Iolani Palace had this feature 5 years before Benjamin Harrison added it to the White House.
Electricity.
That's right. Finally. Electric lighting is the main answer, but your answer is acceptable. Finally, many Islamic heritage sites in Medina were destroyed in the early 19th century by followers of this conservative religious movement, whose founder allied with Muhammad bin Saud in the 18th century.
Oh, is it like the Ikhwan?
No, I don't know. If you know.
Answer, please.
The Ikhwan?
It's Wahhabism.
Oh,
You
you were
get
right.
20.
Sorry.
Toss-up 17. These people's overrepresentation in the Royal Society led to the development of modern science, according to the Merton thesis. A book title for these people claims that the philosophy of avarice, exemplified by Ben Franklin's claim that time is money, employs the notion of a sacred calling. Sir.
Protestant?
That's 20.
Okay, crazy thought. I was gonna go for aristocrats.
Your bonus. In Letters to Darwin, Lydia Becker reported changes in this variable due to smut fungus infection. In this variable that differs among certain structures on monoecious organisms, which are not perfect. This variable is separated among organisms in dioecious species, thus enforcing self-incompatibility.
Oh, like sex?
Yes, exactly. Becker observed fungal force forming in infected examples of these male flower sex organs. These pollen-producing structures lie atop filaments in the stamen.
Like pistils?
These are anthers. Finally, plants display flowers while in the sporophyte stage of the alternation of generations, which is contrasted with this reduced haploid stage named for sex cells.
The metaphyte.
That's right, 20 for the outer parts. Toss up, 18. A member of this family wears a turquoise outfit designed by Jason Wu and sits on a red sofa in a painting by Sharon Sprung. An artist copied a Manny Garcia photo for an artwork of a member of this family with a hidden Obey star. A member of this family sits against a sky blue background in a flowing print dress compared to G's Ben Quilts in a 2018 grayscale portrait of her by Amy Sherald. Jasmine Flowers.
Obama.
That's 10.
Yeah,
Arjun, bonus. A description is required in part 1.
That's such a weird.
Iarbas did this action after the Carthaginian queen Dido rejected him. Describe this action performed by Aeacus to solve his loneliness, leading to the local population of ants being transformed into people, later known as the Myrmidons.
I was gonna say
Is action?
suicide because that's the obvious answer.
Ants, please.
Form. Like,
Killing yourself.
No, it's praying to Zeus.
Oh, okay.
Part 2. Also, by praying to Zeus, Aeacus ended a terrible drought throughout all of Greece except for the area around this city. This city was named after a goddess of wisdom who bested Poseidon to earn its patronage.
Athens.
That's right. One of these two people prayed to his father Zeus to share his immortality with the other. These two Spartan brothers of Helen and Clytemnestra supposedly aided the Romans at the Battle of Lake Regulus.
That makes sense.
Castor and Pollux.
Both of them. That's
Nice.
20 for you. Tossup, 19. Walter Mapp's writings contributed to a black legend about this non-Spanish ruler, which was later contradicted by golden myths promoted by Amy Kelly. This ruler was blamed for a defeat at Mount Cadmus during a campaign in support of Raymond of Antioch. This ruler was put under house arrest after supporting a rebellion by Henry the Young King. During the Third Crusade, this here.
John.
No.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
My bad.
Did you? During the Third Crusade, Leopold of Austria captured this ruler's son, after which she raised ransom money. On the basis of consanguinity, this ruler annulled her marriage to Louis VII before marrying Henry II of England. A court of love at Poitiers was maintained by, for 10 points, what noblewoman who hailed from southwestern France?
Like Eleanor.
I can prompt the answer, Eleanor.
Of Aquitaine.
Yes, that's 10 there. And your bonus. Bernard Forster and Elizabeth Nietzsche founded this country's town of Nueva Germania as an Aryan colony. Name this country that committed genocide against the indigenous Aceh people during the reign of Alfredo Stroessner.
Paraguay.
Yes. The Paraguayan government encouraged Mennonites fleeing Soviet persecution to settle in this region, where they founded the city of Philadelphia. Eusebio Ayala and Daniel Salamanca led countries in a conflict over this oil-rich region.
Chaco.
That's right. Finally, Rutherford B. Hayes awarded land in the Chaco to Paraguay after this war. Paraguay's de facto First Lady Eliza Lynch was vilified by Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay in this war. That's fine, yes. War of the Triple Alliance. Guerra. Okay, that's all 30. Well done. And this is the last toss-up, number 20. A limit on these objects was proven in 2024 by an anonymous contributor to BB Challenge, which seeks to solve a class of problems about these objects that Tibor Radot introduced. Rice's theorem can be stated in terms of the inability of these objects to recognize non-trivial properties. The utility of these objects is described in the typical formulation of a conjecture codenamed for Alonzo Church. Sir?
AI?
No. I'll continue. Busy beavers are a case of these objects, which are often contrasted with a less general class of finite state objects that cannot write. These objects consist of cells read from an infinitely long shifting tape. For 10 points, name these computational models named for a pioneering English computer scientist. Here.
Turing machine.
That's for 10.
I did know those were those. I just thought
Justin,
that's
and a
what-
bonus for Blair A. A language discovered in this place is said to be a Samoyed Lithuanian dialect of Guarani with inflections from classical Arabic. For 10 points each. Name this unlimited but periodic place that contains the Vindications. Spherical fruits provide light in this place, composed of indefinitely many hexagonal galleries.
Oh, the Library of Babel, right?
Yeah.
Library of Babel.
That's right. In an interview, this Argentine author of the Library of Babel described English as a far finer language than Spanish.
Borges.
Finally, one language family in this place, created by Borges, lacks nouns, as seen in its translation of the phrase, "the moon rose above the river." The language of this place rejects a sophism involving 9 coins.
This comes up all the time.
The
and
Garden
it's like,
of Forky. No, I don't.
No, it's like made up.
Answer,
words.
please.
It's like
Gibberish land.
It's Tlon. You get 20.
How do you
That's
spell
the end of
that?
the game.
How do you spell plan?
T-L-O with an umlaut, N.
Okay.
Wait, when did Powell end on the Turing Machine's toss-up?
2 words before you bust.
Okay.
The Alonzo and Alonzo Church was the first word out of power. Good game, both teams. The final score was Blair A 340, Park Tudor 220. If each team would please send one representative to initial the score sheet, assuming I didn't screw anything else up. That will be just fine with me.
Mandy, did you buzz?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think I did, but.
Are you wearing the flag of Indiana?
I have no idea.
Like,
Nine. It's
12.
nine. It's nine.
It's
nine.
around.
Your flag is better than our flag.
It's 9.
Illinois is just a boring eagle with like a white.
Oh yeah, because we played 7.
Yeah,
Alright.
we played 7. We got touched. We played 8. We got touched.
Is
because
everyone
of
ready
8, and then
to
now we're not.
start? We are on round 9. We have Park Tudor and Mulder P10 College Prep A.
Yep.
Alright,
Okay,
here we
let's
go.
go.
We'll toss 1. In Ovid's Fasti, Flora gives an herb to this deity who is angry about the birth of another deity. This deity was given the epithet Caelestis after synchronization with the Carthaginian deity Tanit. This non-archer deity sometimes bears the name of her daughter Lucina as an epithet. Similarly to men during Saturnalia, women prepared meals for slaves during a festival celebrating this goddess. This goddess may have earned the epithet Moneta from her sacred geese, warning of an attack.
Juno.
That's right for 10.
Oh, good job.
Latin.
Oh my goodness, Manlius from Super Honey.
Bonus, a man
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I forgot.
shields his face with his hands in an entry with this title from Ecuadorian painter Oswaldo Guayasamín's Age of Anger series. For 10 points each, give this title of an Edvard Munch painting whose agonized central figure may have been inspired by a Peruvian mummy.
The
Scream.
Guayasamín studied alongside this artist whose fiery murals included one of a priest extending out a torch. A group of skeletal gods dissect another in a massive artwork this artist created at a university's Baker Library.
Who's a muralist? Could be Rivera.
Answer? That's Orozco. Guayasamín and Orozco met at a gallery hosted by this family, whose member David commissioned over 30,000 works of Mexican folk art. A member of this family ordered Vladimir Lenin to be removed from the mural Man of the Crossroads.
Oh, who? Was it Rockefeller?
Go.
Rockefeller.
20 points.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Tossup. A piece title for this concept is easy to enter, difficult to exit, according to its composer Pietro Locatelli. This concept titles an air and variations for harpsichord whose theme begins with the 8th notes E, G sharp, F sharp, high B. An opus 3 set of concerti a sette that alternatively feature 4, 2, or 1 solo violins are titled for this sort of inspiration. The popular finale of Handel's E major keyboard suite is titled for this concept and a blacksmith. Antonio Vivaldi's Opus 3 is this sort of estro, and he included the 4 seasons in the contest between this concept and invention.
Like harmony.
That's right for 10.
Outbuzzed. Good job.
Bonus. Johnson and Rao induced this process in HeLa cells with UV inactivated marine respirovirus. For 10 points each, name this process that yields syncytia like animal skeletal muscle cells.
Differentiation.
Cell fusion. Johnson and Rao observed that fusing a cell in at this stage with another cell causes the second cell's chromatin to condense, leading them to hypothesize a maturation promoting factor, or MPF. Prophase is the first part of this stage that follows G1, S, and G2.
Like mitosis.
Yes. MPF is a dimer of the B type of these proteins, and CDK1, which is a kinase dependent on these proteins. The E and A types of these proteins dimerize with CDK2 to facilitate the GS2 transition. Sorry, the G2S transition.
GTP.
Answer?
GTP.
Cyclins, 10
Oh my
points.
gosh, I'm back.
Toss up 3. This character convinces 4 people in a row to sing Sunny Boy at a talent show. One man admires how this character studies the psychology of the individual and samples his hangover cure for egg and red pepper. This man advises wearing a devil costume to a masquerade ball to Gussie Finknoddle. Although he has a feudal spirit, stories often end with this man convincing his mentally negligible employer to give up a questionable fashion.
Is this like Jeeves?
That's right for 10.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Bonus, the creator of many of these things refers to himself as beloved of the gods. For 10 points each, name these things that often use the Kharoshti script. One of these things is topped by 4 back-to-back lions.
What?
Is this like a pillar?
Oh, it might be a
maybe.
pillar.
Yeah.
Yeah, try a
Pillar?
Column. It's a column, guys.
It's gonna be a
It's gonna be a column.
Is that not the same thing?
That's why he's look.
No. So I have rocked edicts of Ashoka and various other answers. Ashoka created his edicts while serving as this empire's ruler. This empire defeated the Kalinga in a bloody 261 BCE war.
Mauryan, yeah.
Mauryan?
Yes. 50 years after the death of Ashoka, the Mauryan Empire was succeeded by this dynasty founded by Pushyamitra. Kalidasa wrote a play on this dynasty's king, Agnemitra.
I don't know, guys.
I don't know what this is either.
Well, if you don't know, I don't think anyone knows.
Gupta.
Answer?
Sure.
Gupta.
Shunga, 10 points.
Okay, I don't.
Plus 4. This adjective names a spectroscopic instrument at KPNO that is the largest 3D galaxy survey. This adjective describes a component whose EOS has a negative value for W because it has negative pressure. This adjective describes a discovery that Perlmutter, Schmidt, and Rees made by observing the nonlinear relationship between the magnitude of type 1a supernovae and their redshift, indicating a deviation from Hubble's law. This adjective describes the discovery that validated Einstein's inclusion of lambda, the cosmological constant. The
Expansion?
No, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
The accelerating expansion in the universe is driven by energy named for this adjective. For 10 points, give this adjective that describes galactic halos of unobservable matter.
Dog.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bonus. A festival called Mother's Night, celebrated on the eve of this holiday, is only attested by beads the reckoning of time. For 10 points each, name this Germanic winter holiday that was syncretized with Christmas, whose season is called its tide.
Like Yule?
Yeah.
Yes. Heistringing is the practice of swearing a solemn oath over a sacrificial one of these animals on Yule. Jesus exorcises a demon out of a man and into a herd of these animals who drown themselves.
Sheep.
It's pigs. Participants go to orchards and sing to the trees to promote a good harvest in this practice that has been mostly displaced by caroling. A traditional carol is titled Here We Come A Doing This Practice.
What is it?
Answer?
Nonsense.
Was sailing. 10 points.
Right,
Toss
that's the thing.
5.
I've heard of that.
In this election year, a primary challenger attempted to pass Rule 16C, forcing his opponent to declare his running mate before the final party nominee vote. In this year, one candidate's inactive campaign strategy was derisively termed Rose Garden campaigning. In an interview with Playboy, the winning candidate in this election year confessed to committing adultery in his heart. In a debate during this year, a candidate asserted that there was...
1968.
No, sorry. No Soviet domination in Eastern Europe. The first vice presidential debate took place in this year between Bob Dole and Walter Mondale shortly after the fall of Saigon. For 10 points, name this election year in which Gerald Ford was defeated by Jimmy Carter.
1976.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, I was doubting that or 1980. Sorry, guys.
Please don't doubt yourself.
Bonus. While ranking the top 10 authors in this genre, Volcasius Sedegitis claims if anyone should feel differently, they would feel nothing. For 10 points each, name this Roman genre, which uses stock characters like the braggart soldier and the parasite. Much Ado About Nothing is a Shakespearean play in this genre.
Comedy.
Sedegitis places Terence in the top spot. In this spot, the same number of comedies that he wrote. Aeneas's men finally reach Italy in this book of the Aeneid, halfway through the work.
Do you know the Aeneid? How many books are in the Aeneid?
I have no idea.
Okay, I don't
Say
know.
third.
Three.
Answer? 6.
Oh.
Sedegitis places an author with this cognomen who wrote the Plosium in first place. A later author with this cognomen wrote the Thebaid and an unfinished Achilleid.
I have no idea.
Cognomen. What's a cognomen?
I have no
Third part of the name. Plautus.
Statius, 10 points.
Who?
Toss of 6. A wonderment usage of this word is called its beatnik variety, but may never have been used by beatniks. This word's explosion and use in computing stems from Vimeo looking for an alternative to the word dig. The widespread use of this word as a discourse marker is characteristic of a dialect popularized by a 1982 Frank Zappa song, where vocal fry and upspeak are also used. One use of this word won out against goes in a dialect stereotypically spoken by California's Valley Girls. This English word's many uses include introducing quoted speech, as well as substituting for example. For 10 points, name this...
Like?
That's right.
Oh, Valley Girls. The second.
Valley Girls.
Yeah.
Like.
Bonus.
Like.
Human factor psychology is considered part of this field. For 10 points each, name this field of psychology. Hugo Munsterberg studied this field of psychology, which studies interpersonal relations and well-being in corporate workplaces.
Relational?
It's industrial and organizational. Hugo Munsterberg was a student of the psychologist who also taught Edward Titchener. This father of experimental psychology founded the first psychology laboratory.
James.
Wundt. Frederick Hertzberg distinguished between hygiene and this phenomenon as two factors that lead to job satisfaction. Abraham Maslow proposed his hierarchy of needs in a theory of human this phenomenon, which is the drive to complete a goal.
Motivation.
10. Toss-up 7. The terms scud and tilt are defined in notes by this author, who recalled buying his French governess, Mademoiselle, a hearing aid in one memoir. Despite his request, this author's wife did not destroy his unfinished The Original of Laura after his death.
Nabokov.
Power.
Yes! Yay! It was project.
We're just
Bonus.
alternating.
The first stage of the Ostwald process reacts this compound with oxygen. For 10 points each in this compound, the output of the Haber-Bosch process
Ammonia.
will be stage 3.
Ammonia.
Yep. This metal, alloyed with 10% rhodium, serves as the main catalyst in the Ostwald process. Until 2019, the kilogram was defined based on a cylinder made of this element combined with 10% iridium.
Platinum.
Yes. Water and this compound are the end products of the Ostwald process. This compound can be mixed with hydrochloric acid to produce a mixture capable of dissolving platinum and gold.
Sulfuric acid.
Yes.
Should be
sulfuric acid.
Nitric acid, 20.
No, Paradic solution.
Tossup 8. Boston receives a Christmas tree each year for humanitarian efforts following one of these events involving a Belgian relief ship. The Lehigh Valley Railroad was sued by Russia following a giant one of these events near Jersey City in 1916. One of these events provides the English title of a historical novel focusing on the career of Victor Hughes by Alejo Carpentier. The painter Karel Fabritius was killed in one of these events in Delft in 1654. A giant one of these events followed a collision between the SS Emo and the SS Mont Blanc.
Shock attack.
No, sorry.
Sorry, that's enough.
In Halifax in 1917, Robert Catesby schemed to kill James I in one of these events. For 10 points, a failed plot to cause one of what events in Parliament is commemorated on Guy Fawkes Day?
Explosion.
That's right.
Oh yeah, that was explosion in the
Halifax
cathedral. I was gonna buzz, but then.
Bonus. W.G. Siebold used photos to illustrate a novel in which Jack Austerlitz meets his former nursemaid Vera in the city. For 10 points each, name the city that in another novel is the home of Sabina, who poses for photos while wearing a bowler hat.
Prague.
Photos by Era Gouler appear in an edition of Orhan Pamuk's book Istanbul, whose subtitle mentions these phenomenon and the city. An alternative title for Marcel Proust's In Search of Lost Time refers to these phenomenon of things past.
Remembrance.
Yeah. Descriptions of photos are interspersed in this author's memoirs of the years, one of the many that contributed to her winning the 2022 Nobel Prize in Literature.
Or no, right? Any or no? Any or no?
30.
Yeah, I like my Nobel Prize.
Plus 9. At one of these events, two operatic characters speak in mock French as they pretend to be a chevalier and a marquis. At that one of these events, a Russian man states his motto is Chacun a son goût. In opera's Act 2 ends at one of these events where the lead tenor gambles with Baron Dufault and throws his winnings at his ex-lover's feet. The maid Adele sings her laughing song at one of these events at Prince Orlovsky's house. The courtesan Violetta sings Sempre Libera after one of these events. La Traviata begins at one of these events where characters sing a brindisi, a type of drinking song.
Is this like a feast?
Yes.
Nice.
Party or
Violetta is
ball or
from,
various other things. That's 10 points. And bonus. Identify the following about London's International Health Exhibit of 1884 for 10 points each. One of the insanitary buildings showed wallpaper colored with Scheele's green, which contains this chemical.
Arsenic.
James Marsh developed a test for this chemical used in Victorian police investigations.
Arsenic.
The flush toilets in the sanitary exhibitions helped prevent this disease. John Snow identified a pump on Broad Street as the source of transmission of an outbreak of this disease, which causes watery diarrhea.
Cholera.
This magazine mocked the entire insanitary exhibition. This magazine, with a one-word title, co-founded by Henry Mayhew, employed cartoonists such as John Tenniel.
Is it like Mad or Puck? Puck is American, I think?
Puck is American, yeah.
Mad?
Answer?
Mad?
Punch.
Oh.
20.
Punch.
I guess that's British.
What are these names?
Get a timeout. It's currently 60 to 180. We're going into Tossup 10.
Okay. Yeah.
Yay, Nabokov. Thanks for Nabokov. Yeah, I like memorizing Nobel Prize winners. I don't know any of the other Nobel Prize winners. Just literature.
Okay, everyone ready? Yep. Alright, here's Tossup 10. This scientist aims at formalism whose time reversibility is exploited to generate paradoxical non-determinism in Norton's dome. Mordechai Milgram developed a modified theory named for this scientist in an attempt to explain the dynamics of galaxies. While building on work by this scientist, Émile de Châtelet formalized the law of conservation of energy. This non-Kepler scientist proposed the three-body problem and solved the two-body problem. Galilean transformations preserve conditions named for this scientist by converting between inertial reference frames. This scientist's Principia includes his inverse square law for universal gravitation. For 10 points, name a scientist who developed three laws of motion.
Newton.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was?
I thought it was Lagrange.
Bonus, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis competed in the 1991 Little League World Series while growing up in a city of this name. For 10 points each, the capital of New Zealand's Otago region also has what name, as the Free Church of Scotland named it after the Gaelic for Edinburgh.
It's this. Oh, I don't know. What's the Gaelic for Edinburgh?
No idea.
Answer?
No, it's.
This is Dunedin.
Oh,
A
okay.
Scottish city on the River Tay provides the name of this Australian state capital, whose larger metro area includes the suburbs of Singleton and Two Rocks. The Swan River colony was centered in this city.
Is it Sydney? I don't know if it's Sydney. That's I think a guy's name.
Very well.
Answer?
Sydney.
Perth.
Oh.
Scotland's
That makes
Castle
sense, actually.
Calgary inspired the name of this Canadian province's city of Calgary.
Alberta.
Yeah.
10 points. Okay, so that's a half. 60, 200.
I've been to Scotland. I come from Perth. Hello.
Lesbian score sheet.
Here we go, toss of 11. This character flunks out of school after spending time in taverns playing dominoes. This character's first wife starts coughing up blood a week after he learns she lied about her wealth. This character is told to conjugate the Latin phrase ridiculous sum 20 times after being mocked for being the only boy in a classroom who does not throw his cap on the floor. This character accidentally causes Hippolyte's leg to be amputated after...
Mr. Bovary?
Yeah, that's fine.
10, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Charles Bovary.
It's
Gilbert Ryle coined the term ghost in the machine to criticize this philosopher's mind-body dualism. For 10 points each, name
Descartes,
this
yeah.
French philosopher who wrote Meditations on First Philosophy.
Descartes.
Who died where?
In The Concept of Mind, Ryle argues Descartes' dualism is one of these mistakes. Ryle demonstrates these mistakes by imagining a visitor to Oxford being shown its buildings and then asking, where is the university?
Is this like a, not a fallacy? Could it be a fallacy?
Let's try fallacy.
Fallacy?
No, these are category mistakes.
Oh.
Wilfred Sellers imagines the Rylians, a tribe who interact with a non-Cartesian mind, in a book titled For This View in the Philosophy of Mind. W.V. O'Quine attacked logical positivism in an essay titled Two Dogmas of This View.
I think it's language.
No, not.
No,
It's an ism.
Empiricism?
Answer?
Empiricism.
20.
Oh, okay.
Toss up 12. Practitioners hopping between celebrations of this holiday may observe strings of 91 apples hung as decoration. For Samaritans who celebrate this holiday, it is the last time in the Gregorian calendar year to make pilgrimages to Mount Gerizim. White sheets are often installed to represent clouds of glory during this holiday. 7 exalted guests are invited via the Ushpizin prayer during this holiday. A sakak is created from materials like bamboo or palm leaves for this holiday. This holiday involves the practice of Na'anu'im, in which the 4 species are shaken in the 4 directions, as well as up and down inside of the central temporary structures. For 10 points, name this Jewish festival of booths.
Rosh Hashanah.
No penalty.
I had to do something.
This time it's Sukkot or Feast of the Tabernacles or some other answers. Instead, Sukkot, S-U-K-K-O-T. Toss up 13. A colony named after the son of Satyrion and Poseidon was founded by people from this city led by Philanthus, where rain was said to fall from a clear sky. A prince from this city founded the colony of Kynips in modern-day Libya, which was destroyed 3 years later by the Makai. That prince of this city was Dorius, whose sister-in-law erased wax from a wooden tablet to reveal a secret message from Demaratus warning of a pending invasion. The husband of that woman, Gorgo, died in battle fighting...
Sparta.
That's right for 10.
Okay.
Bonus. Identify the following about people who have written about metaphorical liberty trees for 10 points each. In 1787, this future president declared the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. He also wrote the Declaration of Independence. Yes. This abolitionist wrote, "A traitor is a good fruit to hang from the boughs of the Tree of Liberty." In 1872, a paper run by Victoria Woodhull publicized this man's affair with Elizabeth Richards Tilton.
Garrison.
This is Henry Ward Beecher. Boston's Liberty Tree inspired this two-word phrase for lynching victims. A Billie Holiday song of this name describes blood on the leaves and blood at the root.
Strange fruit.
20 points. Toss up 14. In 2025, the New York Times examined the mass tort industry through a Montana hotline named for this person. Makeup artist Mila Morales is a talking head in a Peacock documentary, partly about this man's role in a 1991 crowd crush at a CCNY charity basketball game. In April 2025, Arun Subramanian ruled that a surveillance video of this man beating his girlfriend was admissible. Danity Kane member Dawn Richard testified about her relationship with this man, who notoriously owned 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
Did he?
Bonus. The last
I'm
movement
forever
of one
retarded.
of these works by this composer is a frenzied B-flat major toccata in 7/8 time, marked precipitato. For 10 points each, name these works. The 6th, 7th, and 8th of these works by this composer are often grouped together since they were written during World War II.
Who wrote stuff during World War II? I don't know.
I don't know.
Shostakovich symphonies?
Answer?
Shostakovich symphonies?
Prokofiev's piano sonatas.
Okay, yeah,
This Russian composer's 7th and 9th piano sonatas have the contrasting
This one should be
nicknames White Mass and
Shostakovich.
Black Mass. This synesthetic composer developed the mystic chord.
Synesthetic. Who is synesthetic?
I don't know what synesthetic
I'm just gonna
is.
guess Shostakovich.
Answer?
Shostakovich.
Scriabin, a furious allegro molto movement, concludes this other Russian composer's B-flat minor piano sonata. This composer of Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini was known for his large hands.
This one is Rachmaninoff. Rachmaninoff.
10 points. Toss up 15. The Krukenberg procedure modifies this part of the body by severing the interosseous membrane up to the pronator teres. A bone central to this structure and an adjacent joint features the olecranon process and C-shaped trochlear notch. This non-joint structure's palmaris longus muscle is missing in 1/4 of people. A bone in this non-joint structure names the UCL, problems with which can be fixed by operating on an adjacent joint in Tommy John surgery. This part of the body is proximal to the carpals and contains both
the arm,
prompt,
the forearm.
Yes, for 10.
Good.
Anatomy.
Anatomy.
I can't.
Bonus, AC flow is improved by supplying DC to a saturable type of these devices for 10 points each. Name these devices whose dissipative characteristic is measured by the Q factors, which was introduced while studying them. These devices produce magnetic fields to oppose changes in current.
Resistors?
Oh.
No, probably
No.
not.
No, I
Answer?
don't know what this is.
Electromagnets.
No, these are inductors. This scientist, who names a law of induction, invented electromagnetic field blocking cages that are used in microwave ovens.
Faraday. Yeah, Faraday.
This quantity for an LC circuit equals 1 over the square root of LC. This quantity exists for the sinusoidal driving force of a damped harmonic oscillator. The damping ratio exceeds 1 over root 2.
This quantity? I don't know.
This quantity exists.
Answer?
So it's not like convergence.
No, this is the resonant frequency. 10
Oh.
points. Toss up 16. During this war, Bhikkhu Gasa and Aroni Kumana paddled a canoe for over 40 miles to deliver an inscribed message to an operative. The Tana army venerated a figure popularized during this war who reportedly lives in the volcanic Mount Yasser. Natives who aided one side in this war were hailed as Fuzzy Wuzzy angels for guiding wounded men down the Kolkata Trail. The soldier John Frum legendarily served in this war.
World War II.
That's right for 10.
Yeah, because of the Aboriginals that helped the Australians.
Bonus, Charles Dickens' youngest son, who bore the unfortunate nickname Plorn, was named for this author for 10 points each. This English author who convinced Dickens to write a happier ending for Great Expectations. The lovers Glaucus and Ione appear in his novel The Last Days of Pompeii.
Graves.
This is Buller Lytton. Buller Lytton is more famous for the oft-mocked opening line of his novel Paul Clifford, which proclaims it was a night with these two classically gothic qualities, named both
Dark and rainy.
Dark and stormy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Buller Lytton wrote the play Not So Bad As We May Seem for a charity event with a cast including Dickens and this author. This man wrote about the switching of Laura Fairley and Anne Catherick in The Woman in White.
Oh no. Bagel incoming. Johnson.
Wilkie Collins, no points there.
Yeah. No, don't do that, please.
wasted opportunity.
I can't believe they got me answering with Diddy on camera. What is this tournament, man?
Alright, Tossup 17. The author of Discovering Home advised using broad brushstrokes when writing about this title place, whose taboo subjects include ordinary domestic scenes. This place is...
Africa.
Good buzz.
Oh, okay.
My
Bonus.
God.
A space is locally Euclidean if there exists one of these functions between a neighborhood of each point and some subset of Rn for 10 points each. Name these functions that preserve all topological properties. These continuous bijections between topological spaces have continuous inverses. Answer?
Transformations.
These are homeomorphisms.
Yeah.
Preserve this property that is possessed by some subset of any neighborhood. A set with this property equals its interior and contains none of its boundary points.
Close.
Open. As bijections, homeomorphisms map precisely one element of this set to each element of this... one element of this set to each element of this set's image. This set of inputs to a function is contrasted with the range.
Like domain.
Yes, 10 points. Tossup 18. One of these objects contains a cameo of Augustus and is housed in Aachen's treasury. Giotto painted a buried skull at the bottom of one of these objects found in the Santa Maria novella. Giro names a half-gilded, half-painted one of these objects in Cologne, which was contemporary to freestanding high ones sculpted in the British Isles. Gothic cathedrals were often built in the shape of these objects. Ornate types of...
crosses.
That's right for 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Bonus. A character with this profession claims to want to do one meaningful deed while confessing to a fake priest who wears whiteface and a long black robe. For 10 points each, give this profession of a Max von Sydow played character who in a 1957 film makes a wager for his life with a hooded stranger he meets on a rocky beach.
Oh, like knight?
Yep. The knight Antonius Block loses a chess game to death in this Swedish director's film The Seventh Seal.
Bergman?
Yes. Description acceptable. When death comes for the night, a servant girl identified in the credits as having this condition whispers it is the end. In Bergman's Persona, the nurse Alma cares for an actress with this condition.
Blind.
No, she is mute. 20 points.
What? How?
Tossup 19. This term describes a sort of innovation in which an increasing variety of intermediate goods raises productivity. The rightmost portion of an indifference curve for perfect complements is best described by this term. Mergers described by this term are evaluated by the HHI index. As price elasticity increases, a supply curve approaches this shape. This adjective describes a demand curve faced by a firm in perfect competition, since consumers are maximally sensitive to price changes. This term describes a sort of business expansion that may lower costs through economies of scale. For 10 points, name this adjective that describes a sort of integration contrasted with its vertical type.
Horizontal.
That's right for 10.
Never enough.
Bonus. The high priest of a god of with this animal form were the de facto rulers of Upper Egypt during the Third Intermediate Period. For 10 points each, name this animal form of a deity whose high priestesses were called his god's wife. That chief god of the Theban triad, Amun, had this animal form.
Scarab.
What?
Scarab.
No, it's a ram. Amun was frequently syncretized with the chief gods of neighboring kingdoms, such as the lion-headed Nubian god Apademek and the lower Egyptian god of this domain, Ra.
Like the sun.
Yes. This ram-headed god placed the ka within mother's wombs after making it at a potter's wheel. A tomb and this chief male god of Elephantine were identified with the setting sun.
No answer.
That's Khnum, 10 points. And last Tossup. This element is bonded to 2 oxygen and 2 chlorine atoms in a compound that, like bromine, is a volatile red-brown liquid at room temperature. Only this element is antiferromagnetic at room temperature. An anion with 7 oxygen atoms contains 2 atoms of this metal in its +6 oxidation state.
Chromium.
Power.
Fair enough.
Bonus. This author of the book-length poem "I Love a Broad Margin to My Life" wrote a memoir of a girlhood among ghosts, which was reviewed as a poem turned into a sword. For 10 points each, name this author who described how her mother cut the membrane out of her tongue and told her stories of Fa Mulan in The Woman Warrior.
Chen.
This is Maxine Kingston. The protagonist of Kingston's novel Tripmaster Monkey is punningly named for this poet. In his poem, I Sing the Body Electric.
Whitman.
Yes. Tripmaster Monkey quotes from Song of Myself, which claims, I loaf and invite this thing. I sing the body electric, and oh, I say now, these are this word, and asks, what is this thing?
The soul.
Yep.
Oh.
So that's 20 points, and that ends the game. Final score, Park Tudor 220, Walter Payton A 270.
That's what I got.
Yeah, me too.
Good game.
Closer than I thought it would be.
Really good power on Africa.
Thank you. No, that was complete fraud. I was like, what's a place that has like important like?
That was how to write about Africa.
Yeah.
I didn't even have time to process that.
Start with a
Wait,
buzzer
how-
check.
how
The
do
last
I
player
think?
starting from my far left to buzz and state your name, please.
Kevin.
Welcome, Kevin.
Evan.
How you doing, Evan?
Michelle?
Michelle, welcome. Edward. Edward, welcome. Johns Creek, which is your captain? Sounds good. And pay name, please.
Eleanor.
Welcome.
Simra.
How are you?
Brad.
What's up, Brad? Brad, would you move your Gatorade behind the buzzer so I can see the light? Thank you. It's okay if it's on the table.
Mandy.
Mandy, welcome. Which is your captain, pay name?
Oh,
Great, thank you.
Lock in.
All right.
You're gonna win this one.
I'm Mike Cerise. I'll be your moderator. We have Mike Bentley here running the streaming and helping me out with scores and things like this. Are you ready to go, Mike? Mike says he's ready. Payne, are you ready? Good. Johns Creek, are you ready?
Yes.
Good. Good luck to you then. This is toss-up 1 of round 10. This person holds an open book in front of a tiered conical mountain in a fresco by Domenico de Michelino. This person clutches a companion as they watch a wrestling man bite an opponent's neck in a painting by Walter Bouguereau. This person and his lover watches... Here.
Dante?
It is Dante. That's
Oh.
20 points.
Who was that? Michelle?
For Michelle, and a bonus for Johns Creek. Batigan and Brown are co-authors of a 2024 study of 17 objects having this property and low Q orbits. Give this specific term that describes objects whose high inclinations and clustered orbits provide evidence of a 2016 claim by Batigan and Brown. An object has this property if its orbit has a value greater than about 30.1 AU for lowercase a. Hands, please.
Degenerate.
Say it again, please.
Degenerate.
No, these are trans-Neptunian objects. Certain TNOs are classified based on having values of 2 to 3 or 1 to 2 for this property. QB10s lack this property, which is possessed by Io and Europa with respect to Ganymede.
Resonance.
That's right. Finally, the largest observed TNOs have this classification. Following efforts by Brown, Pluto was demoted to this classification in the year 2006.
Dwarf planet.
Yes, that's 20 there. Toss up 2. Gabriele Veneziano's application of the Euler beta function to mesons inspired work on these objects by Nielsen and Suskind. The groups SO32 and E8 cross E8 characterize the two descriptions of the hybrid heterotic types of these objects. These objects imply compactification on Calabi-Yau manifolds in successors to Kaluza-Klein theory. World sheets are traced out by these objects. This is here.
Strings.
That's right, for 20.
Oh, wait, it wasn't Dimensional.
Sue Edward, so Johns Creek has this bonus. These are the two main families, respectively descended from Adelaide Fouquet's marriage to a gardener and affair with a smuggler. Name these two literary families, one upper class and one working class, members of which respectively appear in the novels L'Argent and L'Assommoir.
Oh, this is Zola stuff. I don't know.
Just say some vaguely French.
Hands, please.
Jean et Jacques.
No, these are the Rougon and Macquart.
Okay.
The penultimate Rougon-Macquart novel, The Debacle, is set during this war. A story set during this war ends with Elizabeth weeping as Cornaudet whistles.
Probably Franco-Prussian.
Sure.
Franco-Prussian.
That's right. Finally, this naturalist French author included Germinal in the Rougon-Macquart cycle. This author defended Alfred Dreyfus in his open letter, J'accuse.
Zola.
Mais oui, that's 20. Toss up. 3. In a poem by this author, a snare strangled into a scream after singers evoke men who play with sin in the secret house of shame. That poem by this author, published under the name C33, this is here.
Oscar Wilde.
That's 20
Oh,
points.
okay, nice.
Don't put that in power. Come on, man.
Simra.
You can pull off this
And
in
a
power.
bonus for Pene. The word massacre was popularized following an incident on this island in 1623, where 20 English traders were beheaded by the Dutch East Indies Company. Name this Indonesian island, long the principal source of the world's cloves.
Cloves. Could it be Borneo
No.
or Sumatra? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Sumatra.
Ambon Island. The massacre of these French Protestants also helped to popularize the word in English. These Calvinists were granted toleration in the Edict of Nantes.
Huguenots.
Yes. Another early use of massacre was in a translation of Johannes Sladanis' account of this 1282 rebellion. 2,000 French people were killed in this rebellion against Charles I of Anjou, which began on Easter Monday.
I have no clue what this
First
is.
Easter Rising.
Medieval history.
I don't got this.
Hands, please.
St. Bartholomew Day's Massacre.
Sicilian Vespers, you get 10.
Okay, I
Toss
don't
up
know what
4. This thinker names a philosophical school inspired by Middle Platonism, whose adherents, such as Nigidius Figulus, attempted to infuse mysticism into Hellenistic philosophy. The earliest source on this thinker's philosophy mocks his belief in metempsychosis, or transmigration of souls. Aristotle's On the Heavens refutes this thinker's belief that the proportions and the movements of celestial bodies is a form of music. PACE, it's here. No, that's not right, sorry.
It's fine.
I'll continue. Hippasus, a follower of this thinker, was supposedly drowned for discovering irrational numbers. This thinker died after refusing to run through a field of fava beans, the consumption of which he forbade. For 10 points, what Greek thinker's namesake theorem relates the side lengths of a right triangle?
Pythagoras.
That's 10.
That's fine.
And a bonus for Payne. This artist interplayed with the production sounds of his partner Terrence Martin from the jazz group Dinner Party on the track You. Name this tenor saxophonist who played on Kendrick Lamar's album To Pimp a Butterfly. His own albums include 2015's The Epic and 2018's Heaven on Earth.
I don't have this.
Saxophonist, but it's modern. I don't know what this is.
Julius Caesar.
Kamasi Washington, part 2. Washington's frequent collaborator Thundercat played this instrument on To Pimp a Butterfly. Other players of this instrument include Esperanza Spalding and Jacob Pastorius.
I've heard of Jacob's stories. I don't know what he played though.
Is it a trumpet, I guess?
Trumpet?
He played the bass of Doom, the answer is
Oh.
bass. Finally, over a Fela Kuti sample on the track Mortal Man, Kendrick alludes to this leader, whose prison cell inspired him to make the album.
Mandela.
Paul Simon's album
Mandela,
Graceland
okay.
recorded South African bands
Okay,
during
Mandela.
this leader's imprisonment on Robben Island.
Mandela.
Yes, that's 10 for Mandela. This is Tossup 5. After an assassination attempt on this man, the family name Suda was outlawed. This man's cousin, Prince George of Greece and Denmark, saved him from a fatal saber blow in the Otsu incidents. This ruler and his foreign minister proposed the First Hague Conference. Rumors of a lack of beer and pretzels during this man's coronation led to the deaths of over 1,000 subjects at the This is here. Yes, that's 20 points.
That's Bloody Sunday.
It's just a coordination.
For Edward, and your bonus. The Maiden's War is a legend from this modern-day country where women slaughtered men who drank mead laced with a sleeping potion. For Jewish, in this modern-day country, whose ancestor was separated from his brothers Lech and Rus during a hunting trip in a series of founding myths. A legendary creature was stored in an attic in this country by a man called the Maharal.
What's a Slavic country?
Like is Poland? Poland?
Go for Poland. Go for Poland.
It's his Czech Republic. During 16th century pogroms in Prague, Rabbi Lowe used river clay to create one of these protective beings of Jewish folklore.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's right.
Yes, this Bohemian saint was executed by his brother Boleslav the Cruel. A journey taken by this man inspired a carol for St. Stephen's Day. And please.
Anthony.
King Wenceslas Doubt on the Feast of Stephen. That's 10 for you. This is Tossup 6. Similar and dissimilar people in diverse societies are respectively linked by this concept's bonding and bridging forms. It is not power, but the symbolic form of this concept enables people to commit symbolic violence. The mannerisms and aesthetic tastes of the upper class act as the cultural form of this concept, according to Pierre Bourdieu. Robert Putnam adapted an essay studying the decline of this concept's social form into the book Bowling Alone.
Is this like capital?
That's 10 for Capital.
Nice. Social capital.
Yeah.
For Simra, and a bonus.
That took me too long.
An exonym for these people provides the name for curved moki steps that can be found around Lake Powell, and name these people who used core and veneer walls to build great houses in the San Juan Basin. These people's pit houses evolved into modern-day kivas.
It might be Kivas. Yeah, I don't know.
Hopi?
Hopi could be Hopi.
Hopi?
These are the Pueblo or
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ancestral Puebloans developed core and veneer masonry at this canyon, whose Pueblo Bonito has provided evidence of cacao use and domesticated macaws.
What's a canyon in like around Mexico or New Mexico?
Answer, please.
Grand Canyon.
It's Chaco Canyon. Finally, before building houses out of brick, the ancestral Puebloans built jackal walls of sticks and this material. Many modern Pueblos are constructed with sun-baked adobe bricks, which are made of this material.
Clay.
Clay will do. Mud is the main answer. You get 10. This is Tossup 7. Early research on this process is surveyed in Yuri Lazebnik's paper, Can a Biologist Fix a Radio? During this process, certain enzymes perform autoproteolytic cleavage of their prodomains, allowing them to form initiator tetramers that activate effector tetramers. A pathway central to this process in C. elegans involves, this is here.
Apoptosis?
Yes, it is apoptosis. That's 20 points.
Let's go. Good job.
From Andy. And so this bonus to Peyton A. This country's music inspired the chant Mayombe Bombe Mayombe in a poem depicting the ritualistic killing of a snake called Sensamaya. Name this home country of a poet who wrote I Cultivate a White Rose in a poem from Versos Sencillos.
Cuba.
See? Cuban poet Jose Marti described cultivating a white rose for a friend described by this adjective. The first poem of Versos Sencillos is titled I Am This Sort of Man.
Sincere?
Yes, or sincero. Finally, Sensemaya author Nicolas Guillen was inspired to publish his first collection, Motivos de Son, after seeing this author's enthusiasm for Cuban music. This poet of the Harlem Renaissance wrote the Weary Blues.
Hughes.
Yes, that's all 30. We've got Tossup 8. A ruler of this empire completed a canal passing through the Bitter Lakes, whose construction began under Necho II. A ruler of this empire was apocryphally so enraged that a traditional festival was being celebrated after a military defeat that he slew the Apis bull. This empire that's here.
Like Assyrian?
Say it again, please.
Assyrian?
No, that's not right. I'll continue. This empire's army crushed Psamtik III's forces at the Battle of Pelusium. A ruler of this empire authored a text detailing the overthrow of the Megas Gaumata, called the Behistun inscription. This empire conquered Egypt under Cambyses II, whose father had conquered the Neo-Babylonian and Median empires. The Gordian knot was split by Alexander the Great during his own conquest of, for 10 points, what Iranian empire ruled by Darius I and Cyrus II?
Persian?
I could just take Persia, yes.
Yeah,
The
that's what I was
Achaemenid
gonna say.
Empire is the main answer. That's 10 points.
That would have been
Helena.
an excellent example.
And
That's
a
like
bonus for Payman. In 2012, this city's Times-Picayune newspaper moved to a 3 days a week publication schedule. For 10 points each, identify this southern city, where on the 1st of January 2025, a man drove a pickup truck into pedestrians on Bourbon Street.
New Orleans.
Yes, New Orleans news source NOLA.com won a Pulitzer for a series on a Jim Crow-era Louisiana law that unusually allowed disagreement in these groups. Warner Brothers buried the release of a 2024 Clint Eastwood film titled for one of these groups.
Disagreement with races? I don't know.
Races, maybe?
It could be racist.
Yes, please.
Racist?
These are juries.
Oh.
Finally, another NOLA.com investigation exposed the corruption of Burl Cain, the notorious warden of this state penitentiary, which shares its most common name with a country in southern Africa.
Oh my god.
What are countries in Southern Africa?
Angola.
Angola? It could be Angola.
Yes, please.
Angola?
Angola for 20.
Yeah.
It's Tossup 9 now.
Push.
An Avignon-based tradition called the Sutler colored these symbols red to indicate diminutions. These symbols were altered by Ficta and grouped according to mensuration signs in the Renaissance. Ottaviano Petrucci printed these symbols using movable type. In mnemonic use, here.
Scores?
No. I'll continue. A mnemonic used to read a kind of these symbols, called neumes, was developed in the micrologos of Guido d'Arezzo, based on the hymn Uceat Laxis. Some British names for these symbols are borrowed from Old Latin and French terms like minim, brev, and crotchet. Ledger lines make it easier to read these symbols, which are sometimes read using solfege symbols. 10 points name these symbols written on a staff that specify pitch and duration.
Notes.
Notes for 10.
We were protesting that.
Protest noted, yes.
I mean,
So as called, that was 10 to Mandy, and so Peyton A gets this bonus. Das and Papu's kappa measures the mixing of these moieties charge. Name these moieties that distinguish amino acids. An amino acid consists of an amino group, a carboxyl group, a hydrogen atom, and one of these components about the alpha carbon.
R group.
I can prompt the answer R group.
Alkyl group? Alkyl group?
No, these are side chains.
Oh.
At neutral pH, these two amino acids have negatively charged side chains. These two amino acids are respectively symbolized capital D and capital E.
Glutamic acid, and I don't know what D is.
Answer, please.
Glutamic acid and like peptin, I don't know.
Aspartic acid and glutamic acid. Finally, the side chains of serine, threonine, asparagine, and glutamine have this property despite being uncharged. Water has this property, in which opposite ends of the molecule carry different charges.
Polar.
Yes, that's 10 for polar. Next is toss-up 10.
Are we gonna?
After which we'll have to have time and record.
Are we
the
gonna
protest.
like talk about the protest or half time? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Toss-up 10. In this play, a man quotes the more I know his trumpet to mock his father's snoring. In this play, a man concludes, we are such stuff as...
The Tempest.
That's not right, sorry.
It's not?
I'll continue. Please stop talking, it's a live toss-up. We are such stuff as manure is made on, so let's drink up and forget it, and describes his brother reciting Dowson's Cinera to a fat brothel worker. The sound of a foghorn recurs in this play, in which a man claims that another man could play... This is here.
Long day's journey into night.
Yes, that's 20.
I would have gone.
Yeah, this is why you don't like buzz them.
For Michelle.
Words in.
Johns Creek bonus. A church of this religion controversially reopened across from the University of Texas at Austin in 2024. Temple teacher named this religion, based on Dianetics, was founded by author L. Ron Hubbard.
Scientology.
Yes, the Church of Scientology is reluctant to acknowledge this alien pivotal to its scriptures. Hubbard claimed that this alien dictator killed aliens with hydrogen bombs to curb overpopulation in the Galactic Confederacy.
X something.
Yeah, that's right.
You've got it.
Nice.
Members of Scientology undergo auditing to achieve this state of complete spiritual freedom. After a member has removed their reactive mind and achieved clear, they may attempt to go to this state.
Sure.
Go for it.
This is operating thetan. You get 20. This is halftime.
Scientologists look crazy.
Alright, so for the protest, what is the nature of your protest? It should have been accepted, should have been prompted.
Basically, it should have been like prompted at least because like,
Notes are part of a score.
Yeah.
Notes are part of a score. Okay.
So like,
Didn't they say the symbols from the very start?
Sure.
As in like a music score.
They did say
Okay,
that.
because
Anything
scores
else
are
you want to
symbols.
add?
I want.
Give me one second.
Okay, one moment.
Anything else?
I look at just post on Petrucci because I'm SLP
Sounds like no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Peyton, is there anything you want to say?
There is
Can
a
I-
refutation.
Yeah. So can I say? Did it ask these symbols from the very start of the question, or was that just
Yes,
after
these symbols.
Okay.
These
Because
symbols.
I would say a score is not a symbol.
I would say a score is
It's a collection of something. You wouldn't say a book is a symbol because it's made
Yeah.
of letters. So it's
Peyton, anything else you want to add?
I think
that's the main.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
Yep. So the first buzz was in power, so you lost a chance to score 20 points there. Your opponents gained 10 from a toss-up and 10 from a bonus, so that's 40 plus the 30 you could have gained on the bonus.
70 points.
As in the Stevenson game.
the exact same one.
Well, if you'd let me finish a sentence, you'd know whether I agree. You could have gained 3 parts of that bonus, which is 30 plus 40, making 70, which it sounds like you all are saying too.
Yep.
Good? Okay, great. I know it was a very long sentence, and for that I apologize. That's just the nature of these things. Okay, so therefore, if Johns Creek should lose by 70 or less, or the game end in a tie, we will seek the resolution of that protest, which is before the protest committee as we speak. Otherwise, the protest is moot. Any other business at this time? Substitutions, other protests?
We don't have any.
Great, thank you. Reasonably handled, I appreciate it. Obviously, that does not say to prompt a score or anything else, or I would have done so. Okay, so hearing no more business, I believe that's been more than a minute. Mike, are you ready to continue? Good. Peyton, are you ready to go? Good.
Yes.
Johns Creek, ready? Good. Everybody says they're ready. Let's go on with toss-up 11. This is not pancakes, but a specialty of Phnom Penh is a THC-infused happy version of this food. Sao Paulo's Bejica neighborhood has many restaurants that sell this food with calabresa sausage. Velveeta was originally here.
Fries?
That's not right, sorry. I'll continue. Velveeta was originally used for a variety of this food, named for the Altoona Hotel. Canadian contributions to this food included ginger-flavored Indian-style ones offered at Supreme, and a polarizing variety invented by Greek immigrant Sam Panopoulos, named for a brand of canned pineapples. A popular variety of this food whose colors represent a national flag was named for Queen Margarita of Savoy, and contains green basil and white mozzarella. For 10 points, name this food that is often sold in Chicago deep dish shops. That's 10.
Me too.
Very
It's okay though.
cruel tongue twister at the end there. Here's your bonus, John.
Okay, let's go.
This short story ends with a man observing that he had never slept in a better bed. In this frequently anthologized short story by Richard Connell, this story's protagonist is tracked down on Ship Trap Island by General Zaroff, who amuses himself by hunting humans as the title prey.
Most dangerous.
That's right. Margot shoots her husband while on safari in this author's story, The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber.
Anyway.
That's right, finally.
Yep.
People play a legal game of human hunting in Seventh Victim, a story by an author with this first name. Another author with this first name wrote a poem ending, "And the hunter home from the hill," and wrote about the abducted orphan David Balfour in Katrina. It's Robert Sheekley and Robert Louis Stevenson, respectively. That's 20 on that bonus. It's toss-up 12 now. Primus homo was created by the father of this quality. The word for either this quality or juiciness appears in the name of an event in which it is created by a river of molten metal called Farshukuretsti. Abdul Baha endorsed the idea that another quality is just the privation of this one, as theorized by Augustine. The phrase bohumanach refers to this sort of mind or thought. This adjective is part of the etymology of gospel. It's not truth. This is
Good.
here. Good is right. That's 10
Makes sense.
for Simra, and a bonus now for Peyton A. Until 2010, the Easter Sonata by a composer of this surname was misattributed to her brother. Give this maiden name of Fanny Hensel. Her brother with this surname wrote incidental music for A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yeah, Mendelssohn.
That's right. Felix Mendelssohn premiered his piece, of this genre and number at a private concert for Fanny's 19th birthday. Johannes Brahms' piece of this genre and number channels Beethoven by starting in C minor and ending in C major.
I don't know what this is. I'm gonna guess like a Ninth Symphony.
Ninth Symphony.
It's his first symphony.
Aw.
Finally, Fanny made her performing debut with her brother's Piano Concerto No. 1, which is in this key. Albert Parlow's orchestration of Brahms' Hungarian Dance No. 5 transposes it to this key.
That's hard. I'm gonna guess a key.
Some kind of minor.
D minor.
Go.
D minor.
It's G minor, I'm afraid.
Okay.
You get 10. It's toss-up 13. A novel by this author that ends with a teacher buying a black necktie also details the political rise of that man's gay nephew. In a novel by this author whose translation was managed by Jackie Kennedy, a woman who always wakes at midnight without an alarm clock is kicked out of her... This is here.
I don't know. Proust.
No, sorry.
Okay, it happens.
Yeah, it's okay.
Did you just
I'll
realize?
continue. Is kicked out of her home for having visited a shrine.
Yeah.
In another novel by this author, a man who was rejected by the lute player Zanuba mourns his lawyer's son Fahmi's shooting during a protest. This author of The Thief and the Dogs described Amina being exiled from her home after having been struck by a car because she left home without permission. For 10 points, name this author who chronicled 3 generations of the Al-Jawad family in his Cairo trilogy. It's here. That's 10. For Michelle. And so Johns Creek has the bonus. Charlotte Rampling rejected a role in an unmade film adaptation of this book over a scene in which an army defecates in sync. Name this 1965 sci-fi novel that Alejandro Jodorowsky sought to adapt as a 10-hour film. Rampling would later star in a 2021 film of this Frank Herbert novel opposite Timothy Chalamet's Paul Atreides. Yes, this artist demanded $100,000 per hour to play the Emperor in Jodorowsky's Dune, leading to plans to use a robotic double for most shots.
This artist.
Anthony, please. This is the film career of Salvador Dali. Finally, Johnny Darrell's This Film Does Not Exist used AI to imagine a Jodorowsky version of this 1982 film. A character played by Jeff Bridges goes inside of a computer in this pioneering CGI film.
Maybe The Matrix, maybe? The Matrix?
It's Tron. You get 10. Toss up 14. This process names a form of blistering that can cause epoxy resins to delaminate. Loeb and Surirajan developed a type of power named for this process, which is maintained in one technique by recovering the draw solution to keep a steady TDS level. Strongly dissociating compounds have a high molarity named for this process, which also names industrial forward and pressure retarded techniques. This process's pressure is proportional to the temperature, concentration, and Van Hoff factor. Hypertonics, this is here.
Diffusion?
Say it again, please.
Diffusion?
I can prompt the answer diffusion.
Osmosis.
That's good for 10.
Good job.
Good job.
Thank you for
The
Wait.
Van Hoff factor. Alright, let's go.
Yeah. We gotta wait, find where that is. For a second. Bonus for Peyton A. The Nagarak Retagama said this modern-day country was a constituent state of the Majapahids before becoming a Hashemite state. Name this Asian nation governed from Cotabato during the Castilian War with Spain. Since 1967, this small country has been ruled by Sultan Hassan al-Bolkiah.
Oh no.
It's a small country.
Bandars where that's
Hands, please.
Brunei.
It is Brunei, yes. During the Castilian War, the Bruneians fought alongside Ottomans and soldiers from this present-day country, which composed most of the Straits settlements, including Kuala Lumpur.
Malaysia.
That's right. Finally, the Royal House of Brunei developed trade partnerships with a sultanate of this name, ruled by Sharif ul Hashim on a namesake Filipino archipelago between Sabah and Mindanao.
Oh no.
What is a Filipino archipelago?
I forgot what it's called.
Hands, please.
Zon.
It's the sultanate of Sulu. You get 20.
I don't
This
know
is
what that
toss-up
is.
15. This activist left Back and Company to work on a production of the musical Hair. This activist worked with Alan Baird of the Teamsters during a boycott of Coors beer. This activist said his here. Milk. Yes, that's right.
Harvey Milk.
That's 20 for Edward.
Good job.
Bonus John Street.
Yeah.
He only drank milk. It's a joke. The Ginsburg criterion shows why the onset of this phenomenon appears to be a second-order phase transition, despite it being first-order. Name this phenomenon, described by both Ginsburg and Landau's macroscopic mean field theory and BCS theory.
Superconductivity.
That's right. The mean field Ising model correctly predicts these materials' second-order phase transition. Nickel, cobalt, and iron exemplify these materials.
Ferromagnets.
That's right. Finally, the classification of phase transitions as first or second order was introduced by this scientist. This scientist names a relativistic paradox and a theorem of quantum mechanics that states that expectation values behave the same way they do in classical physics.
Schrodinger.
I once played at a Frisbee tournament named for Paul Ehrenfest's disk paradox. You do get 20 for the first two parts.
Timeout.
Timeout. Peyton A. I named it myself.
I think we are.
I'm sorry I nagged twice.
Okay. At the timeout, I have Johns Creek 240, Peyton A 210.
I
have us with 220.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mike has a
As well.
different score as well, so chances are I've made some mistake here.
Sorry, can I
230, 220.
I have them with
I have
240.
I have them with 240 as well.
Okay. We'll check it in a moment, coaches. Why don't I let you say what you're saying to your team?
Okay.
30 seconds, and then we'll figure out the score discrepancy.
This is what the
So there's three differences.
Okay, low-key.
that is what the
You can also call it.
You have one of these, and you have one of these.
I didn't know I could
You need.
do
There's one of these, and then there's like a.
that. I just been going off the thing on the right. We agreed at 10, I think.
There's no mid.
So the most important thing is just that this is
But they agreed at 10.
when they get into this.
Okay,
that-
so
that's-
240 must be
I'm
right.
pretty sure that's the subcategory.
You're the only one that got that different.
The next time when I come on this
Yeah,
First question.
That's a bonus.
No. Like,
Just be completely sure though.
Let me just double check that one.
And to let you jump on it.
I thought you were.
Bonus after toss-up.
that's
That's.
that's the darndest thing.
Oh, I guess I can just.
Dude, I was
Okay,
thinking
there we go. Yeah, that's definite.
Never mind. That's
Yeah,
fine.
they got rid of it.
But I thought it was.
Okay.
I thought it was like 3 seconds.
That's the full 30 seconds for timeout. We will reconcile the score discrepancy before we continue. It's important that be correct. So after 10, which was halftime, we had Peyton A with 160.
I had us with 170.
170 after 10. Okay, so something happened in the first half. The first time you had a score other than 0 was after toss-up 3. You got 20 and 10 to make 30. Okay, and then on toss-up 4, 10 and 10 make 50.
Yeah.
On toss-up 6, 10 and 10 make 70.
Yeah.
On toss-up 7, 10 and 30 make 110.
120.
Well, the
50 plus 1. 50 plus
computer
70.
did the math. Well, so you're saying you had 20
it
and
was
20 and 30.
It was a power.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was
so
power.
the claim is that toss-up
7.
7 was power.
Well, it's easy to prove that.
I have it recorded as 10. Please let me go back and see the toss-up, and we'll see.
It was right after CL.
I will see it in just a moment.
That was. I think.
Yes, that was power. Somehow this was clicked wrong. It was indeed right after C. elegans, as Mandy claims. That's 20. So that fixes it. That's 240, 220.
Okay.
We agree now. Good, thank you. Sorry, I can't account for how that happened. The buzz is exactly where you said it was, and I swear I clicked there.
You can hee.
Keep pushing.
Okay. Just a reminder, there is 70 points in protest that can benefit Johns Creek. Any other business before we continue?
None.
Okay, good. Let's continue with the last quarter. It's Tossup 16. This technique is regulated by the L in the mnemonic, solid, which stands for the Liskov substitution principle. Ambiguity in this technique causes the diamond problem. The keyword virtual preserves overwriting in this technique, while interfaces can be implemented via this technique with the keyword abstract. Polymorphism often arises from this technique, which creates and is a relationship, contrasted with compositions has a relationship. Java's keyword extends denotes this technique. This is here.
Like inheritance?
Yes, that's 10 for
Okay,
inheritance.
I was like thinking of the word.
GHPC
Inheritance.
Michelle,
Oh.
and a bonus for John Street.
CS.
This interventionist asserted a responsibility to protect while at the Harvard Kennedy School for 10 points each. Named this person who wrote A Problem from Hell. This diplomat represented the U.S. in the United Nations from 2013 to 2017.
Rice? You want to see Rice? Rice?
This is Samantha Power. Samantha Power is associated with this international relations theory, which emphasizes cooperation. The neo form of this school, which is associated with Joseph Nye, is contrasted with the neoconservatism of Dick Cheney.
Liberalism, yeah. Liberalism.
That's right. Joseph Nye defined this concept as the ability to obtain preferred outcomes by attraction rather than coercion or payment. Hollywood movies are often cited as radiating this kind of power.
Soft power.
Soft power for 20. Toss-up 17. Sorry, the clear button's stuck. There we go. Ada Louise Huxtable ridiculed a building with a facade of this material as the lollipop. A type of this material named for a peacock was paired with a golden variety for inlaid opus sectile artworks. Scagliola imitates this material, which was commonly clad as veneers on bricks. Historical sources for this building material include Pentelicon and Carrara. Henry Bacon designed a building made of this material, which contains a monumental statue with an open hand and closed fist by Daniel Chester French. One building of this material is decorated with 92 mitobes carved in high relief. This is here.
Water pool?
It's 10.
It was.
It was.
Marble.
John's Creek bonus. Due to a facial tumor affecting his vision, the second Portuguese king of this name fatally tripped down a staircase at the theater in 1885. What regnal name did the king of Romania and Tsar of Bulgaria during World War I share?
Is it Carol? Is it Carol?
Yeah.
Carol.
Ferdinand. Tsar Ferdinand's 1913 invasion of Serbia and Greece instigated the second war named for this European peninsula. Franz Ferdinand's assassination proved Bismarck's prediction that some damned foolish thing in this region would start a world war. Yes, finally, this ruling house of Prussia's Sigmaringen branch included both Ferdinand of Romania and his father Leopold, whom Bismarck had tried to place on the throne of Spain.
Is it Hohenzollern? Hohenzollern?
That's good for 20. Next is Tossup 18. The first mass application of this technique in England used the secret Suetonian method. Emmanuel Timony introduced this technique into England, having learned it from the Turks. Thomas Dimsdale introduced this technique into Russia and personally applied it to Catherine the Great. This is here.
Like vaccination?
No. I'll continue. An enslaved man named Onesimus transferred knowledge of this technique to his master, Cotton Mather. This technique was probably developed in China, where it killed about 2% of people who received it. A less deadly alternative to this technique was based on observations of milkmaids by Edward Jenner. This technique involved placing pus into a non-infected person. For 10 points, name this predecessor to smallpox vaccination.
Smallpox variolation?
That's fine, or inoculation.
Okay.
That's 10.
Okay.
Protest note.
Inoculation.
Second. and we will
No, mine's pretty
record that at the end if not moot. As called, that was 10 to Grant and a bonus to Peyton A. In the story, The Actor and the Alibi, an actress commits murder while acting in a play named for one of these places. Since its staging has Lady Teasel hide behind a screen for tempotation, Lady Sneerwell plots to stop Charles Surface's marriage in a play named for the what place of Scandal.
Yeah.
As a child, Jane Eyre is punished by Mr. Brocklehurst at the cruel Lowood, one of these places.
School.
That's right. This author of The Rivals did not finish writing The School for Scandal until its actors were already in rehearsal.
Sheridan.
Yes, finally, this actor wrote Every Drop of Blood That's Ink is Spilt for You in his prologue to The School for Scandal, after Sheridan took over the Drury Lane Theatre from him. Joshua Reynolds painted this Shakespearean actor between two women.
What's his name?
Who's this guy?
Garrick?
That's all 30.
Nice. Yay!
Time out.
Timeout, Johns Creek.
30.
At the timeout, it's Johns Creek 300, Peyton A 260.
These are what you have. We're not. We don't have a reason to vote. We don't really have a reason to vote. I mean, still have.
Unless it's Chinese.
So don't be.
It's my favorite country in Europe.
No.
90, Johns Creek has 160
Get them both.
protests.
If I don't know the lit, I sometimes forget there are things that are not lit.
And there may or may not be a lit bonus.
I was thinking inoculation.
But if we can get both of these, if we can get both of these, play careful. Be ready.
Alright, so why don't we record the protest details?
But with the
What's the
protest,
nature of the
we play.
protest?
Like,
The second protest might be.
Well, so you should start with, should I have accepted that answer? Should I have prompted that?
I feel like you should have prompted.
Okay.
At least prompted.
I mean, if you neg the game's over.
Okay. And what's your justification?
Your best argument
Like-
for why that's true.
Like inoculation and vaccination basically replaced inoculation, right?
But inoculation is like an early form of vaccination.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, inoculation is like an early form of vaccination.
Essentially.
Since slave imprisonment, then it replaced the death penalty in some states.
Okay, so inoculation was basically an early form of
Calm down the
vaccination.
death penalty.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Always.
Yeah.
I think that's enough, right?
Right. That's
Okay.
Right. So,
Peyton, anything you'd like to say?
so their response was vaccination, you said?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, I guess I assume that since I assume it was categorized under history.
This is a history question,
Yeah.
although I don't know.
So I assume that it was
That is.
the question's intent was mainly looking at the historical context, and I don't know that
I don't know.
vaccination is not the same as inoculation.
Okay.
It was describing the specific thing,
Great.
Yeah.
which is
So
not a
there's that other
vaccination.
one that's worth 70.
Because vaccination did not originate in China.
Yeah.
I got this.
But that wasn't in the Tossup.
The other one was score.
Scores.
Scores. That was toss-up 9 of this same round.
That one's even more valuable.
What did Numa use to support this guy?
The turtle legs.
Okay.
Okay, we have submitted that.
We have 160
and-
points.
Okay, we're ready.
Okie doke. So there were up to 90 points for that protest. You can gain 50, and your opponent gained 40. So therefore 90. Therefore the total in protest for you is 160, as I know.
Oh my god.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Any other business before we proceed?
No.
Let's go.
Okay, good luck, teams. This is toss-up 19. Bhima killed Maniman at one of these locations called Gandha Madana, to which Kubera was driven from Lanka by his half-brother. One of these locations made of crystal, ruby, gold, and lapis lazuli.
Mountains?
That's mountains for 20.
Damn it.
Okay, fair enough.
For
You
Michelle.
said it, that was
Bonus,
expensive.
Johns Creek. This species gains cancer resistance from a sugar that stops cells from clumping into tumor stage. Name these earless mammals that do not feel pain from acid because they lack substance P. This East African species and a related Damaraland one are the only known eusocial mammals.
Could be elephant. Do you want to say rhino or something? I don't know.
Earless?
Answer, please.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's no answer. These are naked mole rats. Naked mole rats produce large amounts of the high molecular weight form of this polymer. This non-sulfated glycosaminoglycan is broken down by a namesake enzyme that sperm cells release during the acrosome reaction.
I don't know what this is.
Answer. This is hyaluronic acid. Finally, naked mole rats respond to cancer malignancy by increasing metabolism of this monosaccharide that's named for its abundance in fruit.
Yeah, fructose, right? Fructose.
That is why it's called fructose. You get 10. Last toss-up of regulation is number 20. A history of this object by the astronomer Phlegetanus was supposedly found by the probably fictional Kyo the Provençal. This object provides part of an alternative title for the Vulgate cycle. This object was introduced in a verse romance whose protagonist this is here.
Just the Grail.
That's right.
Oh, nice. That makes sense.
That was 20.
It was giving the Holy Grail.
Got 4 hours.
Oh, well.
I look into this game.
Failed to ask a question about the Grail, unlike me. Here's your bonus. John Constable painted hundreds of studies of these objects at Hampstead, which was each. Name these objects, cone-shaped examples of which were commonly depicted by Albert Bierstadt. These objects are rendered as rows of rectangles as viewed from above in a Georgia O'Keeffe painting in the stairwell of the Art Institute of Chicago.
Skulls, flowers.
I think it's skulls.
Okay, sure.
Skulls?
These are clouds. Abraham Lincoln's head is traced by clouds in a Barry Faulkner mural next to this document in the National Archives. This object is signed in a John Trumbull painting on the $2 bill.
It's the Constitution.
Or the Declaration.
Okay, sure. Declaration of Independence.
That'll do. Finally, George Catlin painted a green handprint on the face of White Cloud, a chief of the tribe that names this U.S. state. A painting set in this state depicts a couple in front of the Dibble House.
So are we thinking New Mexico because it said O'Keeffe earlier? Right?
That's Michigan.
Yes, please.
That's New Mexico.
This is Iowa. That's American Gothic.
Mhm.
That's 10 on the bonus, and the end of the game. Final score, Johns Creek, 360, Payne, 260. Therefore, both protests are moot. Good game, teams. Thank you very much.
Civil House. Civil House.
It's named after Reds closer Robin Dibble.
It just comes down to that one.
They beat us and Stevenson. I think they've lost like every other game. Something like that.
About ready to start. Let's do a buzzer check.
We'll see. I don't know.
They don't have a bye. They don't have a bye.
Right up. Okay.
On this.
Steven.
Okay.
Let's go. Come
we have both teams here. This is Johns Creek and Fremd. We are going into. We just confirmed round 11.
Could we get 1 second?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking for my.
Yep.
We have the second to last regular match today.
Come on, guys. 2 more.
Yeah. All right. Let's go, guys.
Okay. Everyone ready?
They're just good. They're just good.
There are W's in the chat.
Okay. Here we go. Tossup 1.
All right, let's go.
Henry Wise said there is no country to urgent action taken at this place, which was followed by General Order Number 9 and a later meeting at Bennett Place. Eli Parker was told, "I'm glad to see one real American here," at a house in this place to which Wilmer McLean moved 4 years prior.
Appomattox Courthouse.
Power.
Sorry.
You're good.
Always this thing that I always you
Give me buzzed.
Bonus. A screechy violin repeats an ultra-high E flat as others gradually enter on lower E naturals and E flats in a piece in this genre. For 10 points each, in this genre of works by Eric Korngold that he quoted in his own violin concerto. Hans Zimmer, John Powell, and John Williams frequently compose in this genre.
Film score.
Yes. This American film composer restricted himself to a string orchestra when scoring Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho.
Yeah. Oh, his name starts with an H. What's it?
Hitchcock. Answer. What? Herman. The F, E flat, D leitmotif that opens Herman's score to Psycho is derived from a piece for strings with this title. Lajos Janacek included 25 brass parts in a militaristic piece with this diminutive Italian title.
Do you have a guess? Minuet.
Answer.
Minuet.
Sinfonietta.
Let's go.
Okay.
10 points. Positive 2. This scientist theorized that fluids behave similarly at similar reduced temperatures and pressures based on his finding that the critical compressibility factor was 3/8. When studying an equation named for this scientist with PV diagrams, vertical or horizontal lines connect points on isotherms in the Maxwell construction. The distance of the closest approach between 2 hard spheres is this scientist's radius, which he used to derive a cubic equation of state with the constants A and B. London is...
Vanderwalls.
That's right.
Good.
For what?
10.
Okay. I was gonna neck that so much.
Bonus, a 2024 paper by Fetchin et al. Found an acrostic of this philosopher's name in his The Elements of Law. For 10 points each, name this English philosopher who wrote Leviathan.
Hobbes.
In The Elements of Law, Hobbes defines a wise man as not one who knows this discipline or any other science, but as one who knows what is good for the people. Another philosopher applied this discipline's methods to derive statements like everything strives to preserve in its being.
Is this geometry? Like, is this?
I was gonna say math, but I like geometry. Let's do it. Just say that. Geometry.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good.
nice.
In that work, Hobbes claims that in this form of government, no covenant exists between the sovereign and any subject. Another philosopher's book titled For This System warns that it may create a soft despotism.
So democracy, right? Because that's
Yeah.
democracy.
30
Great,
Good 30.
Nice job, Steven. Let's go.
3. An artist of Ofu Ono patterns in this material, Aloe of Issei, inspired David Adjaye and Philip Freeland's design of upside-down trapezoids for the exterior of a Smithsonian museum. Medicine is built into power figures made of this material called Nikandi. Symbols called Ebol appear on Kuba Nadap statues of this material. Strings are used to split this material and reveal a spirit's face in transformational artworks of the Klingit and Haida. Abstract faces on Fang artworks made of this material inspired the figures in Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. Artworks of this material portray...
Like wood?
That's right.
Yes.
That's it. Okay, good. Alright, good.
There's always a
Good pull. Good
Bonus.
pull.
The fact that the Rayleigh quotient is bounded between the smallest and largest of these quantities is elaborated upon by the min-max theorem. For 10 points each, name these quantities, the set of which is the spectrum. The trace equals the sum of these quantities, which are the roots of the characteristic polynomial.
Yeah, eigenvalues.
10. Eigenvalues describe these rectangular grids of numbers that represent linear transformations.
Matrices.
Yes. This task, which factors a matrix into the product of a unitary matrix, a diagonal matrix denoted sigma, and the conjugate transpose of a unitary matrix, is named for the square roots of the non-negative eigenvalues that populate sigma.
My guess is SVD.
Singular value decomposition. Yeah, makes sense.
SVD decomposition.
Yes.
Yes, good 30. Let's go. Come on.
Great.
No
way.
points.
Great.
Toss
was
number 4.
Yeah.
The Ramsey problem, which later yielded a second best solution for monopoly pricing, was originally formulated to optimize these things. Peter Diamond and James Mirrlees found that these things need not alter production decisions. These things' economic incidence, which is independent from statutory incidence, depends on the elasticities of suppliers and consumers. One type of these things that can bring private marginal cost into equality with social marginal cost was described by A.C. Pigou.
Taxes, yeah.
Right for 10. Bonus, the prologue of the epic Astronaut Ilya references this author's story, The Fall of House Votitki. For 10 points each, name the science fiction author of War with the Newts, who wrote a 1920 play about a firm that creates the universal beings Primus and Helena.
Chopek.
Yes. Jan Kresadlo's Astronaut Tilia includes Homeric Greek text and a translation into this language. Chapek and Václav Havel wrote in this Central European language.
Check.
Yes. In the Astronautilia, the universe can only exist while observed by one of these animals. In a novel titled for these animals, The Killings of Garland, Polakov, and Luba allow a bounty hunter to buy his wife a Nubian goat.
Dog.
Yeah, just guess dog.
Dog.
Sheep, as in do androids dream.
That's cool. That's
20
fun.
points.
Let's go.
Toss of 5. A fan belt breaks in front of a general store owned by a man with this name who breaks up a fight with a soda bottle. Contradictory lines about Jay, the only son of this man, and 21 children, the last one Jake, support Susan Bird's story about this man. Children in Shalimar sing a song replacing Sugar Man with this name. A man asks if you surrendered to the air, you could ride it at a leap with this name, where a bag of gold containing human bones is taken by a pilot. In a work titled for this name, Robert Smith jumps off a hospital roof, and at the 7 days...
Like a Song of Solomon? Solomon.
Yes.
Sorry.
All
good.
It's bonus. According to Cassius Dio, Hierocles drugged Aurelius Zoticus, a lover of this emperor, to cause erectile dysfunction. For 10 points each, name is Roman emperor who married Julia Aquilia Severa. This emperor was a high priest of a sun god that Aurelian promoted as the chief god of Rome. Answer? That's Elagabalus. According to Cassius Dio, Antonius, the male lover of Hadrian, was killed as part of this practice. Carthage allegedly performed this action by killing children to appease their gods.
Sacrifice.
Yes, this Julio-Claudian emperor ordered Sporus to be his lover after he kicked his pregnant wife Poppaea Sabina to death. This emperor earlier forced her to divorce Otho.
Is it Nero? I think it is Nero.
Yeah, 20.
That's a good 20.
Toss of 6. This quantity defines the threshold at which optimality is achieved by the von Karman ogive, which is a special case of the Sears-Hawk body. This quantity is calculated from the displacement of powder in a common classroom experiment involving the Kunsttube.
Melting point.
Nope. For an ideal gas, the square of this quantity equals the heat capacity ratio times RT. This quantity equals the negative 1/2 power of the product of density, isentropic compressibility in the Newton-Laplace equation. The prefixes hyper, trans, and super describe flows in which this quantity is exceeded. This quantity is 343 meters per second in air. For 10 points, name this quantity that is matched by a projectile traveling at Mach 1.
Speed of sound.
That's right.
Was
I
that
know
what
that.
you had?
I know that. Okay. I got that in MSL.
Yeah, you had it and then you didn't have it for like 2
Yeah.
months and then you
One
had it.
character
Yeah.
in this novel is assassinated after his criticism that the president wants to mint coins with his head is turned into a joke about him wanting to decapitate the president. For 10 points each, name this novel about the political struggles and differences of the childhood friends Chris, Icum, and Sam that is set in the fictional country of Kangan.
Wait, is it Narcissus? No,
Answer?
Oh my god, Secret Sharer?
This is Anthills of the Savannah.
Oh.
Is by this Nigerian author who wrote about Okonkwo hanging himself in shame and things fall apart.
Achebe.
The former mentor to the president, Raymond, befriends the shopkeeper Salim in this V.S. Naipaul novel set in an unnamed African country.
Yeah, that's it. 1 second. Bend in the river.
20.
Let's go, guys.
Toss of 7. Either butterfly wings or shell representing this location adorn the back of a son of Tlaloc and Chalchi Tiliku in many depictions. An animal thrown to this location...
The moon.
That's power.
Nice buzz.
Great buzz.
The rabbit, right?
According to a letter by a follower, this man mentally calculated the exact position of the sun on a given day while hunting on horseback. For 10 points each, name this man, whose madrasa in Redistan Square attracted scholars such as Jasmeed al-Kashi. This son of Shah Rukh was inspired by a visit to Meraged to design a Fakhri sextant. Answer?
Al-Khwarizmi.
What?
Al-Khwarizmi.
This is Ulugh Beg, designed the sextant for a building for members of this profession, such as Al-Kashi, who compiled Zij books containing star catalogs.
Astronomers. Yeah. Astronomers.
Yes. Ulugh Beg's observatory and madrasa were located in this Uzbek city. In the city, Ulugh Beg's grandfather founded a namesake empire that succeeded the Chagatai Khaganate.
Samarkand.
20 points.
That's star catalogs. Let's go. That's what Rohan care about.
Tossup. A giant one of these structures along the A93 Perth Blair Gallery Road dating to the Battle of Culloden is named for the town of Meekleor. The Sherman rhinoceros was developed to destroy these structures in the bocage of Normandy following D-Day. The Midland style of these structures slopes towards heavy bullocks. To enforce a salt tax in India, British officials built a 1,000...
castles?
No.
It's okay.
100-mile-long grate one of these structures. In the 1607 Newton Rebellion, commoners tore down these living structures to protest enclosure. British formal gardens once routinely included mazes made from these structures. For 10 points, name these closely placed shrubs that are widely used as fences and barriers in the UK.
Hedges?
That's right.
That's all. Hedges.
Okay. Bonus. A leader yells before this action is performed in 3 sets of 3, followed by a single instance of it in Ipan Jime. For 10 points each, name this action performed by challengers between points in Buddhist debate. This action is performed twice between bowing twice and bowing once at Shinto shrines.
Kissing the ground.
Answer?
Kissing the ground.
Clapping. Loud clapping during debates in monasteries of this Mahayana Buddhist sect are meant to awaken compassion and wisdom. This sect is split further into schools like the Kagyu and Gelug.
Zen Buddhism?
What?
Zen?
No, this is Tibetan. Toyo imitates geisha music and dripping water when Mukurai asks him about the sound of one hand clapping in one of this sect's koans. This other sect of Mahayana Buddhism is mostly practiced in Japan.
Zen.
Pretend. Tossup 9. Note to players, specific answer required, imprecise answers will be rejected. The existence of this technology was accidentally revealed on an episode of Court of Current Issues by Senator Edwin Johnson. One country used an alarm clock designed for this tech in the Joe 4 demonstration at Semipalatinsk. The Maniac 1 computer was first used to help develop this tech. An early use of this technology caused a diplomatic incident involving the crew of Japan's Lucky Dragon 5.
Like the nuclear bomb used at the Castle Bravo experiment, like Castle Bravo nuclear test.
It's this technology.
No.
Okay. Chill.
Yeah.
I'm gonna protest it, yeah. No, but that is what it is.
Yeah, okay. So I'm saying no to that. So continuing, a major milestone for this technology occurred with a device nicknamed the sausage used in Ivy Mike. Sakharov's third idea was a Russian implementation of the Teller Ulam design for this technology. For 10 points, the Castle Bravo test demonstrated what technology thousands of times more deadly than the one used on Hiroshima.
The hydrogen bomb?
That's right.
Yeah, good job. You did say nuclear bomb. Yeah. Well, imprecise is nuclear, right? Because they want specifically hydrogen bomb.
Yes. Protest noted. We'll record it.
Yeah, I think it'll go.
Okay.
I think it'll go through. Yeah, makes sense.
All right, we'll move on for now. Human gastrulation begins 2 to 3 weeks after this event. For 10 points each, name this event in which sperm enters an egg, forming a zygote to begin gestation.
Fertilization.
Yes.
Good work.
Gastrulation organizes this set of 3 structures. Give the collective name for the endoderm, mesoderm, and ectoderm, which are stratified along the animal-vegetal axis in the amphibian blastocyst.
Germ layers.
You got it, bro.
I don't even know. Germ layers.
Yes.
Nice.
An early step in amphibian gastrulation is the formation of this structure's dorsal lip from bottle cells. The endoderm and mesoderm internalize via involution through this structure, which forms opposite the site of sperm entry and is analogous to the primitive streak in amniotes.
Okay, we can figure this out. Is it the tail?
I look, you didn't listen. I believe in you.
Tail.
Nope, this is the blastopore. So it's 20
Yeah,
points.
We can figure this out.
But I'm happy.
Toss of 10. This author ended one novel by praising those who lived faithfully a hidden life and the rest in unvisited tombs. In a novel by this author, a man returns a woman's pawned necklace after he sees her losing at roulette. This author argued that overly perfect female protagonists reinforce prejudice against women's education in silly novels by lady novelists. A man created by this author befriends Gwendolyn Harleth and moves to the east upon learning his mother was Jewish. A man who dies while writing The Key to All Mythologies.
Elliot.
That's right for 10.
Yeah, I was sitting there for a minute. I was sitting there.
Bonus, on the day that Adolf Hitler died, Lee Miller was photographed in his bathtub while working as a correspondent for this magazine. For 10 points each, name is New York Fashion Magazine, currently edited by Anna Wintour. Its main competitors are Elle and Harper's Bazaar.
Vogue. Yeah. Vogue. Vogue.
Whoopi Goldberg laid in a bath full of milk for a Vanity Fair cover by this photographer. Another Vanity Fair cover by this celebrity photographer depicts a pregnant nude Demi Moore.
I don't know.
Celebrity photographer?
Sure, great.
Answer?
Leibovitz.
Yes.
Good.
Don Heron photographed this artist taking a bath in a room painted with his motif of a dog barking. Purple paint drips from an unfinished 1989 canvas by this graffiti artist who uses colorful dancing figures to raise awareness of AIDS.
Herring.
Yeah, nice.
Herring. 30. Alright, that's a half. So before this protest, I have 120 for Johns Creek, 210 for Friend.
What did you say?
The back of Andrew's coat shirt.
All of Andrew's coat shirt was Keith Haring.
Keith Haring, right?
Yeah.
Keith Haring.
Toss-up 9.
He's the one who does the New York subway stuff.
Yeah.
On nuclear bomb.
Matters.
In which case, I don't think your answer is right. But if it's
The
prompted, you should
buzz
definitely get
was-
points.
The buzz was after power, therefore you stood to gain 10 points for a correct answer and 30 on the subsequent bonus. That's 40 points you could gain. Your opponents gained 10 and 20, so that's 30 points that would come off the board for them. Therefore, the swing on the protest is 70 points. Anybody disagree? Great. So if the game should end in a tie or John Speaks lose by 70 or less, then we will resolve that protest.
Sorry, do you mind repeating the score?
Sure.
120, 210.
So we're up 20.
Any
Yeah,
other
right.
business?
Well, I'll start writing things.
Okay, we're up 20. That's fine.
Okay. Here's Toss 11. A faction of these people who fought one conflict to its end was called the Bitter Enders and included Jopi Fori. These people, who formed the Republic of Stella Land and the state of Goshen, won independence in the Sand River Convention. The term commando was first used to describe these people's
Bowers?
power.
Good buzz, great buzz. Nice buzz, nice. That's fun, that's fun.
Bonus, a poem with this unusual number of lines lists the broken wall, the burning roof and tower, and Agamemnon
So
dead
15.
for 10 points each. Name this number of lines of that poem, which begins with the words "a sudden blow." Alfred Lord Tennyson's poem "The Kraken" also has this many lines.
Sonnets have 14 lines, right?
Yes.
15.
Yes. A 15-line poem evokes the great wings of one of these animals beating still above the staggering girl. Another poem by the same author described how 9 and 50 of these animals paddle in the cold at Cooley.
Swans.
Yes. The Wild Swans at Cooley is by this Irish poet of Leda and the Swan, who described how the falcon cannot hear the falconer in the second coming.
Let's go.
Yates.
Let's go.
Toss at 12. A piece by this composer repeats a different chord in each of the 11 sections that follow its opening pulses. In a piece by this composer, 2 performers repeat the rhythm 3 eighth notes, 2 eighth notes, eighth note, 2 eighth notes, with one of them delaying it by an extra eighth rest on each repetition. Terry Riley's E and the Preaching of Brother Walter inspired a tape composition by this composer. A string quartet by this composer of music for 18 musicians ends. Right. Power, or sorry, 10. Bonus. A study by Gutierrez Aguirre et al. Found that using a compound potassium and anion to ionize ethylene increased the shelf life of bananas. Benzoate anion, whose compound with potassium turns brown upon reacting with double or triple bonds in Baker's test. Answer?
NO3.
No, this is permanganate. Permanganate's central manganese atom has an oxidation state of plus this number, the number of electrons in the outermost shell of a halogen. Yes. Potassium permanganate is also widely used as a stain for this technique, during which a solvent is moved through a silica plate by capillary action.
Bacteria gram stain test? Stain test?
What were you going to say?
Answer?
Stain test.
This is thin layer chromatography.
Let's go,
10
guys.
points.
Let's go. Keep going.
Toss at 13. An old lady has questions about the ethics of this activity in a book that coined the term Moment of Truth. This activity takes place each afternoon during a week-long July festival that also includes the waltzing Ral ritual. Participants in this activity often don a suit of lights and were celebrated by the
bullfighting.
That's power.
Great buzz.
Bonus, flooding often renders airports inoperable. For 10 points each, 8,000 people were stranded at this airport during Typhoon Jebi in 2018. This airport, built on an artificial island and designed by Renzo Piano, has sunk 38 feet since 1994.
What is that? Haneda or Narita?
It's one. I think it's Narita.
Haneda.
Answer?
Okay.
Haneda.
Kansai International Airport.
Okay, that's
A
fine.
portable flood wall was installed in this city's downtown airport due to frequent flooding in the Mississippi. Tim Walls resides at the governor's residence in this Minnesota capital city.
St. Paul.
A 2018 storm closed
Good save.
Nedum Basari Airport in this Indian state for 2 weeks. This southern state has the highest literacy rate and life expectancy in India and is governed by the LDF, which includes the Communist Party of India Marxist.
So it's not Andhra or Karnataka.
Answer?
Tamil Nadu.
What?
Tamil Nadu.
No, it's Kerala.
It's
10 points.
fine.
Toss 14.
Let's go.
Borstein et al. 2024 rejects the hypothesis that evolution of this structure is a key innovation in cichlids. In certain fish, the first pair of branchial arches develops into this structure. VDJ recombination is a synapomorphy of the clade of vertebrates named for possessing this structure, which is analogous to rotifer's trophy. The morphology of this structure distinguishes teleos from other fishes in the gnathostomata. Moray eels have a second retractable instance of this structure.
Like a jaw.
That's right for 10.
Nice.
Bonus. It's not criminal justice, but Chuksin, a goddess of this domain, attacks intruders with 150 centimeters long hair. For 10 points each, name this domain that Ainu believe to be ruled by Rupar Kamai. Christians claimed Crepitus was the Roman god of these locations that were adorned with images of Fortuna.
Doors?
No, these are toilets. Koreans performed jaesas to Cheuksin when children or these objects fell into the toilet. In Greek myth, a man loses one of these objects while carrying a disguised goddess across the Norris River.
Sandal? Or
Yes.
shoe?
Those jaesas involved tongtuk, whose name suggests that it to be made of poop and this food. The kami and nari is depicted carrying a sack of this Asian staple food.
Rice.
Yes, for 20.
Yeah, 50. Let's go.
Toss 15. In a story, the deeds of a man with this title whisper, "Don't you remember?" while death sits on his chest. A man with this title falls sick after a repetitive artificial bird replaces the singing of a story's titled Nightingale. In another story, 2 liars trick a man with this title by burning over 6 candles and using huge scissors to make the title objects for him, of which an official confusedly describes the beautiful colors and exquisite pattern. In a story, a man with this title shivers after...
Just Emperor.
Yes, for 10.
Oh, Emperor's New Clothes. Oh my god.
10.
That's 10. Was the Emperor's New Clothes stuff in Tower? Or?
Portions of it. But there was some other... So bonus. The U.S. sent Alcide Louis Lebranche as charge d'affaires to this country that they later annexed. For 10 points each, name this country whose annexation was solidified via the Compromise of 1850. This country's second president, Mirabeau Lamar, moved his capital to Austin.
Texas.
Yes. This monarch of another short-lived country was deposed outside the Iolani Palace by American-backed revolutionaries. This monarch opposed a king's signing of the Bayonet Constitution. Answer. Say it again. Yeah. The U.S. did not recognize this republic, which James Madison thought was part of the Louisiana Purchase. Fulwar Skipwith was the only governor of this republic, which was officially ceded by the Adams-Onis Treaty. No, this is West Florida. Reject Florida. So that's 20 on the bonus.
Let's go, guys.
And we are on Tossup 16. After a woman fell ill from a bottle of ginger beer containing one of these animals' remains, the case Donahue v. Stevenson established modern negligence law. Lillian Randall suggested that these animals represent the Lombards as they battled knights in the margins of medieval manuscripts. One type of these animals was boiled in lead vats as cities such as Mogador and Sidon to produce a good used to treat the toga picta that names the system of porphyriogeniture. Roman pens known as cochlearia were used to raise these animals, whose Murex genus was harvested en masse by the Phoenicians. The city of Tyre names a valuable...
Like snails?
Yeah.
That's what it is. I was just sitting there, bro. It was all Phoenicia.
Notice in this play, a man says that his father told him to order his wife around before concluding, "I took the opposite of his advice, and I've been happy ever since." For 10 points each in this play, whose second act features a couple getting cold feet on their wedding day. A man acting as a minister in this play says, "I've married over 200 couples in my day. Do I believe in it? I don't know."
Huh.
Answer?
Our town.
Yes.
Okay.
This character in Our Town officiates the wedding of George and Emily in the second act. This man brings Emily back to relive her 12th birthday after she dies in childbirth.
Stage manager. Stage manager.
Yes. Our Town was written by this author whose play The Matchmaker inspired the musical Hello Dolly.
Wilder. Let's go. Come on. Keep going.
Toss-up 17.
2 more.
A C major theme from this musical sings a name on everybody's lips with the notes F, D. An 8/8 quarter note rhythm is played on a snare drum in a song from this musical in which performers exchange a red scarf and identify with words like squish and Cicero. In the song from this musical, a woman sits on a man's lap and pretends to be a puppet as a chorus.
Chicago.
Power.
Great was.
Have you seen it, bro? Have you seen it?
Bonus, a 2017 Alex Vitale book titled For the End of This Practice argues for its abolition. For 10 points each in this practice, the subject of the Atlantic article Broken Windows. Its community-oriented approach often involves walking the beat.
Crime fighting.
Yeah, sure.
Policing.
Yes. Shortly after the murder of George Floyd, the Defend the Police campaign was popularized by this nationwide anti-racist movement named for a three-word slogan.
Black Lives Matter.
Yes. This activist argued for the abolition of police and prisons in the 2003 book, Are Prisons Obsolete? This activist coined the term prison industrial complex and wrote Women, Race, and Class.
Who did the new Jim Crow thing?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Answer? This is Angela Davis, 20 points.
That's all.
Toss of 18. A meter used in this non-Japanese language's poetry divides lines of 17 syllables into sections of 4 long syllables, 5 short syllables, and 1 long and 7 that alternate. In a poem in this language that uses slow-stepped verse, a banished nature spirit tries to send a message to his wife in the mountains. A king is cursed to forget about his new queen until a fisherman shows him a ring in a play in this language by the author...
Sanskrit.
10. Nice. Bonus. This doctoral mentee of Edward Teller receives a Nobel Prize for proposing that the weak force violates parity for 10 points each, led by this physicist who is the alphabetically later namesake of a class of non-abelian gauge theories that are the subject of an existence and mass gap problem.
Alphabetically later.
Answer?
Dirac.
This is Yang. This
Yang Mills.
Chinese-American First Lady of Physics conducted the experiments that verified Li and Yang's model of the weak interaction, but she was snubbed for their Nobel.
It's Wu, right?
Okay. Oh, yeah. Jianqun Wu, yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Yang collaborated with Wu Tai-tung to theorize an alternative to the Dirac type of these hypothetical particles that carry magnetic charge and contain north or south, but not both.
Magnetic monopoles.
20 points.
Okay, let's go.
Toss of 19. An early result in the study of these devices was published in alphabetical order as Cianastu. These devices are used alongside masses and dashpots in the John Hancock Tower's tuned mass damper. The leaf variety of these objects contain layered arc-shaped plates. Mechanical analogies of circuits represent capacitors as these devices. The hair type of these devices are coupled with balance wheels and regulators. Shock absorbers often feature these devices on their exterior.
Springs?
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
10
I was going to say
points.
pendulum.
That's the only thing.
Bonus, this artist's daughter Julie appears in one self-portrait that led this painter to be attacked by critics for smiling for 10 points each. This painter to be attacked by critics for smiling. 10 points. Name this artist who drew compositional elements for a portrait of the noblewoman Yolande de Polistrum from Self-Portrait in a Straw Hat.
Courbet, maybe? Courbet or something?
This is Elizabeth Louise Vigée-Lebrun. Vigée-Lebrun's self-portrait in a straw hat was inspired by this artist's portrait of Susanna London. This Flemish artist depicted many of his trademark fleshy nudes in Descent from the Cross.
Rubens.
Yes. In Self-Portrait in a Straw Hat, Vigée-Lebrun holds one of these objects with her left hand. These objects, which may be kidney-shaped, name diamond or oval-shaped knives used to mix or scrape paint. Answer?
Palette knives?
What?
Palette knives.
Yeah.
Nice.
20 points. And last toss-up.
Good work.
I guess they are kidney shaped, kind of.
In one region, a sitting form of this holiday is celebrated with a music festival until Dulhendi, and participants protect their cheer from other villages. Men use shields to protect themselves against women beating them with lathis on this holiday. This is the later of two holidays whose practitioners drank bang. On the night before this holiday, people build fires to celebrate the death of a demoness and protection of Prahlada. This holiday celebrates the love between Radha and Krishna, begins at Falguna Purnima, the first full moon in its month. Participants often make use of water guns and water...
Holy.
10 points.
I was sitting there for
we don't want to. We're not negative. We're not negative.
What is the first one in the bong?
Bonus. This monarch ordered a copy of Alfred Thayer Mahan's The Influence of Sea Power Upon History for every ship in his navy. For 10 points each, this monarch, whose naval investments included completing the Kiel Canal in 1895 and building 4 Nassau-class battleships.
Which German? Is it Wilhelm the First?
Go for it.
Answer?
Wilhelm II. Wilhelm II.
Yes.
What he said.
Germany's
Good.
Alfred von Tippett, a Mahan acolyte, argued that the decisive battle against the Royal Navy would be won somewhere between this island and the Thames. An 1890 treaty gave Germany control of this North Sea island in exchange for Zanzibar.
Zealand, maybe?
No, because that's just Den.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
Answer
Say it. Zealand?
Heligoland.
Ah.
Mahan wrote a book on this naval battle where the British fleet crossed the T against the French fleet. Admiral Nelson was killed at this 1805 British victory.
Trafalgar.
That was 20
Good
points,
20. Good
and
pull.
that is the end of the game. Johns Creek 230, Fremd 430, so protests do not matter.
Good game, everybody. Thank you. 230, you said.
Giving out complimentary fist bumps.
Yeah, just like, okay.
Over here.
If each team would please send a very uncommon back when I played. It was hard for like the guy to chisel the stone so fast to make the picture. Like the dinosaur would break down to transport him to the place. It was just a whole thing. Anyway, but I look back on those recordings with a lot of fond memories. Let's check the buzzer. If the player starting on my far left would buzz and state your name, please.
Jacob.
Welcome.
King.
How are you doing?
Axe.
What's up? Justin, welcome. Which is your captain, straight J today? Wonderful, thank you. Go ahead, friend.
Hello.
Welcome. Good.
I'm Carl.
How you doing?
I'm good.
How you doing? Steven. Welcome. Carl, could I ask that you move your drink behind your buzzer so I can see your light?
sure,
or to the-
yeah.
off to the side, anywhere. It can stay on the table. That's perfect, thank you. Good.
Let's go.
Okay. All right. Mike, are you ready?
All right, let's go, guys.
Good.
Oh, it's Mike and Mike.
It's game time.
Nope. We better start 10 minutes ago.
On the time.
Friend, are you ready?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Ready? Okay, good luck, players. This is Tossup
Let's
1.
go.
In 1947, the U.S. signed a non-NATO treaty in this city that maintained hemispheric defense and considered an attack against one as an attack against all. In this city, the Revolt of the Lash was a naval mutiny. Let's hear.
Rio?
Yes,
Nice.
that'll do. That's 20 points.
Rio. You're good, you're good.
Okay, and so a bonus to Straight Judge Wood. Kurt Vonnegut lampooned this man as a jangling journalist in a review with the passage oxymorons and serpente caraminel schlock for template. In this new journalist who wrote a book mocked as What This Author Doesn't Know About Modern Architecture. This man wrote The Right Stuff and Bonfire of the Vanities.
Wolf.
Yes. That Vonnegut quote is from his review of a Wolf collection lengthily titled For a Candy-Colored Tangerine Flake, one of these objects, made by Ed Roth and George Barris.
Car.
A bus.
Answer, please.
Car.
It is a car, yes.
Nice.
Wolf was criticized as Peeping Tom for his novel I Am Charlotte Simmons, set mainly at one of these places. Jack Gladney works in one of these places in White Noise. Donna Tartt's Secret History is set at one of these places.
University.
Yes, that'll do. College is the main answer. You get all 30. Well done. Toss up 2. Sniffer probes detect this substance, the most common tracer for leaks in pressurized tanks. Gas chromatography capillary columns still mainly use this substance as carrier, despite the availability of cheaper replacements. Uranium deposits coincide with natural sources of this substance. It's detected spectroscopically by its yellow D3 emission line. NMR magnets are cooled by vaporizing this substance at the lowest boiling point of any chemical. Since this substance is a byproduct of natural gas extraction, the war in Ukraine has contributed to its fourth. This is here.
Chloroform?
No, that's not right, sorry. I'll continue. Has contributed to its fourth recent global shortage. In a common demonstration, inhaling this element raises the pitch of one's voice. For 10 points, name this lightest noble gas.
Helium.
Helium it is for 10. To Max, Straight Jesuit A has this bonus. A score of Joseph Haydn's first concerto for this instrument is marked written while asleep to indicate where he mistakenly switched the parts of two instruments. Mozart's Divertimento, a musical joke, was written for string quartet and two of what instrument?
What if it's just
Answer.
I'm gonna go with oboe.
French horn.
Okay.
Only the best virtuosi of Haydn's time could play his first horn concerto because this technique, in which the player fills gaps in the harmonic series by moving their hand within the horn's bell, was not yet widespread.
My bad. I don't know. I don't know any like muting.
Answer, please.
Muting.
It's called stopping.
Okay.
Finally, Haydn's first horn concerto features many stop notes in a movement with this slow tempo marking that also names a Samuel Barber piece, 4 strings.
Adagio.
Yes, that's 10. Here, toss up 3. The target undershoot hypothesis argues that physical constraints cause variation among these features. One gradation among these features is described as a blout. William Labov identified an ongoing change among these features occurring in northern cities. It's here.
Vowels.
That's 20.
Nice.
Great. For home car, and so it's Frem's bonus this time. This person lent her name to a moment in which a politician denounces an extremist person who is linked to their own party. Named this social activist and rapper, whose remarks responding to the Rodney King riots were condemned by Bill Clinton during his 1992 presidential campaign.
Hey, which one do we think?
Rapper.
Rodney King.
Tupac's mother. What's
Yes,
her
please.
Tupac's mother.
Sister Soldier.
Okay.
Clinton rebukes Sister Soldier, comparing her words to those of David Duke, former Grand Wizard of this hood-wearing white supremacist organization. Yes, finally. Clinton's criticisms of Sister Soldier were decried by this Baptist minister and civil rights activist, who twice sought the Democratic presidential nomination in 1984 and 1988.
Jackson.
That's 20.
Good 20. Let's
Just
go.
toss up 4. A peacock appears on a balcony in a version of this scene with a UFO-like cloud by Carlo Crivelli. A figure in this scene is holding a white lily representing Florence in the earliest known commissioned painting by Leonardo da Vinci. This scene is set in a cloister and broken up by Roman-style columns in a fresco for the San Marco Monastery by Fra Angelico. This is here.
Annunciation.
That's good.
Let's go!
That's 10.
That was 10. Bonus friend. This ratio of 4 phenotypes is skewed to 15:1 for duplicate genes and to 13:3 under dominant suppression. Give the 4-term ratio of phenotypes that, in Mendelian genetics, arises from a dihybrid cross of parents who are both heterozygous, for 2 genes that cause independent phenotypes.
Okay, so
4 in a row.
incomplete.
So
3.
1, something like that, or 9, 3.
Answer, please.
9, 3, 3, 1.
Yes.
Yes.
The 9 to 3 to 3 to 1 ratio is skewed by this most common exception to the law of independent assortment. This phenomenon is measured in centimorgans.
Gene linkage. Gene linkage.
Yes.
Good.
Nice.
Linkage is a driver of disequilibrium, which is measured with this quantity. In statistics, large values for this quantity are often misinterpreted as implying causation.
Correlation. Let's go. Keep going.
Toss up 5. This character depicts a fallen soldier surrounded by tulips in a Pieta-inspired painting she submits for her art school applications here.
Marjorie's a trophy.
Yes,
Nice.
that's
Good buzz.
20.
Nice buzz.
Well
It's a
done.
trophy, like from Persepolis.
For Jacob, bonus.
That was insane.
The computer wants to mark you wrong, but the computer is wrong. Here's your bonus. This prayer's second verse, Baruch Shem Chavad Malchuto La'olam Va'ed, does not appear in the Torah and is recited silently during normal services, but read aloud on Yom Kippur. Give the Hebrew name for this prayer written on scrolls that are placed in tefillin.
Shema. Yeah. Shema.
Yes. First full paragraph of the Shema commands doing this action to God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. Leviticus chapter 19 requires this action to thy neighbor as thyself.
Love. Final.
Yes, that's right. Finally, that paragraph, the Vachatva, commands Jews to write the Shema on these locations. So it is written on a scroll placed inside a mezuzah.
Like a doorpost.
That's exactly right. That's all 30. Toss up 6. In Britain, these institutions send samples to the Trial of the Picts and included a Soho one founded by James Watt's business partner Matthew Bolton. The first Chinese versions of these institutions made objects that replaced earlier knife and spade objects. The first federal building erected under the Constitution was one of these institutions in Philadelphia. This is here.
A mint.
A mint.
Nice. Good buzz.
Great work.
Made it for the Citroen.
And so a bonus after Stephen's 20 for friend. The speaker warns, behold the time of the assassins in a poem about a morning of this quality. Name this quality that titles a different Arthur Rimbaud poem about a vehicle that goes down impassive rivers.
Drunken.
Yes.
Drunken.
Yes. Rimbaud's Drunken Boat describes small electric examples of this thing. Rimbaud's partner Paul Verlaine wrote a poem titled For the Light or Claire, given off by this
The
thing.
moon.
Yes, that's right. Finally, a poem by a different French poet from a collection partly titled For This Concept begins, You have to be always drunk. That poem's author popularized the name of this concept, which refers to a melancholy of uncertain origin.
What's the Baudelaire thing? It's like M something.
Answer, please.
I don't remember.
Spleen is the answer.
Oh,
There was no answer.
sorry.
You get 20.
Yeah, come on. I should have just said it.
Yeah,
This
you're
is
good.
toss-up 7.
Let's go.
Alexander Gorsky's 1900 revival of a ballet set in this country added a variation in which a fan is repeatedly snapped open and shut by Kid 3. A trilled low E leads to a highly ornamented oboe solo in a ballet scene from this country, in which Candela tries to banish the ghost of her husband. A novel from this country inspired the first collaboration between Ludwig Minkusch and Marius Petipa. The Song of the Will o' the Wisp, and this is
Spain.
here. Yes, it is Spain. That's 20.
I don't have it.
Kong, and so a bonus now for Straight Jesuit A. The first one of these astronomical bodies to be discovered was initially dubbed Little Green Men 1 for Triple T. In these bodies, one of which is at the center object of the Crab Nebula and has a 33 millisecond period. That's right. Scientists have speculated that energetic fast bursts of radiation from this region of the electromagnetic spectrum are emitted by ETs. LGM-1 was discovered by observing this lowest energy form of EM radiation.
Radio wave. Radio wave.
Yes, Jeremy Eman wrote this word next to a 1977 radio signal detected at OSU that was widely reported to have been sent by extraterrestrial intelligence, causing the signal to be commonly named for this word. Wow,
Nice.
that's all 30.
Let's go.
Tossup. 8. A character who acquires this object in the Inglinka saga smeared it in herbs, then sang incantations over it. It does not belong to Heimdall, but the prose edit does note how this object is enhanced by using Gjallarhorn. This object is sent away due to the Hrungnir's behavior in front of the thing. After constantly being told, let others decide, the Vanir return this object to the Aesir, feeling that they've been cheated. This object was kept under one of Yggdrasil's roots at a location. This is here.
Head of Mimir?
That's exactly right. That's 10 for Max. Bonus Straight Jesuit A.
Sorry.
90% of this country's women went on strike in a 1975 Women's Day Off. Name this country whose first female president was referred to as Vigdis. Yes, that's right. Vigdis presided over the 1985 Reykjavik summit, during which Ronald Reagan and this reformist Soviet premier failed to reach an agreement regulating ICBMs. This leader introduced glasnost and perestroika. Peace talks at the Reykjavik summit fell apart primarily due to Reagan's insistence on continuing the development of this proposed protective system.
Star Wars.
Announced shortly after the Evil Empire speech, Star Wars was directed. That is acceptable. The SDI, or Strategic Defense Initiative, being the main answer. That's all 30 once again. Well done. Toss up 9.
So good.
Measurements of this value use the correlation factor 1 over 1 plus B over PA, where B is a constant with units of pascals times meters. In a commencement address, Richard Feynman criticized consistent underestimation of this value as cargo cult science. The square of this value is used to define the von Klitzing constant, which describes the quantum Hall effect. An experiment co-designed by... This is here.
Planck's constant?
No. Sorry, I'll continue. An experiment co-designed by Harvey Fletcher measured this value by observing the positions at which irradiated masses rested between two plates after falling from an atomizer. This value was measured to be on the order of 10 to the negative 19 coulombs by the Millikan oil drop experiment. For 10 points, give the name of the charge of a proton. That's here.
Elementary charge.
That's right. Check. That is what that's called. A bonus for Straight Jesuit A. Along with pen, paper, and a certain type of stone, this good was one of the 4 precious things of study in China. Name this good, which could be made from a combination of ground soot and gelatin. The process of adding thick lines to comics is named for this good.
Sure. Ink.
That's right.
That's nice.
Confederate soldiers made ink by boiling rusty nails in this substance. Many Chinese paintings depict Lao Tzu, Buddha, and Confucius tasting this substance.
Vinegar.
You've got it. Finally, J.S. Bach wrote his scores with a corrosive ink made from tree gall and salts of this metal. Prussian blue is a salt of this metal that undergoes oxidation, a process that causes this metal to rust. That's all 30.
They're so good, bro. Let's go.
Last toss-up of the half is number 10. A policeman and fugitive in this modern-day country sits back-to-back on a barrel in a one-act play. Sit back-to-back, on a barrel in a one-act play. That play's author criticized an event in this country as the old battle between those who use a toothbrush and those who don't. In a play from this country, a man says a daring fellow is the jewel of the world, while blessing a character who wins a mule race, impressing women. This is here. That's 20 points.
Sorry.
For Jacob, and so a bonus now for Straight Jesuit, the last of the half. Transit systems sometimes open with isolated starter lines before the rest of the project completes. 3,200 daily passengers travel on the starter line in this city, which mainly services the area around Pearl Harbor to its northwest.
Honolulu.
Yes, after contractors messed up pouring concrete on a light rail line connecting this city to Mercer Island, the system started operating in its east side suburbs of Bellevue and Redmond in 2024.
Seattle.
Yes, this city made its streetcar called the Hop more useful in 2024 by merging it into a combined F line to serve Summerfest. You can take I-41 north from this city's Mitchell interchange to the Fox cities.
Where's the one in West Virginia? It's in West Virginia. I think it's where the university is.
Oh.
Charlotte.
Oh my God.
Charlottesville.
It's Milwaukee.
Yeah.
You get 20. This is halftime. The score is Straight Jesuit A 290, Fremd 120. Any issues with the score? Hearing no issues, we'll take a minute for half.
It was mint as just Tossup.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, actually.
It's good, right?
I mean, that seems fair to me. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, that's such.
Because
Just 1 half. Just 10 questions.
Yeah.
Howard.
Rio de Janeiro.
No, like
they powered
trophy.
every
Yeah, that was insane.
That's crazy.
Okay, they had a great house.
I watched a YouTube video.
You guys got it.
It's possible. It's possible.
I thought it was called the Hub.
Alright, let's
It's
go.
not. Maybe it was. Oh, okay. We were too deep.
We literally got over 80%.
Was there one?
10 seconds.
Germantown. Yeah, I know.
You need,
But
like,
I mean, like, oh, I don't think so.
We need 10.
Yeah.
Let's just get that.
Something was named Morgan. I'm not sure if I should just use the pronunciation.
All right, that's the full minute for the half.
170.
Just a reminder, this is the last round of this phase, so we may have some special instructions for you before you leave. So please don't just run out at the end, as much as you would like to after a well-played day. Straight Jesuit, are you ready to continue? Good. Fremd, ready to go? Good. Mike, you ready? Good. Everybody's ready. This is the second half. It starts with toss of 11. Good luck, teams. This thinker was described as a Jamesian organic intellectual by Cornell West, who reads this thinker as a central member of the pragmatist canon. A field pioneered by historian David Roediger builds on this thinker's argument that a certain status functions as a psychological wage. This thinker described a sort of seventh son born with a veil, whose gift of second sight causes them to have the sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of the sincere.
Du Bois.
Du Bois for 10. 10 for 10, yes. Bonus. Straight Jesuit. In an adaptation of this play, Governor Carter Ross tries to stop the title character's interracial marriage, which is halted by his arrival with a corpse for deportation. Name this play, reworked into an African adaptation by Femi Osofisan. Kamal Braithwaite's play, Odal's Choice, changes this play's setting to Africa. That's right. This other Sophocles title character is reimagined as Odawale in Ola Rotimi's The Gods Are Not to Blame, in which he unknowingly marries his mother, Ojula. That's right. Finally, Congolese author Sylvain Bemba wrote an adaptation of Antigone titled For Wedding Candles with this title characteristic. A pioneering Nigerian literary magazine named after Orpheus with this characteristic was named after a 1948 Sancha essay.
Is it just black?
That is all 30. It's toss-up 12. The opening of the overture to Porgy and Bess is a common audition excerpt for this instrument. The only instrument in the standard concert band to use a grand staff is a type of this instrument developed by enslaved Africans in Guatemala. The West African balafon is a type of this instrument that uses gourds as resonators. One of these instruments, called the gambankayu, accompanies gongs, in gamelan. This is here.
Like xylophones?
That's the answer. That's 20 points.
Good buzz.
For Omkar. Bonus to Fremd. Wolfgang von Kempelen created a fraudulent chess-playing automaton that required a mechanical person named for this ethnicity to function.
Turkish.
18th century Orientalists were fascinated with the carpet-making and fashion of what ethnicity's Ottoman Empire?
Turkish.
That's right. This Sultan of the South Indian Kingdom of Mysore owned a near-life-size automaton of a tiger mauling a European man. The successor of Hyder Ali pioneered rocketry in the Third Anglo-Mysore War.
Tipu Sultan, right? Tipu Sultan.
That's your man. Xiao Shun claimed that the Hongwu Emperor found automata in the shape of tigers and dragons when destroying the palaces in this Chinese dynasty's capital of Khanbalik.
Khanbalik. I don't know when we are Ming.
Khan City owned by the Yuan dynasty. You get 20. This is toss-up 13.
All right, let's go.
this novel, a character gambles all the money pooled by his fellow cadets for the purchase of a leaving present for the head of their academy. In this novel's epilogue, two old friends read from an album containing the phrase, "To live life to the end is not a childish task." This novel begins with its protagonist attending his mother's funeral with his uncle Nikolai. This novel's protagonist's brother, Evgraf, collects his poems, including
Dr. Zhivago.
Dr. Zhivago for 10.
Good.
Great card. Bonus friend. When this reaction is incomplete, it can leave behind toxic intermediates like acetaldehyde and carbon monoxide. Check what age. Name this highly exothermic redox reaction that can occur between methane and oxygen.
Yeah. It is. Combustion.
Yes, combustion has a high activation energy because oxygen must first undergo a forbidden transition from one of these two states to the other. Atoms in these two states have a total spin of 1 and 0, respectively.
States.
What? You got it.
Answer, please.
I believe in you.
Kinetic and static.
Triplet to singlet.
Okay.
Finally, at very high temperature, this element can react with oxygen during combustion, creating pollutants symbolized this element, OX. A common rocket fuel has 2 atoms of this element and 4 atoms of hydrogen.
Yeah? I don't know.
I think it's sulfur, but I'm not sure.
SOX. Sulfur.
Yes, please. Oh, no, it's nitrogen, NOx. That is 10 for combustion. Next, it's Tossup 14.
Sorry.
Estimates of this quantity can be expressed as being within the asymmetric Wilson score interval. Laplace smoothing contributes beta-distributed prior weights to estimates of this quantity. This quantity converges to, but still does not equal, a maximal value in the sunrise problem. The logit function evaluates to the logarithm of this quantity over 1 minus this quantity. This quantity is the sole parameter of the geometric distribution and of the Bernoulli distribution. This quantity is estimated
What?
here.
Like, the probability?
That's probably right. You get 10.
Good work.
Bonus for friend. An unwritten 9th high C is often added to the 8 high Cs, sung in this opera's aria, Ah, mes amis, for Chepotich. Name this opera in which the Tyrolean man Tonio falls in love with Marie, the title vivandaire.
Yeah, I have no idea. Lucia de Lammermoor.
La Fille de Regiment.
Of course.
Ah, mes amis is often called the Mount Everest for performers of this voice type. A noted performer of Tonio is Luciano Pavarotti, one of a famous group of 3 singers with this voice type.
3 tenors.
Okay.
Tenors?
Yes, that's right, finally. La Fille du Regiment was the first French language opera by this bel canto composer of the opera La Lisa d'Amore.
Tenors. I'm going to say Donizetti now.
Yeah.
Donizetti.
Gaetano Donizetti is 20 points.
Okay, 20.
Pavarotti still alive. Buried the lead. Toss-up 15.
Let's go. Come on.
In this event's aftermath, Attorney General Julius Grinnell declared, "Make the raids first and look up the law afterwards." Using a device hidden in a cigar, Louis Ling killed his hero.
Hey, Market.
Yes, that's 20 points.
Come on. Good buzz.
For Justin. Straight Jesuit's bonus. In an Inuit story, a giant wolf named Amarok uses his tail to knock bad examples of these objects out of a boy and make him stronger. Privilege. Name these objects, jade examples of which are sprinkled with blood by Quetzalcoatl to create humanity in an Aztec myth.
You're good.
It's this, right?
Please.
Differ.
Say it again, please.
Stones.
No, these are bones.
Oh, yeah.
Rather than just having bones removed, this Inuit sea goddess has her fingers chopped off by her father while clinging to the side of his kayak. That's right, finally. Inuit legend describes these phenomena to spirits playing a soccer-like game with the skull of a walrus. These polar lights are named for the Roman equivalent of Eos.
Borealis. Aurora Borealis.
That'll do. Yes, auroras is the answer. That's 20. At this time, Toss-up 60. A 2024 report about these people highlighted poor record-keeping at GIDS. The High Court's judgment concerning these people in the now overturned case Bell versus Tavistock was opposed by organizations like Mermaids. A 2023 law benefiting these people was vetoed by the UK government's first ever use of Section 35 of the Scotland Act. WPATH has criticized a 2024 study concerning these people, led by Hilary Cass. Keir Starmer opposes these people's right to this is here.
The Tories?
No.
No, it's this.
Yeah.
I'll continue. Opposes these people's right to self-ID. The NHS treats these people in segregated clinics with years-long waiting lists, and in 2024 banned the puberty blockers some received. For 10 points, J.K. Rowling opposes some rights of what people whose gender differs from their sex assigned at birth. Yes, 10 for transgender. Justin, straight Jesuit bonus. A riddle about a fish glued to a dish is told at one of these events that ends with the narrator waking up while shaking, her cat Kitty. Name this type of event where one character relates how he was accused of murdering time after posing the riddle, why is a raven like a writing desk?
This type of event, like a flake.
Hallucination.
Different.
Hallucination.
No, these are the Mad Hatter's Mad Tea Parties. This Lewis Carroll character attends a Mad Tea Party in Wonderland and hosts a party for the Red Queen in Through the Looking Glass.
Alice.
That's right. After Alice wakes up, Through the Looking Glass ends with an acrostic about one of these events. Wonderland was inspired by a golden afternoon when Lewis Carroll and the Liddell sisters did this type of activity, which is also chronicled in the most famous novel of Jerome K. Jerome.
Why is it picnic? Picnic.
No, it's over. It's just
No. Well, I can prompt the answer picnic, I guess. No. This is a boat trip.
Okay. No, that's
Let's go.
3 men in a boat do not have a picnic.
It is.
Got another Carol
Tavern.
thing.
But you get 10 for Alice, and this is toss-up 17.
It's not.
Power
A
30.
holiday whose name concatenates these beings and light was deliberately established to be 2 days before Christmas. Thomas Huxley denounced a positivist religion named for these beings as Catholicism minus Christianity. Years after discussing root races of these beings in Atlantis and Lemuria, Rudolf Steiner left the Theosophical Society to found a society named for these beings' wisdom. Paul Kurtz contributed to a manifesto for an anti-religious secular movement centered on these beings. An oration on the dignity of these beings by Pico della...
Is it just like man?
That'll do.
Oh my god.
Home car. And a bonus to friend.
Bro, that was...
The negative ratio of two forms of this quantity gives Poisson's ratio, which is negative for auxetic metamaterials. Triple H, name this quantity. That, in mechanics, is equal to the ratio of the change in length to the initial length.
Length contraction?
Contract. Wait.
Answer, please.
Length contraction. Okay, yeah,
I
that
heard two
one.
answers.
That
What
one.
is your answer?
Strain.
Strain is the
Good
correct
job.
answer. This scientist in green name an object in infinitesimal strain theory that is calculated from the deformation gradient and its transpose. This scientist also names a second-order object that yields capital T when dotted with a normal vector.
Okay.
Tensor. Let's name a tensor.
Ricci.
Cauchy.
That's right.
Yes!
Oh, good work.
Because strain equals a ratio of two lengths, it has this property in dimensional analysis that is possessed by quantities in which the units cancel out. A description is acceptable.
Sorry, what did it want? What's it asking for?
The
Steve,
units
what's the
cancel
indicator?
out.
What?
Dimensionless.
That's exactly
Good
right.
work.
Yeah. You get all 30.
Can we get a score check?
Sure. Going into toss-up 18, it's straight Jesuit A, 390, Fremd, 250.
Okay.
So,
Any issue with the score?
Yeah, 20, 30, 20, 30, 20, 30.
Okay. Hearing none, we'll go on to toss-up 18. Good luck, teams. You okay? You want to check?
Ooh,
Good? Okay. I have 390, 250. You're plus 140 according to me. Good? Okay. All right. Toss-up 18. Taib et al. 2020 argues that the loss of a type of these structures evolved repeatedly in Pterobacteria. A cysteine in the N-terminal head of LPP secures it to one of these structures. These structures can feature beta-barrel-shaped proteins like OMP-F. Lipid A and O antigen appear in the lipopolysaccharides that jut out from one of these cis here. No. Sorry. I'll continue. That jut out from one of these structures. Electroporation alters these structures, which are permeated by porins in order to promote transformation. The presence of an outer one of these structures in addition to the inner one typically implies gram-negativity. For 10 points, name these semi-permeable lipid bilayers that compose the bacterial cell envelope alongside the cell wall.
Cell membrane.
That's right.
Good pull. Let's 30, guys.
That's 10.
Stay in it.
And a bonus for Fremd. This psychologist coined the term cell assembly to refer to a group of neurons that form one processing unit. Name this psychologist who developed a namesake theory of learning that is often summarized as neurons that fire together, wire together.
Namesake Dewey. No, that's wrong.
That Russian guy's name.
Vygotsky? That's not Vygotsky.
This is Donald Hebb.
Okay.
Donald
And
Hebb
it's over.
introduced his theory of learning in a book titled The Organization of This Word. A pioneer of a school of psychology named after this word, Edward Thorndike placed cats in puzzle boxes to test the law of effects.
What is it called? Behaviorism.
Yeah.
Behavioral.
That's fine. Behavior is the answer. Finally, other behaviorist psychologists include John Watson and this man. This psychologist studied operant conditioning in pigeons using his namesake box.
Yeah.
Skinner.
That's 20.
Maybe they can nag us.
Yeah.
This is Tossup 19. During the reign of this king, a play modernizing a legend from a past war popularized the term chauvinism. This king's second son led a successful siege of Constantine instead of his heir, who had been hurt fighting Abdelkader's forces. The Communist Manifesto describes a holy alliance between Clemst von Metternich and this king's minister. This is
Louis
here.
Philippe.
That's 20.
Good job.
Of course, when it doesn't. Wait now.
Plebby. Your bonus. Fiona Ray and Sarah Lucas were included in this movement's 1988 exhibit, Freeze. Name this art movement opposed by Billy Childish, a painter whose name appears appliqued onto a blue tent in an artwork depicting everyone an artist from this movement had slept with.
YBA.
That'll do. Several YBA artists met at the Freeze exhibition, curated by this artist, who began burning thousands of his polka dot paintings in a 2022 NFT project. This artist preserved a shark in formaldehyde.
Hearst.
Effectively, the formaldehyde preserved the shark. But anyway, the YBA Jenny Saville is known for her large depictions of obese women in this genre. The Guerrilla Girls protested paintings at the Met in this genre, which overwhelmingly depict women without any clothes.
Nudes.
Yes, that's all there is.
Overwhelmingly? Wouldn't it be completely?
I think it's the women that is
Yeah.
overwhelmingly. Yes, score check requested. It's straight judgment rate 390,
Oh, I feel like
friend
overwhelmingly.
330.
Yeah.
So it's plus 60. Just straight judgment rate going into the 20.
Man, literally one bonus part, bro.
I was actually
Hearing none is Tossup 20, the last of the
Yeah.
game. One poem by this author states, "As freedom is a breakfast food, or truth can live with right and wrong." One poem by this artist mocks women who believe in Christ and Longfellow, both dead. One poem by this man ends, "He spoke and drank rapidly a glass of water," after a speech about heroic, happy dead who did not stop to think they died instead. This author of The Cambridge Ladies Who Live in Furnished Cells is here. That's your bonus. It's 10 for Jacob, and the last bonus is for straight judgment day.
Yeah.
In ancient Mesopotamia, people of this job would carry around willow wood and a stool, and included the high-ranking Gimil Nankarak for 10 points each. Name this job.